Info, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable.
Ooh, gas station sushi.
That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 38 degrees at 5:30. I'm David Valerato. The news is brought to you by your local Western Pennsylvania AAA travel office. Travel with someone you trust. And by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. The city announcing another organization making a financial commitment. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has that.
The Richard King Mellon Foundation is contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of it will go towards the city's Learn and Earn program. That gives young people ages 14 to 23 a chance to have a summer job. But the R.K. Mellon Foundation's contribution will now allow the program to be year-round for the youth.
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
Mayor Corey O'Connor also says funds will be used to redesign Mellon Square storefronts downtown into a new restaurant. Rob Taylor, News Radio KDKA.
President Trump has signed a funding bill that will end the shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Here's CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The 75-day shutdown is over now that the House has passed a bill previously passed by the Senate. It funds all of the Department of Homeland Security except ICE and Border Patrol, which is expected to be passed separately. The shutdown came after Democrats demanded changes in the Trump administration's immigration enforcement tactics, including requiring body cameras and restricting immigration raids in places like schools. The bill, passed and signed by the president, came as new Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen warned the department was about to run out of money. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Police in the Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office are investigating the death of a driver on the Parkway North late Wednesday night. 51-year-old Michael Sikoski of Lawrenceville was found unresponsive following a crash near Camp Horton Road. He was pronounced dead at a local hospital. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Paul Skeens gave up 5 runs in 5 innings pitched, and the Pirates dropped their 5th in a row after a 10-5 loss to the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday. They host the Reds tonight at 6:45. Our next update's at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
It's 5:35 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, David. Good morning. And the Friday morning rush is already busy for folks trying to travel northbound on I-79 through Washington County. We've had a multi-vehicle accident between the Mariana and Lone Pine exits that continues to have I-79 closed in that area. You'll want to leave extra time. We're seeing a bit of fog as we look out through the PennDOT cameras here this morning, especially along Route 28 near Cheswick. We noted it. Also along I-279, the North Shore Expressway. As you try to head between I-279 and the Fort Duquesne Bridge, just watch out for that. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 5:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A frost advisory remains in effect until 9 this morning after a cold, frosty start to the day. Clouds increase this morning. That'll be followed by rain at times this afternoon, high 52 to 56. A shower in spots this evening. Some clearing and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And right now on this first day of May, it's 36 degrees.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen close. Come in closer. Because if you do, you may hear something that's quite remarkable.
How are you with primitive radio equipment? Very simple. Amplitude modulation transmission. Simply adjust the frequency, throw this switch.
It's coming up on the inside. Oh my goodness, the longest shot has won the Kentucky Derby. Rick Strake has done it in a stunning, unbelievable upset.
We have clearance, Clarence. Roger, Roger. What's our vector, Victor?
Quiet, numbskulls. I'm broadcasting.
Ignition sequence start.
This is Control. Stand by. Famous KDKA jingle cued and ready.
Famous KDKA jingle cued and ready.
20 seconds, everyone.
20 seconds to open.
Department check. News.
Department check. Newsroom.
This is Rasmussen. We're go in the news center. Power up.
Power up.
All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Good morning and welcome to Marathon Weekend in the city of Pittsburgh. I'm Larry Richard along with anchorman David Ballarado. Morning, David.
Morning, Larry.
It's the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby in Louisville.
Wow.
Did you ever go there for a derby?
I have not.
We have AAA's Ellen Gamble, meteorologist Joe Lundberg, and Lonzo Henderson, our producer today. Good morning, Lonzo.
Morning, Larry.
You ever been to a derby? You ever been to a horse race?
I have not.
It's the biggest, most celebrated race of the year. Kind of crept up on me.
Yeah, I guess so. I wasn't even thinking about it.
No, a lot of people, I would imagine, in this area, we've been preoccupied with the draft, and then all of a sudden it's marathon weekend, and we're anticipating somewhere in the neighborhood of another 300,000 spectators along the 26.2-mile route on Sunday for the marathon.
Well, I think a lot of those are the people who live here because I live along the race route, and you'll see people just come out and root on their friends and family, and runners who are from out of town will bring their friends and family with them as well.
Yeah, I think they have sold out. I know they sold out 52,000 runners.
Yeah.
And then they have activities all weekend long with some smaller races on Saturday, a lot of stuff for families and kids. And we'll check in with Troy Schooley, who's the CEO and executive director of P3R that runs the marathon, kind of give you the cheat code, because there will be, if you're trying to drive through the city overnight Saturday into Sunday, there'll be some significant road closures.
Right, and keep in mind a lot of people will be driving into town on Saturday because the following day it's Pitt's graduation ceremony. So I think another college is also having its commencement ceremony this weekend as well.
Pitt graduation weekend. That's big. And then tomorrow night, I'll be emceeing at the Western Pennsylvania Sports Hall of Fame. A couple of Pitt grads in there. Hugh Green, you remember the name Hugh Green?
Yeah.
And Al Romano, who was a linebacker from the last national championship for the Panthers with Tony Dorsett.
76.
Very good. So it's a big anniversary. Yesterday, you mentioned country music star David Allan Coe had passed at 86.
Yeah.
And so we talked about the one song, right, that kind of is the quintessential country song that he wrote on purpose.
You Never Even Call Me By My Name.
That's it. Well, listen to this little clip, and then I have something for you from former host Jack Bogan, who sat in this air chair for 15 years, and John Cigna for 18 in between. This is David Allan Coe.
Well, a friend of mine named Steve Goodman wrote that song, and he told me it was the perfect country and western song. I wrote him back a letter, and I told him it was not the perfect country and western song because he hadn't said anything at all about mama, or trains, or trucks, or prison, or getting drunk. Well, he sat down and wrote another verse to the song, and
Here
he
it
sent
is.
it to me. And after reading it, I realized that my friend had written the perfect country and western song, and I felt obliged to include it on this album. The last verse goes like this here. Well, I was drunk the day my mom got out of prison, and I went to pick her up in the rain.
Now Jack's at home listening to how he ties into this.
I could get to the station in the pickup truck. She got run over by a damned old train.
Oh, my gosh.
As long as you will let me.
It's kind of funny, though, you have to admit.
And I never minded standing in the rain.
There you go, David Allan Coe, who had a troubled life, but a remarkably successful career singing music.
Yeah, he had a cult following, and certainly if you go to a karaoke bar, you're probably going to hear that.
Right. So Jack Bogan sent me this list of the titles of country songs.
Okay.
These are legit, right?
Yeah.
You'll love this, Lonzo. Drop Kick Me Jesus through the goalposts of life. She got the gold mine, I got the shaft. Her teeth was stained, but her heart was pure, so I kissed her in the dark. How can I miss you if you won't go away? I liked you better before I knew you. Couple more here. You took my heart, you tore it apart, and stomped that sucker flat. She got the ring, I got the finger. You're the reason our kids are ugly, but I'm going to miss you anyway. And one of my all-time favorites, I'm so miserable since you left me, it's almost like you're still here. So thank you, Jack, for that. I appreciated that. It gave me a little smile, certainly yesterday. We have just really, through this week, just playing catch-up, I think, in this city with coming through the draft and now getting ready. What do we do after the marathon, David? What's the next big thing?
What, the Memorial Day parades and stuff like that? I don't know.
It is May. Did you see the...
That sort of throws you when it's in the middle, towards the end of the week like that as well.
Yeah.
When you change the calendar like that. Not that we even changed the calendar anymore, but...
No, you don't have to. There's a device that does that for you. So, did you see the full moon coming in?
I did.
Yeah, the full moon. And I love how the Native Americans always named the moons. And, you know, there's for every month. This is the flower moon, which makes sense. The full flower moon, named for the abundance of blooming flowers, obviously, and plants. And some called it the planting moon. Do you have a green thumb, David?
No, not at all. But wouldn't you plant a little bit earlier than this? At any rate, with the weather we had overnight, with that frost warning, if you did plant,
see?
It's not a good time to be planting.
Now's the time. Yeah. Lonzo, you have a green thumb?
Not right now. One day.
You want to learn? Well, we got the organic gardener at your disposal anytime. Doug Oster. All right, let's get this party started. I wish I could play some more country music. You know, that's how my career started, David. Y108.
Really?
Playing the hits.
I remember. Well, I don't remember.
When the studio used to be down in what's now the Renaissance building.
Yeah.
It used to be called the Filton building.
Yeah.
And the studio was on the 11th floor and overlooked the North Shore. But the only thing there then, for the most part, was Three River Stadium and just an asphalt tundra. Boy, has that place changed over the years.
Of course, back then it was Daisy.
Daisy, right. WDSY.
I think the person you're about to introduce used to work there, too.
Well, we have a history. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Yes, indeed, Ellen Gamble.
Mm-hmm.
She's quite the resume. Actress.
Yes.
Television star. Speaking of which, we're going to have Sheldon Ingram join us this morning.
Oh, cool.
He is trading in his 35 years at WTAE-TV as a reporter for an acting career.
This is an amazing story.
It's really kind of cool. And I asked him, hey, I'd love to have you on the show to talk about it. He didn't hesitate. He said, oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, and Sheldon and I crossed paths at WTAE, but he was always working night side, so I was usually heading out of the station when he was heading in, and we'd just say, hey, you know, but what a great career and what an interesting...
yeah, before I came to KDKA, I was at WTA for 6 years.
See?
Well, now that you're a film producer, you can cast him in his next role.
Great idea, David.
There you go. He'll be really excited about that. I think he's been going on a lot of auditions, which is fabulous. So good for Sheldon. All right. So not so good. Well, you know, it's marathon weekend, so they have to close the roads so all of those 52,000 folks can lace on their sneakers and do what they got to do on Sunday. So those marathon closures, though, begin today at noon. Just a small portion of them, folks. Heads up for you downtown. Boulevard of the Allies from Stanwix to Wood Street, maybe stretching back towards Smithfield. And then Saturday, you'll certainly get the big closures around Allegheny Center, the north side, Warhol, 9th Street Bridge, with more to come, obviously, throughout the city as you roll into Sunday. There will be an impact to those of you who like to ride the bus, so you definitely want to check in at rideprt.org to find out how your route will be impacted. And just a quick note, accident in Washington County has I-79 closed northbound between Mariana and Lone Pine. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 5:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. And indeed, the frost advisory is still in place on my car driving in. It dropped to 34. We're at 36 at the airport, but around the region, definitely some frost. We will get to 52 today, and there are some areas of fog. It's not widespread or incredibly dense, but you'll see patches of fog. Tomorrow, 53, could be a shower, and then Marathon Sunday, some sunshine and a high of 56. Again, 36 headed out the door.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on. to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
5:50 at News Radio KDKA from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's David Bolorado.
Larry, unionized nurses start a countdown clock to reach a contract with a local hospital. Details coming up at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Drivers across the country are bracing themselves as they pull up to the gas pump. That's because U.S. gas prices have soared to their highest level in 4 years. AAA data says the national average currently sits at $4.39 per gallon. Prices in Pittsburgh are roughly 75 cents more per gallon than a year ago. The NASDAQ composite wrapped its best month since April of 2020, climbing over 15%. Strong earnings reports across big tech have helped fuel the rally. The sector has had a slow start to the year as artificial intelligence caused disruption fears. Apple said the blowout demand for its flagship iPhone 17 and the MacBook Neo helped power a solid sales forecast and sent its shares up roughly 4%. Apple, though, warned of continuing chip supply constraints, and the forecast underscored how it was fending off supply chain pressures and rising memory chip costs. I'm Nicole Murray on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Brighten up your morning with Larry Richert in the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Time for our Big K Morning Show birthdays. And if you were born in 1961, happy 65th from MediConnect, Medicare Made Simple. Starting off today on this May 1st, Jamie Dornan. And you say, who's that? I would have too. He's 44 today. He played Christian Grey in the 50 Shades of Grey movie franchise.
We only do what you're comfortable with.
But you need all those things.
I need you more.
Yeah. Ray Parker Jr. is 72. You probably heard this song a time or two. Even though he had a number of hits, the Ghostbuster thing was probably the one that most people will remember. Also on the birthday list, the legendary singer Judy Collins. She is 87.
I've looked at clouds from both sides now, from up and down, and still somehow.
Also on the birthday list is Charlie D'Amelio. And you may say, who is that? He's 22 years old. And he is TikTok's most followed creator. And that is significant. And he also was on Dancing with the Stars. Charlie D'Amelio, just 22 years old today. Tim McGraw is 59. This was one of his smash hits.
I went skydiving, I went Rocky Mountain climbing, I went 2.7 seconds on a bull named...
He wrote this as a tribute to his famous father, who was a baseball pitcher, the great Tug McGraw, which most of his fans are certainly aware of. Julie Benz is 54. She's known for her roles in Dexter and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. James Murray is 50, founding member of the Tenderloins, star of Impractical Jokers. Lonzo, have you ever seen any of those episodes of Impractical Jokers?
I have not. No.
It's pretty funny. They set up these scenarios. There used to be a show years ago. The original was Candid Camera.
Okay.
Right, where they would surprise people. Do you ever see any of those videos where this guy dresses as a plant and they're walking down the sidewalk and he jump scares them? Or the new one is somebody's like one of those statues that you'd see in a park bench somewhere.
Yeah.
Only it's really...
And people start messing with it.
Yeah, and then, of course, it's something that scares the hell out of people. Well, in Practical Jokers, they put people in these little scenarios, and then they talk to the person in an earpiece and tell them what to say.
Kind of like Punk'd on MTV?
Yeah.
Okay.
While they're monitoring that. It's a really, really popular show. And Victoria Monet, Grammy-winning R&B artist, behind On My Mama, is 37. Those are your celebrity birthdays. 5:55 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get an early update with Ellen Gamble.
And we have a good news update, Larry. The earlier accident in Washington County that had I-79 northbound closed for quite some time between Mariana and Lone Pine has been cleared, so traffic is moving well for you there. So 79 coming north and southbound all the way through the Washington County, Allegheny County, and up toward Butler County area is a decent commute. Parkway West on the inbound ride, we're starting to see the volumes build to the point where we have a little bit of a slowdown before the Fort Pitt tunnels, but it's not major at this point. Parkway East is still pretty decent commute for you as you're coming inbound through those Squirrel Hill tunnels. No problems there. A little bit of fog around the area. Heads up for that, especially along Route 28, folks. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Well, Ellen, you got my attention with some closures. We'll start as early as today for the marathon. Mm-hmm. We're kind of getting used to this every week.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's busy here, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking at the list of events. There are actually 12 official events for participants throughout the weekend. And the earliest one tomorrow is 7:30, and that is a 5K. Okay. And then on Sunday, I didn't know this, there's a walking division of the half marathon. I could do that.
I could do that as well. That's about as aggressive as it would get in terms of... Yeah.
Then there's a back half marathon run. And then there's hand cycle division, Pittsburgh 4-mile fitness challenge. And the list goes on of big events throughout the weekend. But they sold out, and they figure there'll be 14 neighborhoods out of the 90 that people will run through in the city.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so we'll give you all the details a little later on this morning, but you can always go to KDKA-radio.com. And the weather, 52 today. We have a chance for a little rain, 34 again tonight. So frost advisory still in place right now until 9 o'clock, 53 tomorrow, and then only 56 on Sunday for a high. Then we jump to near 70 on Monday and 70 on Tuesday. So we will bounce back. But right now, headed out the door, it's only 36 degrees.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 36 degrees at 6 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick for all your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath. TrustPJ.com. The 4th of July will mark not only the country's 250th birthday, but it's also the deadline that unionized nurses at UPMC Magee Women's Hospital have given the provider to reach a contract, and a contract that includes what they call national staffing standards. Nurses have been calling on UPMC to adopt a 1-to-1 ratio between nurses and patients at Magee's neonatal unit. They're also calling for more pay and benefits. UPMC has said that rigid ratios can create unintended consequences, including closing beds and limiting a patient's access to care. Another big jump in gasoline prices in the Pittsburgh area. Just since yesterday, Pittsburgh gas prices have spiked 17 cents to $4.54 a gallon. Last week, the average price was $4.13. The national average this morning, $4.39 a gallon. A Pittsburgh tradition is returning this weekend. News Radio KDKA's Pat Septak has details.
Sunday's Pittsburgh Marathon this year is a sold-out affair with tens of thousands of participants running through 14 city neighborhoods on the 26.2-mile journey. But don't forget about the Saturday events. They begin at 7:30 with the Pittsburgh 5K, the Pittsburgh Champions Mile at 8:30, and the Kids Marathon at 9:30. All in the North Shore near Mazeroski Way. The Pittsburgh Toddler Trot is at 8:30 Saturday morning, and the Pittsburgh Pet Walk is at noon. Those two events are at Point State Park. Pat Septak, News Radio KDKA.
President Trump has signed an executive order establishing retirement accounts for millions of qualified Americans. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the latest from the White House.
The president says he's making good on his pledge to give all Americans the same types of retirement accounts available to federal employees.
Beginning at the start of next year, every American will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and open a new low-cost IRA account.
Trump says the accounts will include federal matching funds.
Low-income Americans will be eligible to receive up to $1,000 per year.
These accounts will be available for those who earn less than $35,000 per year. It will take congressional approval to expand the program to people who earn more. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Allegheny County Sheriff Kevin Krause's office says a Brookline man who was wanted on multiple bench warrants was found hiding in a basement yesterday. 23-year-old William Hatfield was found by a canine officer inside a duplex along Pioneer Avenue. Hatfield was wanted on 3 separate probation violation bench warrants, 2 of those involving drug charges. He pled guilty to those charges. He also had an active warrant in the city of Pittsburgh for burglary and robbery connected to a home invasion earlier this month in Mount Washington. He was taken into custody and transported to the county jail. KDKA Radio News Time 6:03. Sports is brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Pirates got swept by St. Louis in a 4-game series, and they have now lost 5 in a row. They lost 10-5 yesterday. They'll look to end that losing streak as they host the Reds at 6:45 tonight at PNC Park. It's currently 36 degrees in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
6:05 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And you were talking about the marathon closures that begin today. This is around noontime, folks. The Boulevard of the Allies will get a closure from Stanwix to Wood Streets. And then rolling into Saturday morning, you'll find that Allegheny Center, the North Side, Warhol, and the 9th Street Bridge, with more of those closures to come throughout the city as you continue to roll into Sunday for the marathon. Of course, the impact to bus riders is important to mention. So you want to check in on how your route will be impacted at rideprt.org. We've been checking out their page, and they have a lot of great info for you there. Rush hour right now, not too tough. A little bit slow for you on the Parkway West, right around the runaway truck sandpile, and on the Parkway East, just a minor delay approaching the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A frost advisory until 9 this morning. It'll be cold and in places frosty to start the day, otherwise increasing clouds this morning, then cloudy and quite cool this afternoon with rain at times, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then partly cloudy and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, we're at 36 degrees.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
After breaking the NFL draft attendance record with over 805,000 fans witnessing the league's annual restocking of talent, Pittsburgh must capitalize on the momentum this created. ESPN and social media were unbelievably complimentary of our city. We received thousands of rave reviews from first-time visitors. The key is to ensure this success is sustained. All of this required a collaborative effort from so many people and organizations. Let's make sure these same people work just as hard attracting other big events and conventions. Continue to keep our city clean. Look for more areas to improve. The momentum is there. Let's make sure we don't simply celebrate the success, but rather we start stacking wins. There is no time like the present.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Good morning and welcome to the weekend and a brand new month, Pittsburgh Marathon. It is May. I'm Larry Richert. We have a special in-studio guest this hour we'll introduce you to in just a moment. Looking forward to our conversation about the cyber world that affects every single person that's certainly listening now, and the technology, a lot of it being developed in Pittsburgh too, and why he was on the forefront of that. But first, very important day in the war with Iran, day 60. And what does that mean? CBS's Michael George.
We start with the war with Iran, a war the president claims is now on hold. And if you're wondering why he might be saying that now, today marks the 60th day of the war, a deadline which by law requires congressional approval to continue fighting. It comes as President Trump continues to claim Iran wants a deal to end the conflict. CBS's Jared Hill joins us now with the latest. The president says the war is over, but at the same time, U.S. aircraft carriers and destroyers are still blockading the Strait of Hormuz.
What we're hearing from President Trump is that he says that he's willing to keep that blockade going for as long as need be. Meanwhile, the distinction over whether the war is over or paused, as we heard from the defense secretary, isn't just about posturing. It's an effort by the administration to sidestep this 60-day rule with Congress. Democrats, though, think that they cannot do that.
Brushing off questions over stalled Iran peace talks.
They want to make a deal badly.
President Trump warns that Iran must hand over its nuclear material.
They'll either give it to us or we'll take it.
Iran's new supreme leader pushed back, vowing to protect his country's nuclear and missile capabilities.
The motion is not agreed to.
For a sixth time, Senate Democrats tried to rein in the president's ability to strike Iran, the effort blocked by all but 2 Republicans Thursday. The vote came ahead of today's 60-day deadline, requiring the administration end the conflict or get congressional approval. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, testifying on Capitol Hill, claimed the deadline didn't apply.
We are in a ceasefire right now, which our understanding means the 60-day clock pauses or stops. I do not believe the statute would support that.
The White House tells CBS News they're talking to lawmakers about authorization for the war, which is costing taxpayers close to $50 billion, according to U.S. officials. That's double what a Pentagon official said earlier this week. The war delivering a blow to the world economy. Brent crude oil topped $126 a barrel Thursday, as U.S. gas hit $4.30 per gallon on average.
The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock.
The United Nations Secretary General warned of the specter of global recession if the conflict doesn't end soon.
The State Department is trying to get U.S. allies to sign on to an initiative that would help to find what they call safe corridors for vessels to travel through the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, these jacked up gas prices have some Republicans concerned as we are just months away from the midterms.
CBS's Jared Hill happened to see gasoline prices on the way in. $4.39 is what I saw at one of the pumps on McKnight Road headed into the studio this morning. And in studio is an old friend and a very important part of our community, an important member certainly. I first met David Hickton when he was named U.S. Attorney. And appreciate you coming in.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Yeah, just pull that mic down.
How about that?
Good. And then you were part of the law firm Burns, Hickton, White.
Burns, White, and Hickton before that, yeah.
And Mike Burns, the brother of Patty Burns. Right. This is where I say you're a half person from everybody in this town. And I worked at KDKA TV with Patty, right. And then I met Mike, and he was my guy for contract stuff. And then the White of the three of you, he has a son, Casey, who's a defense attorney in town, and did a lot up in the Pine Richland area and around the city as well. So you guys were all partners.
Right.
And at that point, what was your law specialty?
Well, I did 4 practice areas. Transportation, we had the portfolio for the railroads. I kind of had the ball for the architects and engineers in construction litigation. I was teaching at Duquesne at that time, antitrust, and so I was doing antitrust work, which waxes and wanes depending on who's in charge of the government, because sometimes in eras of high regulation there's a lot, and other times not much. And then I did a lot of, quietly, white-collar criminal defense and defended people who were being prosecuted either by the state or federal prosecutor.
And then when you were named U.S. Attorney, explain what that role is, because a lot of people actually don't know, David. What is the role of a U.S. Attorney in that position?
The U.S. Attorney is the top federal official in the district, and going all the way back to the founding of the country, we didn't have an Attorney General. We had a U.S. Attorney for the 13 colonies and then the 13 states. And it sits sort of as a presidential appointment confirmed by the Senate, but about 100 years ago, they created the position of Attorney General, so you report to the president through the Attorney General. But it's, in my opinion, the best position to serve in public service. It's a political appointment, but then you're a non-political individual by law, generally, although...
In your actions, obviously, knowing the human factor that's involved. Yeah, that's a very prestigious role to have. And you really got on the map internationally in that role when you challenge the Chinese and other countries because of cyber crimes.
Right. Cybercrime is probably my 15 minutes of fame because we had the ball here in Pittsburgh for China and Russia, whereas New York had Iran and LA had North Korea, which are our four principal adversaries, but also had a national role on the opioid and heroin crisis. I was the co-chair of the National Opioid Task Force for President Obama, and we did 3 or 4 other cases that captured national interest. So I had a local appointment, but largely through the work of the people I worked with, I was able to develop a national profile.
And you were successful in the prosecution of some of our adversaries. And in that, after that role ended, you were the founder and now director of University of Pittsburgh's Institute for Cyber Law, Policy, and Security. So that's blazing new territory.
Yeah, I'm so grateful to the University of Pittsburgh because they brought me right over. Pat Gallagher was the chancellor at the time, Joan Gable there now, and continued the work. I worked very closely with the provost, Joe McCarthy, and other great leaders at the university, and we're in the policy lane as opposed to the prosecution lane. And I feel really good that we've been able to do some great work. I have a great executive director in Beth Schweike, who is just fantastic. And so we're in the game, we're in the discussion, we've punched well above our weight, and people take notice of what we do.
It's a blazing new ground, really important, and we're going to talk about artificial intelligence development regulation. That affects everybody, the global tech race, and some of that's coming out of here. That's the push anyway, is to make Pittsburgh, one of the, I would say, strategic and instrumental cities in the development of artificial intelligence, and robotics obviously is happening. And then youth education, workforce development. How can we use, like the internet, there's a yin and the yang. There's the good uses and positive, and then there's the dark side, and you deal with both.
That's so important, Larry. You can't talk about any of this technology without emphasizing all the good that comes from it, but we have to be wary of some of the problems.
And a lot of that, if I get one more email saying somebody wants to put $10 million in my bank account, we'll talk about all of that with David Hickton in studio. And appreciate you coming in. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And we're seeing a bit of fog hanging around, even as we're getting closer to full daylight here. The 28 corridor has some really foggy spots. In fact, my PennDOT camera right by Fox Chapel is completely socked with the fog. So just make sure that you leave a little bit of extra travel time. You know your spots where you usually see it. You might see it this morning along those low-lying areas or along the rivers. Parkway West on the inbound ride is getting a little bit slow for you right around that Parkway Center Mall on-ramp. And the lineup of brake lights is starting on the Parkway East inbound between Edgewood, Swissvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels there. Parkway North, I-279 rolls well. Keep in mind the HOV lanes are closed until tomorrow as crews continue some repair work there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen, and it's going to be a very cool weekend. That's good for the runners on Sunday, but right now we're in the 30s, still a frost advisory until 9. From the National Weather Service, today's high 52. Another advisory overnight will drop to 34. Yeah, it is May. 53 for a high tomorrow. Could be a shower, and then partly sunny at 56 for Marathon Sunday. And then we'll get back to respectable and more seasonal temperatures Monday and Tuesday with highs near 70 degrees. But right now at the airport, it's 36.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer and Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured because of someone else's fault? Want to find out what your case is worth? Visit 98twins.com for a free evaluation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
620 at KDKA from the Goldberg, Persky & White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Let's check in with David Bolorado.
Larry, another contribution to the city, this time nearly $2 million. We'll tell you who it's from and what it's going to be spent on, coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
News, information, conversation. Larry Richert in the Big K Morning Show. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen for the Drive at 5. Top stories driving the day's news with Colin Dunlap. Weekday afternoons brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. In studio with me, David Hickton, who is, again, the founder and director of the University of Pittsburgh's Institute for Cyber Law, Policy, and Security. And I say this all the time, David, you're a half person from everyone. So I remember I saw you at a charitable event, and you said, you know, I have a connection to KDKA, a very family close connection.
Right. My mother and father met on the stage in New York, and when they came to Pittsburgh, my dad worked for an insurance company. They became embedded in the theater group here in Pittsburgh, the Don Brockett group, Brockett and Barbara,
Sure.
and that whole crowd, and they acted at the old Pittsburgh Playhouse. And my mom was on the radio, did Dear Abby. My dad was on sports in Beaver County doing the morning sports. So they did odd jobs within the entertainment business to stay on in the early years of the radio.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
Where did you settle? Where did they?
We were all from Castle Shannon. I still self-identify from Castle Shannon.
Great spot. Not too far outside the city if you're not familiar.
Yeah.
So the cyber world, this is a conversation that goes on, as you know, every single day. Many institutions have been attacked and held for ransom, and those ransoms have been paid.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem is it locks down computer systems inside a company, and then you are crippled unless you're able to free that somehow. And if you don't have the technology to do that, these companies have paid. How frequent is that happening?
It's happening quite a bit. We did the very first ransomware case here at the U.S. Attorney's Office, and at that time, the payments were $750 in Bitcoin, and now they're in the millions. So not only is it a problem, but it's a growing problem, and oftentimes it's more costly to unscramble the eggs than it is to pay the ransom, which no one ever recommends because they'll come back.
Right.
So it's a very, very difficult problem. The dirty secret is that there's really no good solution for it. And it's frankly one of the costs of having an open internet, an open, free, democratic society where it's easier for the adversaries who operate in the shadows of the anonymity of cyber world.
My late father-in-law asked me a question probably about 15 years ago. He said, "Where is the internet?" And I said, that's a great question. Where? He goes, "Where's that at?" And I said, "Well, it's computers that are talking to each other." Where is the internet, David?
Well, that's a great question. And who owns the internet? There are multiple internets out there now. But, a lot of it was developed through the Department of Defense originally, and it was never intended to be used as we use it today. It was supposed to be a private portal where researchers could exchange quickly their research, and it became the platform for all of our human interaction. And you and I can remember when we had a day planner in a calendar with a pencil, to the point where we went online, where our schedule is online, and it just grows and grows and grows. And the speed of technological change is staggering. You were talking about artificial intelligence. It's only really with us as average everyday Americans since 2021. And the change and acceleration of change. ChatGPT came out in November 2022, and the change is staggering.
And we hear these dire warnings on one hand, and then on the other, the incredible things that we will be able to do, and some of which has already been done with that technology.
There's no way to meaningfully talk about artificial intelligence without recognizing that the vast majority of it is fantastic. It will revolutionize healthcare. For example, I was reading something last night. It will revolutionize how we take care of the elderly. We can actually create artificial intelligence companions for people to keep them alert and away from being alone. When we leave sporting events, it's how we get people out quickly with traffic control. When we were dealing with the snow crisis here, it's how we deal with finite snowplow resources to make sure we dedicate them to where they're most needed. But on the other hand, if it's applied, for example, to look at zip codes, to decide whether you or I are going to be a reoffender if we're in the criminal justice system, that can reinforce institutional racism. And there have been several concerns and problems raised, including here in Pittsburgh, with how it's used in policing. So we were at the forefront at the University of Pittsburgh in addressing some of that emergent issues that were coming up out of the technology. But now we're in a whole different world, Larry. I mean, literally, as we sit here today, May 1, 2026, we have 3 American-based companies and 2 Chinese companies who are really at the forefront of staggering technological change. And there's a new product that came out of Anthropic by Claude, Mythos, which has everybody really concerned because it allows for cyber attacks that we could never envision before and maybe beyond the capacity of humans to deal with.
We got a lot to talk about. Appreciate you being here. We're with David Hickton. And when we come back, artificial intelligence development and regulation. How do we regulate this unbelievable technology? From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, let's check in with Ellen Gamble.
All right, guys. And in some places, it's hard to check out what's going on because of fog this morning, cropping up, for example, and socking in our camera over the Parkway East, right around Greensburg Pikes overpass. So that's between Churchill and Wilkinsburg. Watch out as you head in that direction. Also, as you're heading over the Commercial Street Bridge, coming out of Edgewood Swissvale toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels as you come over that valley. That's oftentimes an area that is foggy. 28's corridor, very, very foggy in spots. So just leave a little bit of extra travel time to work through that and take it easy out there this morning. Now, the Parkway West inbound is certainly getting much heavier on the front side of Green Tree Hill. The real backing begins solidly right around the runaway truck sand pile there. If you're headed outbound toward the airport or the western suburbs, great news. That's a really good commute. Parkway East on the inbound is slow go for you right around Edgewood Swissvale. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathic Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 39 degrees at 6:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by your local Western Pennsylvania AAA travel office. Travel with someone you trust. Unionized workers at UPMC McGee have set a July 4th deadline for the hospital to reach a contract agreement with the nurses. They're calling on a 1-to-1 nurse-to-patient ratio in the hospital's newborn care unit. UPMC has said that while it agrees that patients deserve focused care, it rejects rigid ratios, which it argues could mean not only closed beds, but could limit access to health care as well. The Richard King Mellon Foundation is announcing it's contributing nearly $2 million to the city of Pittsburgh, $1 million of which will be used to make the city's Learn and Earn summer jobs program for youth into a year-round program.
I think for them, willing to invest and partner with the city shows that they are committed to our future. And it's not just about the youth. I mean, it's about storefronts. It's about economic development. It's also about, a great celebration on the 4th of July that we're planning.
Funding will also be used to help the city attract more businesses to invest in Pittsburgh. And the AP's Ed Donahue reports that a pop star is due in court next week.
Britney Spears has been charged with driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs. Early last month, the California Highway Patrol said Spears was driving erratically in her BMW near her home outside Los Angeles. She was described as looking impaired. Spears took a field sobriety test and was arrested. The criminal complaint does not specify what kind of alcohol or drugs or what amount she is accused of having used. A representative at the time called Spears' actions completely inexcusable and later said she checked herself into rehab. Prosecutors say the case will be handled according to their standard protocol for defendants with no DUI history, no crash or injury on the road, and a low blood alcohol level. I'm Ed Donahue.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Paul Skeens gave up 5 runs in 5 innings pitched, and the Pirates dropped their 5th in a row. Now, after a 10-5 loss to the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday, they will host the Reds tonight at 6:45. KDKA Radio News Time, 6:32. Our next update's at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
Beyond preventing shingles, the Shingrix vaccine is linked to slower biological aging. Research from the USC Leonard Davis School of Gerontology finds that individuals vaccinated against shingles showed slower overall biological aging compared to unvaccinated peers. The vaccine potentially reduces inflammation of a key driver of stroke and cardiovascular events. Research is published in the Journals of Gerontology. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes and get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo with Easy Cater, the best way to order great food from favorite restaurants for all your festivities. From April 27th through May 5th, every order placed earns you 1,000 bonus rewards points. From traditional favorites like enchiladas and mole to festive options like a build-your-own taco bar, even breakfast. Chilaquiles, anyone? Easy Cater makes food for Cinco de Mayo a cinch. Order now at easycater.com and get 1,000 bonus points on every order with promo code Cinco de Mayo 26. Restrictions apply. See offer details.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins.
just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
635 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
Well, the latest is we just turned a PennDOT camera on as we're looking over the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge, Larry. So as folks are heading to the point, kind of rounding the point toward the Parkway East, or maybe headed over to the Fort Pitt Bridge. Oh, we have it looks like a cement truck here involved, a vehicle behind it as well. And it looks like some folks are out of their vehicles and on the bridge deck there. So a very slow go. An entire lane is blocked. So do watch out. It'll likely get worse there as more crews show up on the scene. And you could find some sluggish traffic coming from the North Shore Expressway over past that accident. Parkway West on the inbound ride is backing for you right around the Parkway Center Mall on-ramp before the Fort Pitt tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A frost advisory remains in effect until 9 this morning after a cold, frosty start to the day. Clouds increase this morning. That'll be followed by rain at times this afternoon, high 52 to 56. A shower in spots this evening. Some clearing and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, 36 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Welcome to another big weekend. The follow-up to our draft week turns out to be the Pittsburgh Marathon. And later this morning, we'll give you all the details. Even if you're not attending, a lot of road closures. Ellen will keep us posted. And in the meantime, in studio, David Hickton, who is the founding director of the University of Pittsburgh's Institute for Cyber Law Policy and Security. He's also a native of the area, Castle Shannon, and want to talk about artificial intelligence development and then regulation, David, because we hear that we're becoming this center for AI, and we're hearing some of the practical talk about you got to have these data centers because it demands energy and the technology because of how fast it does everything. The computer part is a component. But that aside, the development has been so rapid, as you said, and how much of that is happening here?
Well, you couldn't be in a better city in the world than Pittsburgh with our universities, the commitment of some of our corporate leadership, the governor and others have dedicated renewed interest, renewed commitment to make sure that Pittsburgh preserves its place as one of the great technology centers in the world.
So really, the Genesis robotics and what's come out of Carnegie Mellon University and the University of Pittsburgh, now other universities contributing, and it's probably under the radar for the average Pittsburgher to know how much of that is going on here and how many technology companies exist already.
Right. The transformation of Pittsburgh off the medical expertise we have here and the technology expertise will be written about for decades and centuries, because we've gone from a manufacturing center, not without some pain, but we've transformed ourselves, and we are a real leader in the world now.
I saw the movie The Football Town, which NFL Films, the Steelers, U.S. Steel put together, and it's a great story. It's not just how Pittsburghers became so passionate for football, but it's really the story of how our rivers brought people, then industry here. And, of course, there's been a transition, still industry, but not nearly what it was at its peak. And then the eds and meds that we talk about, medical community here, which now utilizes a lot of the technology that now puts us in robotics and artificial intelligence. Do people around the world know how important Pittsburgh is in that regard?
They do, and you can even go further, Larry. If you look at the entire world, it's gone from an agricultural-based economy to a manufacturing-based economy, and now we're watching and we're in the middle of the hurricane for the transformation to an information-based and digital economy.
What would you say, because you're immersed deeper than anyone I know, to people who are afraid of, they hear artificial technology, artificial intelligence, what's it going to do to me? Is it going to take my job?
There's reason to be concerned about all that. I think there's two really big issues with artificial intelligence, and one is the upset which will occur in our employment sector, because certain jobs will become lost, but others can become found if we do this in a smart way. And the second thing is what I call digital equity. One of the great threats to a free and democratic society is economic imbalance. And if you think about what happened during COVID, I was at the center of the COVID crisis doing oversight for the Congress. And I was startled to see when we shut the country down, how few people actually had internet service. And those that did, how few could afford the devices that you and I take for granted. So when people were trying to get their school assignments over the internet, they were going to Starbucks parking lots to get them in large swaths of the country. And if we allow this technology to move so quickly without paying notice to the fact that it's kind of like electricity, it's like a utility, it should be available to everybody. And if you have to pay for it, then the rich are going to get more rich, and the people who are poor are going to get more poor.
And to your point, there are many areas in Pennsylvania currently, just to keep it local, that don't have internet access. And if they do, it's almost like the old, it doesn't have enough room on the internet to drive some of the things that we, again, take for granted.
Just think about when you're on a call and you lose a call because you go into a bad road area, or you go into a corner of your house and you lose your internet. And think about living that way all the time. That's one way to look at it.
I know there's been a push to expand that capability, and actually talking to Rich Fitzgerald, who's now the executive director of the Southwestern Pennsylvania Commission, which encompasses 10 counties in the city. Part of that, and then the governor in the state, is to make sure that everyone in Pennsylvania, at least, will have internet access. It kind of starts there, to your point.
It does. It does. And there's been a broad consensus, bipartisan actually, in the Congress. Jim Clyburn, who chaired the committee that I served on COVID, was the co-author. Fred Upton, a Republican, now out of Congress member from Michigan, put the broadband access bill together. And it's been in a fight for years. But the leaders around here would be our governor, Rich Fitzgerald, who's a big hero and friend of mine. And when you go back and look at why Pittsburgh has continued to preserve its place, I go back to Tom Murphy, too. I think he was a visionary. He saw things other people didn't see at the time and took a lot of heat for it.
Right. And I remember Sophie Maslow, former mayor, when she suggested that we should have a separate ballpark and a football stadium. People thought she was crazy.
Everybody loves Sophie, and everybody loves her more today.
Oh, yeah. And that said, want to get into regulation. How do we, or should we, control this as a government?
Larry, this is a fierce debate that actually goes back to the Bush administration when people were starting to whisper about artificial intelligence. And the question was, were we going to develop it collaboratively with the rest of the world, or were we going to, develop it and exploit it for American power? And the points of view have changed. Right now, the current administration is totally opposed to sharing it and is looking at it as a Manhattan Project arms race against China. And there's support for that point of view. The other point of view would be that we're all in this together, and we can actually develop it faster if we collaborate, particularly with our allies. But right now, as we speak today, we are literally right at ground zero for the most heated part of that debate, because one of the providers of AI has developed a product which is scaring everybody. And they're meeting last week at the White House with the Trump administration officials. Russia and China have described this development as equivalent to a nuclear weapon being discovered. And it is a product which allows for highly sophisticated searching for vulnerabilities in banks, electric grids, and governments. And it's now currently owned by the United States, shared with only Great Britain. And there are a bunch of companies of goodwill under a project called Project Glassware who are trying to figure out how we can develop a response if inevitably China develops the same tool. So the arms race, if you will, in technology has escalated in just the last month.
Fascinating. We're with David Hickton. I want to also ask you about that global tech race, because that leads right into more of our conversation. 645 KDKA from the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
All right, things just getting a little bit tighter for folks who are trying to come across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge, gentlemen, and head toward either the Fort Pitt Bridge or the Parkway East. We've now had one of the PennDOT trucks to assist arriving on scene here and blocking the one lane there. We had it looked like a cement truck and maybe another vehicle involved in some issues there. And because of that, we now have the crews on the scene to help with getting that accident cleared. So coming across the North Shore Expressway, especially from 279 and heading toward the Fort Duquesne Bridge, just all of the ramps toward the Fort Duquesne Bridge are now getting clogged with slow traffic around that. Parkway West on the inbound ride is backing for you at the Parkway Center Mall on-ramp. Behind the Liberty Tunnels, good news, just traffic light delays at 51 and 19. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 6:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Still under a frost advisory in Pittsburgh and around the region till 9 this morning. 52 will be the high. Could see a shower. 53 tomorrow. 56 and dry with some sunshine. Marathon Sunday. 36 headed out the door.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
I look at these restaurant closings and I go, okay, did the American consumer not think this bubble was going to burst? Yeah, stuff costs more. Yeah, gas costs more. Yeah, it's all passed on to you. And at some point you go, I really can't go out to eat as much. And then bang, the restaurant closes. But wasn't the problem that we had way too many to begin with?
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHAV.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about.
On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning. I'm David Ballarado. The Richard King Mellon Foundation is contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of that will be used to expand the city's Learn and Earn summer jobs program for youth into a year-round program, much to the delight of Mayor O'Connor.
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
And it seems like, David, there are a lot of these nonprofits and for-profit organizations that are chipping in different ways.
Yeah. And the talk about Sophie Masloff just made me think of Tom Murphy. So,
who's still around, by the way, and still doing some consulting.
Yes. President Trump signed an executive order to launch the TrumpIRA.gov website, where workers can find and compare private sector retirement savings plans.
Beginning at the start of next year, every American will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and open a new low-cost IRA account. You'll then be able to access the same type of retirement accounts that federal employees enjoy through the thrift savings plans, which are incredible.
When are those checks coming from that tariff money?
And unionized nurses set a 4th of July deadline to reach a contract at UPMC McGee.
That's obviously a huge deal. Such a big part of our medical community in the region. So hopefully everything goes well. Thank you, David. David Ballarado and David Hickton in studio. For the next half hour, we're talking about artificial intelligence. And if you just joined us, David is the founder and director of the University of Pittsburgh's Institute for Cyber Law Policy and Security, and a native former U.S. attorney with a lot of experience and really one of the people who has helped guiding this through the region. So we mentioned the global tech race. Boy, in just a few moments ago when you kind of teed it up, it always seems like we're against China and Russia. And technologically, this stuff is really important from a defense standpoint if it can do all the things we think it can do and more.
Yeah, in the short term, we have an asset that our adversaries don't have, but they will have it quickly. And we don't have to look back very far to realize this with evidence. China developed through DeepSeek an open source available AI product, which is better and cheaper than the 3 products we developed within 1 year. So they're not going to be held back. And I think it's folly when you have the debate about whether we regulate, whether we share, to assume that we can actually leverage an advantage for any long term. As we speak today, just this week, Elon Musk testified in his trial against Sam Altman. They are 2 of the co-founders of ChatGPT, and the nub of the dispute is Musk is taking the position that their understanding was that it was going to be developed for the public good, not as a commercial entity.
A nonprofit.
A nonprofit. And that debate will be interesting to watch. Musk has been very vocal. And, sometimes I like him and sometimes I don't, but you can't deny the fact that he's a genius. He's into everything. But he's been very vocal about his concerns about the dangers of AI if we do not regulate it.
And that said, how do you get your arms around what you don't fully understand?
That's a really big question. Some people say we can't even define what AI is.
Right. If you ask the average Pittsburgher, what is artificial intelligence? It would be fascinating to hear what the reactions would be.
Well, one start on that would be that artificial intelligence is the product that is developed when you can't tell whether it came from a human or a machine. That would be a starting point, but it's a broader question than that. And what we're really worried about, and I think the average citizen is worried about, is this going to be a tool that we control, or is the tool going to control us, like some sort of science fiction movie out of Hollywood?
Yeah, I know there have been movies where the robots take over the world. I think we're probably away from that, maybe. But at the same time, David, Waymo, I've taken a ride twice in a autonomous vehicle in downtown San Francisco and downtown Atlanta. I've been in one where I thought in my wildest dreams you would never convince me that I would be in an automobile that's not driven by a human.
People used to say that about elevators, Larry. Remember the elevator operator with the cap? You would never get on an elevator if there wasn't a person. And we've been talking about autonomous vehicles with airplanes since I was a young lawyer. I worked on a case involving windshields for airplanes and whether we needed to put windows and pilots in airplanes. And now we have drones. No one thought that was possible. So I think it's coming, and I think we should embrace the change. But there are people across the world calling for a worldwide commission on cyber that would order the universe, if you will, the same way we have done with nuclear weapons. I don't know that the world is in the place that we could develop such a consensus, and certainly there's no appetite for that in our present leadership.
We can't agree in this country on everything with our elected officials, no matter which side of the aisle you're on or on a third side.
Right.
Let alone try to incorporate the entire planet to make decisions right now.
We used to say that we needed a cyber 9/11 or a cyber Pearl Harbor, or what would be called a strategic shock to the system before the public would realize how serious this is.
Well, here's what's very real is the potential for that. Look at what could be done using that technology with our, let's just say, our water supplies and the grid, which in many areas, as you know, David, is inferior to what it should be.
When I had the responsibility as U.S. Attorney, I used to stare at the ceiling at night, sleepless nights, worried about just that. And we had a series of brownouts, including here in Western Pennsylvania. We recently just had an attack on the Aliquippa water supply. We are vulnerable. And what most prognosticators suggest is the next conflict is going to be without bombs and bullets. It's going to be a cyber chess match.
And we're going through a period where we're still, in many cases, emotionally and otherwise recovering from the pandemic. And imagine during that time, if you didn't have access to electricity, where would we be? We're with David Hickton. We're going to talk more about that. And on the upside, youth education and workforce development. How do we get our young people opportunities because they are the future? From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet, here's Ellen Gamble.
Thank you much, Larry. We have a big slowdown for you folks who like to come across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge, rounding the point, maybe heading toward Points East or heading up onto the Fort Pitt Bridge. There's an earlier accident that's being cleared, and it's actually being assisted by the folks from PennDOT. So you have a couple of trucks there with the directional arrows trying to get folks around it. We also have some workers out on the span, literally picking up pieces of vehicles from that accident and kind of getting things tidied up for you there. So please take it easy as you come across that bridge. You will find you have slowdowns on the North Shore Expressway coming from both I-279 and 65 as you try to merge onto that bridge deck. Parkway West on the inbound ride is heavy at the Parkway Center Mall on-ramp. You'll line up on the Parkway East at Edgewood Swissvale. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Is your roof ready for April rain? Call Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off all roofing materials with 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Plus, get free gutters with your new roof. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection from one of our experts. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 39 degrees at 7 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Gasoline prices have jumped an average of 17 cents overnight in the Pittsburgh area. AAA says the current average is $4.54 a gallon, up from $4.37 yesterday. With this increase, local gasoline prices are now about 50 cents below their highest price recorded in this area at $5.05 a gallon back in June 2022. The city has announced another organization is making a financial commitment to the city. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has that story.
The Richard King Mellon Foundation is contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of it will go towards the city's Learn and Earn program. That gives young people ages 14 to 23 a chance to have a summer job. But the R.K. Mellon Foundation's contribution will now allow the program to be year-round for the youth.
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
Mayor Corey O'Connor also says funds will be used to redesign Mellon Square storefronts downtown into a new restaurant. Rob Taylor, News Radio KDKA.
The AP's Ben Thomas reports that prosecutors have released more video of an armed man trying to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
The U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C. has posted video on social media that authorities say shows Cole Thomas Allen charging through security at the Washington Hilton. He's carrying a long gun and appears to exchange fire with a Secret Service officer.
The vest did an amazing job because it took a bullet close up, and he didn't even want to go to the hospital.
The video release came amid questions over whose bullet struck the officer.
They say it was not friendly fire.
The president was asked if, after multiple attempts on his life, there was talk of his wearing a bulletproof vest.
I don't know if I can handle looking 20 pounds heavier.
Does he now worry at all about another assassination attempt?
I don't think about it. If I did, I wouldn't be effective.
Ben Thomas, Washington.
And the president travels to the Villages in Florida today. CBS's Linda Kenyon has more.
The largely Republican senior community called the Villages in Sumter County, Florida, will welcome the president for a speech that is expected to highlight his policy initiatives, including tax deductions for seniors. Security is expected to be very tight for Trump's first public appearance since an assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Association dinner. In the evening, the president will deliver the keynote address at the Forum Club dinner in Palm Beach, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Police in the Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office are investigating the death of a driver on the Parkway North late Wednesday night. 51-year-old Michael Sikorsky of Lawrenceville was found unresponsive following the crash near Camp Horn Road. He was pronounced dead at a local hospital. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Pirates got swept by St. Louis in a 4-game series, and now they have lost 5 games in a row. They lost 10-5 yesterday. They'll look to try to end that losing streak as they host the Reds at 6:45 tonight at PNC Park. KDK Radio News Time 7:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. It's currently 39 degrees in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast coming up next.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
7:05 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest. Ellen Gamble, what a beautiful morning, albeit cold.
Yeah, and a little foggy in spots, but we're seeing that dissipate, Larry, as we're getting more sunshine out there. And I have good news, too. In this report, we're seeing the delays dissipate as you try to come across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge, headed for the Parkway East or over toward the Fort Pitt Bridge. Earlier, we had an accident there as you were coming across toward the merge point with all of those ramps. And so it was backing traffic and still is to some extent onto the North Shore Expressway. So your approaches to the Fort Duquesne Bridge are certainly still congested, but traffic is easing up there because the accident's been cleared. The Parkway West inbound, no accidents there, just lots of brake lights beginning at that Parkway Center Mall on-ramp. Parkway East inbound is slow go at Edgewood Swissvale. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cold and in places frosty start to our Friday. Increasing clouds through the morning hours, followed by some rain this afternoon. High 52 to 56. A shower this evening, partly cloudy later tonight and cold, with patchy frost redeveloping, though 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And right now at the airport, clear at 36.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Good morning. This is the Big K Morning Show. Another big weekend in Pittsburgh, the marathon. And we are anticipating somewhere in the neighborhood of 300,000 people that will line the 26.2-mile loop around 14 neighborhoods in the city and downtown. And we'll have the cheat sheet in the next half hour for what you need to know if you're going to go. Meanwhile, David Hickton is in studio, the founding director of the University of Pittsburgh's Institute for Cyber Law, Policy, and Security, also our former U.S. attorney, and a very important role that was. And how much of that experience helped you develop what you're doing now at the University of Pittsburgh?
It was definitely foundational. When I came to the job, I initially did not realize what assets existed here. And when I quickly found out they did, I think we had the resources, the will, and Pittsburgh has always responded when the country needs it. So we committed to go big, and we were successful.
And to that point, I credit University of Pittsburgh's visionaries for realizing You have to change. This is in an institution that was founded in the 1700s, Pitt.
Right.
And you can never stay the same, David, as you know. I think about the wagon wheel. At some point, there was a place where they built the best wagon wheels in the world, then they weren't selling them anymore. And if they weren't paying attention to see the rubber tires driving by, you have to develop. And you can't stay in one place, especially in the technological world.
Yeah, you look at a place like Rochester, New York, that used to have Kodak and what?
Well, I was thinking of even at Syracuse, where Carrier,
right?
That company is not what it used to be. And a lot of these places cities were built on an industry.
We've benefited from great leadership, and it's been our foundation community, our political leadership, but especially our university leaders, and we have good ones today.
And that said, speaking of universities, it is graduation weekend for the University of Pittsburgh and some other schools. But let's talk about artificial intelligence, this whole cyber world that you live in every day, but we all do too, even if you're not aware of it. What do we do with our youth when it comes to education and workforce development?
Well, first of all, a quick shout out on graduation. Mark Nordenberg is the graduation speaker on Saturday.
North Allegheny grad, my alma mater.
And what a great contributor he has been. We'd have to take a month to talk about all the good that he did, and Jerry Cohen when he was at CMU, the late Jerry Cohen. But Mark is giving his swan song graduation speak Saturday. What can we do? Well, I have been trying really hard to make Pittsburgh the farm for developing cyber talent. There's still a shortage of the people needed to deal with this challenge and the people available. And so in the area of youth education and workforce development, we have a lot of workers who have been displaced. I've been working as far back as 2012 with the labor unions to try and help them realize that this was an on-ramp to retrain people. But on June 22nd through June 26th, again, in partnership with the U.S. Air Force, the University of Pittsburgh sponsoring a cyber camp. This is a great camp. It's free. I think it's subscribed already, but we have an introductory camp, an intermediate camp, and an advanced camp. We have several kids coming back who are fantastic. We have several alumni who've gone, great achievement. I've taken this program, and it's a platform for some of the work I'm doing with Trinity in Ireland. There's a program over there that's now being funded by Ireland called Cyber Citizen, which is a literacy program from 4th grade to senior citizens. We need to protect our senior citizens. That's a rich threat vector for our adversaries, and so we're working on that. Making people more literate digitally and making sure we are training people are what we can do. Those are things we can do here.
And I have heard so many young people, and that's old school now, are so good at these games, the video games, and they have utilized some of their talents, for instance, to fly drones and, welcome them into branches of the military because they have a skill set that at first you would think wouldn't matter or have a valuable use.
Yeah, the military and law enforcement has had to sort of relax its requirements. I remember one of the very first meetings I was in, I was with a bunch of military people who were in uniform, all buttoned up with all their medals, and a kid came in and cut off sweatpants and a T-shirt where the pocket was open, and he was calling them dude. And they quickly needed to realize that they had to put aside their bias and prejudice and respect the fact that this guy knew what he was talking about. And we've had to have our comeuppance on all that. But the thing is, we still don't have enough people. And the other thing is, for people who are economically disadvantaged, this is a quick way to catch up because these are high-paying jobs. And in the cyber realm, there are jobs for people to put screws in the wall, to put the hard machines in system through the IBEW, for example. And there's room all the way at the opposite end of the spectrum for the sophisticated coders. And we need more people, and particularly the government needs more people. You get better experience in the government, but you get paid less, and many times companies poach them. So there's a lot of turnover. But if you have a child who's so inclined and talented, it's a good idea. They will not suffer for employment the rest of their life.
And that's a great, the light should come on for a lot of people there, because I think the question many people do have is, how do I make this my friend? How do I make this work for me instead of just the dark side of what we hear and then the positive things that artificial intelligence is able to present.
Yeah, you can't fight it. The technology, I always say, the technology is going to come. It's like a tsunami. Dealing with the technology is really a human factors issue. I work with a great researcher at the University of Pittsburgh, an English professor, Jen Keating, who's written a book on the human factors of artificial intelligence. I thought that was visionary. The technology is coming so fast. We've had a revolutionary change in AI just the last year that there's no way that the laws can keep up or can change fast enough. So what we have to do is we have to adapt our use. And that's one of the reasons I go out so often to try and pay it forward and tell people so that they can be informed about technology. And we work very hard at that.
Where can you direct people, young people in particular, or people that want a job change, to learn more where they can get in this game?
There's a lot of places. In fact, you just have to almost open up your ears.
Just ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, ask ChatGPT. There you go.
That said, it's important that people also know, and I use the tool myself. I talked about this with you even off the air, is that it's searching the internet on these particular apps. And it's only as good in terms of its accuracy and information of what it's mining off the internet.
Right.
And we know, like, Wikipedia is not a journalistic proven, it's people adding to a subject or a human's resume, and it's not all accurate. So answers you get aren't necessarily, and they even have a disclaimer on some of them, accurate or true.
Yeah, I think it's foolish not to use it, but I think it's equally foolish to totally rely upon it. And it can hallucinate. It can make things up. But, I think the way I use it is the recommended way. I use it at the beginning, and I use it at the end, but I still do my work in between.
And that's how it can help a lot of people. I think in the medical field, you talked about it. If a physician he's not relying on it for a full diagnosis, but it may provide something that he didn't think of, or she, in the moment, while you're really uploading or talking to and saying, as your patient, here are the symptoms, here's what we're dealing with, and it may provide an avenue that previously may have been overlooked, that kind of thing, but not relying on it
totally
100%. All right. David Hickton in studio. Before we let you go, I got to ask you, coming up here in the next few minutes, the practical ways that you and I at home can protect ourselves from these constant probes and phishing scams that are out there now. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, here's Ellen Gamble, who is very real.
Last check, yes, indeed. And we have lots of technology at our fingertips to help with your commute this morning. Taking a look out on the area roads, we have reports of an accident. This is at the State Route 837 and Route 51 ramp. So it's considered Jefferson Hills Borough. It's just north of the Elizabeth Bridge. So it would be considered West Elizabeth. So in the ramps, as you come off of the bridge there, do watch out for slowdowns around that. A little bit further north on 51, you are backing right around the intersection with Whitehead Street, and then traffic light delays await you right behind the Liberty tunnels at the intersection with Route 19. Parkway West stacks at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East inbound is bumper to bumper between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
And we have sunshine in the city, looking for a high of 52, though still under a frost advisory for the next hour and 40 minutes. And 34 tonight, so we have another one overnight into tomorrow, 53 with a shower, and then Marathon Sunday, partly sunny at 56. 36 headed out the door.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food prizes and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competitions and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu.
7:19 at News Radio KDKA. From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in asbestos litigation news desk, David Ballarado.
Larry, get ready for another busy weekend in Pittsburgh. We'll tell you what's coming up at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Welcome to the weekend. David Hickton, founding director of the University of Pittsburgh's Institute for Cyber Law, Policy, and Security. Appreciate your time this morning. Fascinating to me, and I know this is something we hear about every day. AI this, AI that, AI. But in our final few minutes together, I want to get your practical advice for all of us at home, on our phones, these cyber phishing scams. I know there's all kind of scams. They target, in many cases, the elderly. How can we protect ourselves? I know it's not 100% blanket protection, but what are the things that we can do that will protect us the most?
Well, drum roll, please. This is important, but let me say at the beginning that I've been hacked many times. And I suspect most of your listeners have been hacked, or they don't even know they've been hacked. This is a threat which you can only reduce the risk. You cannot eliminate the risk. That's important. But number one, you should have dual-factor authentication. It's a nuisance to get that email before you go on your system, or that text message to validate that it's you, but it's essential protection. Number two, you should change your password regularly, and you should use a strong password. Even though it's difficult, password managers are generally secure. Use that password that you cannot remember. Do not use 1, 2, 3, 4 or something like your kids' names or your birthdays. Those are easily hackable.
It's remarkable how many people, and myself included over the years, it's something easy to remember.
Yeah. And then number three, and this is maybe most important, under no circumstances should you click on a link without calling the sender. Never. I regularly get fake text messages from my wife asking me to click on something or look at pictures. That's a standard scam. I get them from this fake scheme that was going around with the Turnpike Authority that was not real, asking you to pay a bill that you didn't have. That was a scam.
Right, a lot of people got those.
Those open you up. And so I don't click on any text, and I don't click on any email unless I call the sender and validate it.
Because of, in part, artificial intelligence, cyber scammers are able to create an indistinguishable logo that looks legitimate from companies. PayPal, or you name the company, Amazon, you get these, you just bought $499 worth of this. If this didn't, it's still asking you to click on it.
Yeah, and if you hover over the sender on an email that looks suspicious, you can usually find that the name might be a name you recognize, but that the address is not. And
Right. I've
do-
seen that myself where it looks legit, and then when you go up to the sender's email and look over the actual, it's no. You're saying that's no way legit.
And this all is against the backdrop is you should be very careful about your personally identifiable information, which is your name, your birth date, your social security number, your driver's license number. I do not send that stuff over the email because I just operate on the assumption
Somebody's looking.
that people are looking at your email.
That said, have we moved beyond a social security number being what it used to be before technology? Isn't there something else that we can do that would uniquely identify you as a person besides those digits?
We should, and if we could do that, we might be able to resolve the voter identification debate because people don't understand why someone shouldn't identify themselves, but other people say that that puts poor people at risk of not being voted, being disenfranchised, or takes us back to the citizen ID cards that were used by tyrants and murderers in a former era. So I think we do need to come up with that, but I've worked very hard in the voting area to try and find a digital solution, and we do not yet have a secure digital solution. And so I don't know. But I just think it's a very bad idea to share information which can allow someone to take your identity and create a credit card, for example, that you didn't authorize.
And that happens every day.
All the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
David, it's been fascinating. Appreciate your time and the work you're doing. And we don't know exactly where we're all going next with this technology, but we do know that Pittsburgh's going to be one of the hubs for it. Is that correct?
It is. And we'll be there together. And thank you for all the great work you do. It's an honor to be on your show.
David Hickton, founding director of the University of Pittsburgh's Cyber Law Institute, security policy and all that goes with it, and former U.S. attorney. Appreciate you coming in. And I'm sure your parents, with the connection you have with KDKA back in the day and them being radio people and being on KDKA, pretty cool that how far the technology has come since they've been on the air.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. 725 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Well, thanks, gentlemen. And we do have plenty of delays for you. One set of delays around an accident. This is, as we mentioned in our last report, in West Elizabethboro, so the northern end of the Elizabeth Bridge, and it's on Route 51 and the ramps to the Elizabeth Bridge. So certainly do watch out for sluggish traffic on 51's main line coming northbound in that area. Once you get closer to the backside of the Liberty Tunnels, it's heavy at Whited Street and then not too tough backing at Bousman before the Liberty Tunnels. West Liberty Avenue stacks between Brookside and Pioneer. You'll line up on the Parkway West now solidly at the top of Green Tree Hill. The Parkway East inbound also bumper to bumper there. It begins at Wilkinsburg. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
This is the Big K Morning Show. We're going to get you details about the weekend, the Pittsburgh Marathon, what you need to know. In between, gas prices way up, and it's affecting a lot of people. In fact, it's affecting everybody. Here's CBS's Jolene Kent.
There's no escaping it. Gas prices in every single state have soared in the last 7 days.
I think it's pinching the pocket of everybody around here, especially all the working class for sure. Anybody, really, for that matter.
In Indiana, the price for a gallon of regular shot up over $1 in just the last week. Michigan up 86 cents. Ohio spiking 80 cents. The national average for a gallon of regular is now $4.37, the highest since the war with Iran began, and the highest since July 2022.
I'm looking at right now $75 a day in fuel alone.
Lyft driver Romeo Tillman in Minneapolis says he's taking home much less than usual every shift.
If we get anywhere beyond where we are right now, it's going to be catastrophic. These drivers right now are none of us are making it at all.
Meals on Wheels America, which serves 2.6 million adults annually, tells us high gas prices plus rising food costs have created the perfect storm.
It's a very difficult situation to be in. I hear from some of our programs that say every day they feel like they're playing God and deciding who might need a meal more than someone else. There's a growing wait list across our country.
What does the organization have to sacrifice when gas prices go up so much?
Well, sometimes they have to sacrifice them more than a meal service because Meals on Wheels is not just about a nutritious meal. It's also about that social connection and the eyes and ears on a senior, the safety check, if you will.
Meals on Wheels America tells us that some of those wait lists across the country stretch as long as 4 months for seniors who need food. This as Americans prepare to pay $500 million more in the next 24 hours for gas compared to the beginning of the Iran war. Jolene Kent, CBS News, Los Angeles.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 38 degrees at 7:30. I'm David Bollerado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. And by your local Western Pennsylvania AAA travel office. Travel with someone you trust. The 4th of July will mark not only the country's 250th birthday, but it's also the deadline that unionized nurses at UPMC McGee Women's Hospital have given the provider to reach a contract. And a contract that includes what they call national staffing standards. Nurses have been calling on UPMC to adopt a 1-to-1 ratio between nurses and patients at its neonatal unit. They're also calling for more pay and benefits. UPMC has said that rigid ratios can create unintended consequences, including closing beds and limiting a patient's access to care. A major grocery chain is one step closer to opening its first store in the Pittsburgh area. News Radio KDK's tomorrow is in the newsroom with details.
David, Wegmans Food Markets has officially purchased land in Cranberry Township, locking in plans for its first local store. The Pittsburgh Business Times reports the company paid just over $14 million for a 13-acre site at Cranberry Springs, where a 115,000 square foot store is planned. Officials say site work is already underway, with construction expected later this year. The store is still projected to open in 2027 and could bring between 400 and 500 jobs to the region. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A Pittsburgh tradition returns this weekend. Here's News Radio KDKA's Pat Septak.
Sunday's Pittsburgh Marathon this year is a sold-out affair with tens of thousands of participants running through 14 city neighborhoods on the 26.2-mile journey. But don't forget about the Saturday events. They begin at 7:30 with the Pittsburgh 5K, the Pittsburgh Champions Mile at 8:30, and the Kids Marathon at 9:30, all in the North Shore near Mazeroski Way. The Pittsburgh Toddler Trot is at 8:30 Saturday morning, and the Pittsburgh Pet Walk is at noon. Those two events are at Point State Park. Pat Septak, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Paul Skeens gave up 5 runs in 5 innings pitched, and the Pirates dropped their 5th in a row. Now, after a 10-5 loss to the St. Louis Cardinals yesterday, they will host the Reds tonight at 6:45. KDKA Radio News Time 7:32. Our next update's at 8 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Did you see Punxsutawney Phil threw out the first pitch yesterday?
I know we were talking about it. I didn't see it, though.
Well, I saw some pictures and a video. Pretty funny, but somebody commented, because the Pirates ended up losing, as you just reported, 10-5. They said, well, your predictions are just as bad as hell. Good luck for the team. Punxsutawney Phil. Who will they get next?
Save $2 when you buy 2 cans of Superior Products Coverall Tire Dressing. Plus, get 4 times O-Rewards points now at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
I'm Anna Garcia, host of True Crime News, the podcast. Every week, we bring you in-depth coverage on cases making headlines, as well as those that go under the radar. Tune in for murders that defy explanation, mysteries seeking exploration, and shocking secrets that will leave you breathless. Each week, we honor the victims by going beyond the salacious in our search for justice. Crime never stops, and neither do we. Listen to True Crime News, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
7:35 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And we do have plenty of delays out there for your Friday. One around an accident, this on West Elizabethboro, and it's certainly affecting traffic as you're coming up northbound on 51 at those ramps to the Elizabeth Bridge. So on the northbound side of the span there, do watch out for that. Easy to spot the delays on the Parkway West. They begin for you right around the top of Green Tree Hill. Conversely, the outbound side toward the airport in the western suburbs, that's moving along nicely. I hope that's your commute. Parkway East inbound, bumper to bumper beginning for you at the Wilkinsburg interchange. And just a reminder, marathon closures begin today at noon downtown. They kind of are starting where the finish line will be with the closures. So Boulevard of the Allies from Stanwix to Wood Streets will get a closure. Then our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A frost advisory until 9 this morning. It'll be cold and in places frosty to start the day, otherwise increasing clouds this morning, then cloudy and quite cool this afternoon with rain at times, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then partly cloudy and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. We're up to 38 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Another big weekend next half hour. We'll talk to Troy Schooley, who's the man behind the Pittsburgh Marathon with P3R. And right now, the man behind the Heinz History Center joins us, Andy Masick. It was a big day for the future of what the History Center can offer. Andy, good morning.
Good morning. You're right. It was a big day. We broke ground for our new expansion on Smallman Street to Penn Avenue, 12th to 13th. The Heinz History Center is now going to be a whole city block.
That is phenomenal. And when you talk about an expansion, you're talking about a 6-story building, right?
That's right. It's 92,000 square feet. It will include a new cafe, an auditorium, new galleries for Mr. Rogers and the Three Rivers and innovation and industry, smart classrooms for kids, and even some outdoor spaces, a fourth floor terrace, 8,500 square feet terrace for outdoor events and activities.
And what I don't think everybody is aware of is the generosity of Dan and Carol Kamen that help more and more people share what you've already got going and what the future holds.
You're right, Larry. It was part of our capital campaign dream to make the History Center free for kids, 17 and under. And we didn't know if we were ever going to get there. But Dan and Carol Kamen stepped up and provided us with the wherewithal to create an endowment that would cover our lost revenue from kid admissions. And now, from now on, kids can come to the History Center as often as they want for free.
And since that began, Andy, I would imagine you get a lot of smiles and appreciation for that, for people who may... You know, we just assume everybody can afford a ticket to anything, but that's not the case, and it opens the world to everybody.
You're right, and we've seen a 50% increase in youth attendance since we made that announcement, and a 10% increase in adult attendance because those kids often bring their parents with them.
Good idea. That said, back to your expansion. So the shovels hit the ground yesterday with the official groundbreaking, and then what will be the construction plan?
We're really talking about 18 months. We've actually done the sort of subterranean work, all that infrastructure work already. You'll be seeing steel going up soon, and within 18 months, we ought to be open with new exhibits and new spaces that I think will make Pittsburgh proud.
Yeah, the architectural renderings people can see on the website at HeinzHistoryCenter.org. But while we have you, Andy, let's talk about what's there now that people can enjoy and see this summer.
Well, when you come in the front door of the Heinz History Center today, one of the things you'll see that's new is the Visit Pittsburgh Welcome Center. So all visitors to Pittsburgh who want to be oriented and get maps and learn more about the city can go to the Welcome Center. We've got a great gift shop, too. But as you come in, you're going to start seeing some construction activity, but the museum will be completely open. We're hosting an exhibit called Planet Ice beginning in June. That's all about the peopling of the Americas 20,000 years ago during the last ice age, and how people adapted to the Three Rivers here 20,000 years ago, when there was a mile-high shelf of ice, a glacier covering most of North America. If you look from Pittsburgh northward 19 or 20,000 years ago, you would have seen what looked like a cloud bank, but was actually a mile-high wall of ice.
That's incredible. Yeah, how about just the history of the Strip District, where obviously the Heinz History Center is, by the way, 3 years in a row, best history museum in America. That said, isn't there a great history in that Strip District?
There really is. In the old days, in the 1750s and 60s, the Strip District was called the Northern Liberties, kind of like East Liberty. That just meant the common area where you could graze your cows, or your cattle, your horses. It was kind of no man's land. And that's what the Strip District started out as, that strip of land at the base of the Hill District. But over time, it got filled up with iron mills. During the Civil War, this is where all the big cannons were cast. Probably 60% of the large guns used by the Union during the Civil War, when Pittsburgh was the arsenal of the Union. And then after that, it started to evolve into a mixed-use kind of foodie center with the produce terminal, the railroad cars would bring their produce from the outlying farms, and then truckers would come into the produce terminal on Smallman Street. And of course, those guys were hungry, but they had to get back on the road. So they went over to Primanti's and got a meal between two slices of bread. And that's why Primanti's sandwiches have French fries on them and everything else you want. So a truck driver could eat it with one hand while they were driving back to their next destination.
I love the stories behind, and even for natives like me, when you learn these things at the Heinz History Center, it's amazing. I remember when the actress, we all know Jane Seymour, most of us from her many roles, but you gave us a tour when she was in here for a charity event, and I had never been on some of the floors that we went on. And for her, with her British background, you shared the incredible history of how we are linked to England and France in this region forever. And I just highly recommend you go to the Heinz History Center, experience for yourself. Don't take it for granted. And big things coming now in the future. Andy, congratulations.
Thanks so much. There's something for everyone at the Heinz History Center. Hope to see you there soon.
Have a great weekend. Andy Masek, the president and CEO of our great Heinz History Center.
Everything you need to start your day with the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
745 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's see how the rush is going on this Friday, Ellen Gamble.
All right, and it depends on where you are, Larry. It's certainly very slow go in a couple of spots as we look out over the area roads. PennDOT cameras helping us to see some delays on 28 southbound. It's kind of a little clogged between the 40th and 31st Street bridges, but other than that, it's a good ride. We had some fog earlier coming out of the Allegheny Valley, and that is seeming to dissipate now as we're getting further along in the rush hour. You're lining up on the Parkway East inbound with lots of friends, backing up right around the Wilkinsburg interchange before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Behind the Liberty tunnels, 51 northbound backs between Edgebrook and Bowsman. West Liberty Avenue is at Pioneer, and the lineup on the Parkway West begins for you at the top of Green Tree Hill. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 7:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. And the AccuWeather forecast for the weekend. So if you're not in a fog, you see some sunshine. It was clear overnight with the full flower moon as we begin the month of May. 52 will be the high. We're still, for the next hour and 14 minutes, have a frost advisory in many places. We're at 38 now, so we're above that in the city. And then overnight back to 34, so frost possible again into the 2nd of May. Tomorrow's high, 53, could be a shower. And then partly sunny for Marathon Sunday with a high of 56. Then back to more seasonal and respectable temperatures Monday and Tuesday, right around 70 degrees. Coming up at the top of the hour, we'll talk to the man behind the Pittsburgh Marathon. What you need to know, even if you're not going to go, is coming up on the Big K Morning Show.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
The 45th deserves local leadership you can trust. Pat Katina is the name we know and the leader we trust. A lifetime resident focused on strengthening our infrastructure and protecting the values that matter most to our families. The choice is clear. Vote Katina for the 45th by mail or in person on May 19th. Paid for by friends of Pat Katina.
This is Dr. Peduzzi with American Back Centers in Wexford, and here's why patients choose non-surgical spinal decompression protocol over other treatments. Harmful meds can cause addiction. Steroid shots are temporary, sometimes making the condition worse. And spinal surgery leads to long, painful recovery with chances of nerve damage and infection. Our treatment is non-surgical back and neck decompression with Class 4 laser therapy. Call us today at 724-935-3300 or visit us online at AmericanBackCenters.com.
At American Back Centers, you've got nothing to lose but the pain.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Good morning. I'm David Ballarado. The Richard King Mellon Foundation contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of that will be used to expand the city's Learn and Earn Summer Jobs program for youth. Now it will be year-round, much to the delight of Mayor O'Connor.
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
Yeah, the R.K. Mellon Foundation is very generous, obviously. It's built on their entrepreneurial and, the fact that they're being so generous with the city. This is, we're seeing with nonprofits and with other organizations contributing to the city. So Mayor O'Connor, obviously very grateful.
And the other half of that money, by the way, Larry, about half is going to that program, but the rest of that is going to be going to help fund the city's Independence Day celebration because it's 250th, so that's going to be a big deal. And something that the mayor talked about just shortly after taking office is this vision he has to transform Mellon Square and that section of Smithfield Street downtown. So part of this would go to help try to convert that section of Mellon Square, those old abandoned storefronts, into a restaurant.
Great philanthropy, David, yes.
President Trump has signed an executive order to launch TrumpIRA.gov. That's a website where workers would be able to find and compare private sector retirement saving plans.
Beginning at the start of next year, every American will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and open a new low-cost IRA account. You'll then be able to access the same type of retirement accounts that federal employees enjoy through the thrift savings plans, which are incredible.
So something to look at because not everybody has access to that. And if that's the case, this could save people a considerable amount of money.
And one of the things people need to keep in mind, too, is this is the income eligibility limits on this are pretty low, so that might make saving a little bit difficult. But if they do expand it, it would require an act of Congress. And unionized nurses, have set a 4th of July deadline to reach a contract at UPMC McGee Women's Hospital.
Yeah, they've been trying to do this for a long time. So curious, the choice of the date.
Yeah.
That happens to be America's 250th, as you just mentioned, David.
Just mapping it on. Let me just see what day of the week is that. I'm just curious. Let me see what my calendar here shows.
You mean the 4th of July this year?
Yeah, so that's a Saturday. So that's also an odd one.
Yeah, by the way, July 3rd is the official recognized day off if you have federal holidays on your schedule. Oh, so you get kind of a 3-day weekend
now too. Yeah.
and Saturday being the 4th means most people can enjoy a day off on Sunday, too, but they chose the 4th as their deadline, no doubt, with intention.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, I know our own Pat Septak did a detailed breakdown of what you need to know going into Marathon Weekend, and we're going to talk to Troy Schooley, who is the CEO of P3R. They run this event so that you know everything that's going on in and around town.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute.
OpenAI is hitting back at talk the company is missing internal sales and user targets. The maker of ChatGPT says it sees a vertical wall of demand. Earlier this week, the Wall Street Journal reported that OpenAI missed internal targets. Checking on the markets this Friday, stock futures are seeing small gains with the S&P 500 at an all-time high. The market continues to hit record after record on the back of tech. Artificial intelligence is powering the economy through headwinds that include the war-fueled increase in inflation. And the run for the roses is here. The Kentucky Derby is this weekend. And it's only in recent decades that the number of entries have become supersized, a product of the race's ever-growing cachet. The average field size has ballooned from 13 horses in the 1940s to 19 since the year 2000. Before 1980, the Derby favorite crossed the finish line first 39% of the time, almost double the win rate posted since then. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
You know, someone in your community who's doing extraordinary things without looking for any attention for themselves, we would like to give them a little in our Hometown Heroes event. And the nomination process is underway and easy. You can just go to KDKA-radio.com and search Heroes and nominate that person. And we've already started to receive a number of those, and we appreciate it. We've met some incredible people over the few years that we've been doing this, more than a decade. KDKA-radio.com. This weekend, when they said, and we talked to, and you're going to hear from Troy Schooley, who runs the marathon. They anticipate somewhere in the neighborhood, actually 14 neighborhoods, 300,000 people will line the marathon route, and that is 26.2 miles. And when you hear that after what we experienced last week, you go, oh, we got this. And actually, it was Troy who they reached out to because they've been putting on this. It's one of the biggest events annually, obviously, in the city. Kind of mined his brain on what to do, which reminded me of somebody they reached out to. Remember when people were trying to get shots during COVID and they're trying to figure out? One town went to Chick-fil-A and got a manager because they seemed to handle the lines better than anybody. And they said, hey, how can we streamline this process and make it work? And now we find out police near Dallas claim that a former employee of a Chick-fil-A snuck behind the counter, rang up 800 party-size orders for mac and cheese, then allegedly refunded them all to his credit card. $80,000 worth. He could get 10 years in the Texas Department of Prisons system. And speaking of food, how about this? Some guy who got sick of Uber Eats missing his address, so he bought a fleet of drones and literally spelled out directions in the sky to his house. When his order's on the way, he deploys 120 drones that light up and draws a giant arrow over his house or spells out, keep going to the driver. They say he's tried road signs. Nothing beats what looks like a message from the heavens. So that is a very effective use of drone technology. 7:55 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Do you ever have any food delivered?
I think like Stone Age version of like pizza delivery, but like with that much effort, just get in your car and go get it yourself.
Hey,
right?
You'd be surprised what people order because they don't feel like
I know
walking or driving or however far away it is.
I get it. It makes all of our lives easier, but wow, that's how many drones? 120?
He bought 120 drones. Yeah, he lives out in the boonies, he says.
I was going to say.
They can't ever find him on GPS. But that said, now, and they're starting to deploy these robots in some cities. And I saw one in Atlanta, and it's rolling down the sidewalk taking food to somebody. I'm thinking, this can't end well somehow.
Well, no. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Sometimes just because we can doesn't mean we should. So,
agreed.
Okay, let's talk about this rush hour. We still, Larry, have this accident being cleared in West Elizabethboro on Route 51 at the ramps to the Elizabeth Bridge. So that's at the northern end of the span. You could find slow go traffic there. You definitely will find sluggish traffic on the Parkway West inbound. That backs at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East inbound has the bumper-to-bumper greeting you between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale. And just a reminder, marathon closures begin today at noon. They're kind of starting back where the finish line will be to start the closures, so the Boulevard of the Allies will get a shutdown from Stanwix to Wood Streets. Heads up there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
A very cool start with frost advisories expiring in an hour. However, there are showers approaching from the west, so we've had a pretty looking morning with sunshine if you're not in that fog. And right now, 38 degrees.
Join KDKA Radio Saturday at noon for Minority Health Matters, a monthly look at health disparities in the African American community. It's brought to you by Central Outreach Wellness Center, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
For years, you've heard me talk about Zero Res. Hi, this is Larry Richard. You know Zero Res, the zero residue carpet cleaner that leaves your carpets truly clean with no dirt-attracting soaps or harsh chemicals. Don't risk it with the other guys. Skip the DIY disasters that leave your carpet soaked for days, and you can do more harm than good. Keep the mud outside where it belongs, not trapped in your carpets. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, zero resified, starting at just $139. And all you have to do is call 412-701-1188, or you can visit ZeroResPGH.com. Make sure you ask for the KDKA special. And when you have a new puppy like we do, and you get these highs and lows, and then the rain and the mud, you need this. Right now, go to ZeroResPGH.com. Ask for the KDKA special. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 41 degrees at 8 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Unionized nurses at UPMC McGee have set a 4th of July deadline for the hospital to reach a contract agreement with them. The nurses are calling on a 1-to-1 nurses-to-patient ratio in the hospital's newborn care unit. UPMC has said that it agrees that the patients deserve focused care, but rejects rigid ratios, which it argues could mean not only closed beds, but limited access to health care. The Richard King Mellon Foundation announcing it is contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of that will be used to make the city's Learn and Earn Summer Jobs program for youth a year-round program. Mayor Corey O'Connor lauded the foundation.
I think for them, willing to invest and partner with the city shows that they are committed to our future. And it's not just about the youth. I mean, it's about storefronts. It's about economic development. It's also about, a great celebration on the 4th of July that we're planning.
Getting to New York City from Pittsburgh just got a little easier and a lot more convenient. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush is in the newsroom with details.
That's right, David. FlixBus has launched a new route connecting Pittsburgh and New York City with stops in Philadelphia, Reading, Harrisburg, and State College. The service runs 5 days a week, Thursday through Monday, and includes amenities like free Wi-Fi, guaranteed seating, and free luggage. Leaders say the expansion meets growing demand for affordable travel and restores a direct westbound connection for Reading for the first time since 2018. From Pittsburgh, riders can also connect to cities like Cleveland, Detroit, and Columbus, expanding access across the region. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Meta says it could shut down social media platforms in New Mexico. AP's Lisa Dwyer reports.
Meta is raising the prospect of shutting down social media services in New Mexico in response to a push by state prosecutors for fundamental changes to platforms, including Instagram, to protect the mental health and safety of children. It's a legal gamemanship in the run-up to a bench trial next week on allegations that Meta poses a public nuisance. Meta says it was unfeasible for the company to meet proposed requirements. Prosecutors are seeking a series of changes to social media platforms for child accounts aimed at reining in compulsive use and preventing child sexual exploitation. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A local nightclub is making changes after a deadly shooting. 26-year-old Quinn Vinay was shot and killed outside Club Elegance in Braddock 2 weeks ago. 2 other women were hurt. 3 days before that, there'd been a fight just outside the club. The owner tells KDKA-TV that he has fired his security guards, and he says he's met with his team on violence prevention measures.
And we understand the outrage. We understand the pain and everything that everybody's going through. We understand that because we've gone through it too. We're feeling it too. It happened outside our establishment.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Pirates got swept by St. Louis in a 4-game series and have now lost 5 games in a row. They lost 10-5 yesterday. They'll look to end that losing streak as they host the Reds tonight at 6:45 at PNC Park. KDK Radio News Time 6:03. It's partly sunny. It's 41 degrees right now in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A frost advisory remains in effect until 9 this morning after a cold, frosty start to the day. Clouds increase this morning. That'll be followed by rain at times this afternoon, high 52 to 56. A shower in spots this evening. Some clearing and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. We still have a little bit of sunshine in the city. We're at 38 degrees.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the Big K Morning Show, and welcome to Pittsburgh Marathon Weekend. And joining us is the man behind it all, Troy Schooley from P3R. We appreciate you taking some time. We know you're probably the busiest man in town after the follow-up
Good morning, Larry.
your contributions to the NFL draft. So wanted to get you back on to give us the cheat code for the weekend, what people need to know and what you feel's most important at this time to share?
Yeah, no, thanks for having me on, Larry. It's been an exciting couple weeks in Pittsburgh, and this weekend we're inviting 52,000 people, which is a record for the Dick's Sporting Goods Pittsburgh Marathon, to one of our start lines. We have all 50 states covered. 33 different countries will be represented this weekend. So super exciting. You know, the one advice I give to all that are going to be participating this weekend is just enjoy it. The crowds are unbelievable out there. We expect around 300,000 people lining the streets. Just take it in, soak it in. You know, there's not a better way to take a tour of our city than either running the half marathon or the marathon. We're going to be running through 14 different neighborhoods, cheer groups, bands, DJs along the course. So just enjoy it. It's going to be great weather for running, you know, the mid-50s, cooler. So we're excited to welcome so many people.
All right, that said, so for people that want to circumnavigate, obviously, along the route, there will be, I guess some of the closures are going to start actually as early as today.
Yeah, the boulevard will shut down today at noon, so we'll start building our finish line structure. And then really all the other closures, we try to make minimal disruption. So a lot of our closures, Liberty Avenue will shut down midnight on Saturday. And then we'll have rolling closures throughout the day. You know, when you shut down 26 miles, I know there's disruption, but we try to open up those roads as quick as possible. You know, some of the hot spots really to, you know, cheer on your runners or your family members, Southside, Bloomfield, you know, the West End's a great spot. Around the stadiums on the North Shore's an unbelievable spot. So get down there early. You're able to get down there early. We shut down the streets around 6 a.m. On Sunday. So there's tons of great spectating spots. And if you're a runner, you know, runners know to show up early to get in their corrals, do their stretches, go through their routine. So there'll be tons of parking available for them as well around the start line.
Yeah, that's the reason they reached out to you about the draft is you and your team have done a great job of managing all this over the years and utilize, you know, the ways that you got this, right?
Yeah, this isn't our first rodeo with the marathon. You know, the draft was a little bit of a different beast, but we're excited about the outcome. A lot of people, you know, obviously took public transit. A lot of people are going to take public transit. They're going to take the T down from the South Hills to arrive at our start line. You know, the bus routes are a little bit changed this weekend, but a lot of people are going to take public transit. So it's great to see that. And, you know, I always say if you can shut down 26 miles of the city, you can put on any sporting event. So we have one of the best operations team in the country that, you know, have been working around the clock, especially this time of year, to make sure that it is a seamless production, you know, not just for our runners or spectators, but also our citizens of Pittsburgh, to make sure that they can get to work, they can get around relatively easy.
I don't know how you manage 52,000, and that's the participants, as you mentioned. And again, they're coming from all over the country and around the world.
Yeah, you know, the more the merrier. Last year we announced a record at 46,000, and you know, I knew eventually we'd go over 50,000. I didn't know it was going to be the year after. But you know, it all starts tomorrow with our kids program, our Kids of Steel program, Larry, and you know, it's the biggest kids running program in the country. We have 11,000 kids tomorrow that will show up to our start line from 356 schools. Super excited to welcome them. Tons of smiles on their faces. They'll have a fun time running that 1 mile and, you know, be able to show their medal off on Monday at school. So it's really for all ages, abilities. You know, we welcome everybody, and I think that's why this event continues to grow.
Well, congratulations. It's obviously been a great success in the past, and it looks like, to your point, the cooler temperatures do favor the runners, and it looks like it's going to be dry on Sunday too, so that all works to the benefit. And Sunday morning, gee, it's too bad I see this now. I could have been in the walking division of the Pittsburgh Half Marathon.
Larry, I've told you for years that I got to get you out for the walking division. You knew all about it. Next year.
You're right, 100%. And then I joked to you the other day, what do you do for an encore after the draft and marathon back-to-back weekends in Pittsburgh? I hope you get a chance to rest and enjoy, Troy.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on, Larry.
You got it. Troy Schooley, who is the CEO and executive director of P3R that obviously puts on the marathon. It is one of the great events. Even if you're not participating, the spectators love it, and each of the neighborhoods shows somewhat of their own personality. And 14 out of our 90 are part of the route that takes you down to the city. And if you haven't been, they've done great work at Point State Park on the North Shore, now Market Square, Arts Landing. All of these places have been spruced up, and they did that for the NFL draft, but then, we're the beneficiaries long after. And that said, I know a lot of people kind of dissect what happens or what had happened for the NFL draft, and people, for the most part, the region looked great. The city, the county, the state, southwestern Pennsylvania in particular, Pittsburgh Steelers, and all the stakeholders that were involved in putting it on. It was a mega effort, and you have to keep in mind that the long-term benefits will continue, even though in some cases, and I certainly feel for business owners that didn't do the business they anticipated, understand that. No one was 100% sure what to expect, but long-term it made the region look good, and hopefully will continue to draw more business to Pittsburgh, too.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Spring savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, great on the grill, ahi tuna steaks are $9.99 a pound. In the produce department, Haas variety avocados are 5 for $5. In the deli, Garden Fresh Pico de Gallo, 12-ounce packages, $3.99 each. And additional savings this week, selected varieties Totino's tortilla chips, 10 to 12-ounce bags, 2 for $7.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
When it comes to surgery, trust matters. At Independence Health System, our award-winning surgeons use advanced techniques and technology to deliver safe, precise, and personalized care. We offer minimally invasive options for faster recovery, smaller incisions, and less risk. From hernia repair to bariatric surgery, our skilled team is here for you every step of the way. Learn more at independence.health. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's 8:15 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest. Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. And we do have an accident in West Mifflin. You'll want to keep your eyes peeled as you drive on Castle Drive near the intersection with Homeville Road because of the crews who are working to clear that out of your way. Coming out of the South Hills by way of Route 51, traffic's not too tough for you as you come up past 88 and Whited Street. It's a little bit congested, and then you're backing only at Bousman as you make your way to the Liberty Tunnels. West Liberty Avenue is stacking a bit before Pioneer. Parkway West, you do line up at the top of Green Tree Hill ahead of those Fort Pitt tunnels, and the Parkway East has company for you backing between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood, Swissvale ahead of the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. And we're still technically under a frost advisory, though we're at 38, so I don't think that's a threat here locally. But some of the outlying areas still in effect till 9 this morning, and it looks like same thing overnight because we're going to drop from 52 for a high today to 34 overnight. And there are showers approaching from the west-northwest that are going to get here. So enjoy the little bit of sunshine that we have now. Tomorrow, Mostly cloudy and cool with a shower 53. In Marathon Sunday, partly sunny at 56. Then Monday and Tuesday back around 70 degrees. And right now it is 38 at Pittsburgh International.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
It's 8:18 at KDKA. From the Goldberg, Persky and White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, let's check in with David Ballarado.
Larry, the supermarket wars continue to heat up in the North Hills. We'll have details coming up at 8:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Thank you, David. And many of our guests you can see on the radio with our live stream. If you want to check that out, go to kdkradio.com, presented by Metropolitan Window Company, or our KDK Radio YouTube page, which grows each and every day. And we'd love to have you with us. And you can see what goes on inside the radio.
What's trending with T on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
To Myra Rush from our newsroom in studio, good morning.
Good morning, Larry.
What's trending today, T?
Listen, I'm walking to work.
Why? What do you mean? What? Oh, with the gas prices.
Man.
They are up.
My girlfriend called me yesterday. She said, hey, you want to go out? You want to go? No. You want to go? No, I don't want to go anywhere but right here.
I mean, certainly
inside my home. I'm not going anywhere.
If you'll remember, when you first started to drive and you're on a limited budget, those things mattered every day.
Yes.
But now, when you pull over to fill up, it's sticker shock for some people.
Told my husband, we're going to be in good shape. Nurse you back, start walking up to the grocery stores right up the street, Giant Eagle. Get your butt up. I know you were ill. We're past that. Get your butt up. Walk up the street. Go get you some groceries.
Yeah, for those that don't know, you shared the other day your husband had suffered a stroke.
Yes.
But you got him home now.
Yes, he's home now.
He's doing better?
Yes, he's doing better. Yes, he is. Started rehab yesterday, so we're all good. We're good. We're moving. But I don't get up. Start moving around here. You're going to lay around here. Get up. Start doing some stuff. Cut the grass.
He's going, can I go back to the hospital room? Give me the remote.
Hey, we're not going driving around. I told him, you're going to start Ubering to your rehabilitation classes. I'm not driving you. I wouldn't. No.
He's in the construction business. You got to move around to different places.
Yes. He's on the road back and forth when he starts. So he's off. We got a couple of days. Hope them gas prices drop in about 2 weeks before he's cleared to go back to work. So I don't know. But these gas prices.
Boy, they jump in some cases 20 cents in a week.
Yes. How could that be? And why is this happening to us?
So much of this is speculative, and it's hard. We've had experts on over the years. You remember back with John Signa and the guys, and they would all say the same thing.
Yes.
What's real and what's not. And isn't it interesting is when prices go up immediately, But it takes them so long to go back down, even if the thing that they're telling you was the reason they're going up.
Right, but it's confusing.
Yeah.
Because if it drops, it drops so fast, right? It's like 20, 15 cents today, was 12 yesterday. So it's confusing to us. So when it goes, if it's $4.57 or $4.80, close to $5, when it goes down to like $4, you're like, cool. But that's still extremely high.
Yeah.
Like, so that, I mean, it affects us all the way around, right? I mean, if you're flying, your airfare, that's affected. Just normal foods. I mean, it's
pushed the gas prices to that point. The fuel prices for Spirit Airlines has pushed them to the verge of bankruptcy. Now they're trying to maybe work with the federal government to get a bailout.
Right.
And if people say, oh, they can't do that. Remember the federal government bailed out General Motors.
GM, I remember that.
2008. So
yes. I don't know what you're going to do.
It's having a major impact.
Start carpooling. Would you carpool?
No one wants to carpool with me.
Would you carpool?
3 a.m. No.
Why?
There's nobody.
I mean, if there were. Come on, Larry. Come on, man. Would you carpool? If someone that I worked with lived in my area and we came to work around the same time, I would, like, hey, let's call and pick me up.
You know what? That's actually a great question. How many people are actually doing that now that didn't do it before, or taking public transportation?
Public transportation. I know PRT is in effect. People are really depending on PRT now. I mean, you figure you're spending hundreds of dollars a week for gas. It's crazy. But I'll carpool. People went like, I have road rage, though.
Oh, boy. Depends on if you're carpooling. Are you riding or driving?
I'm riding. I'm not driving.
Oh, you're going to be backseat driving.
I'll entertain. I'll sing. I'm fun. I'm a good time, Larry. Carpooling with me in the morning.
All right, we'll set up a Facebook page for you.
That would be so great, right?
Carpool with T.
Yes, that is so cool.
Tea with tea.
Yes, people would love that. But anyway.
What else?
What else is going on? Not too much, Larry, is going on. It really isn't. I watched the Michael Jackson movie.
And how was it?
It was great. I can't wait till they're thinking there's going to be a part 2 to it. But I'm not going to give it away. I'm just not going to do that.
But this does cover right up until he purchases the home that he turned into Neverland
Ranch. Correct.
So that's where it ends. Is that correct?
Yes, but it was more about him than about all the outside things that were going on, which is good. So you can just focus on...
A lot of that stuff came after that, like 3 years after he established Neverland Park.
Right. So it was...
When does it start? How old is he generally when it starts? Is he with his brothers in the Jackson 5?
It starts with, it starts from when he was fairly young. He was young.
Okay.
And then it goes up to when he becomes, it shows the Pepsi scene. So, right around that commercial when he was on that.
His manager was from Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah.
Cookie.
Yeah. Okay, Rob Pratt.
No. There's always a Pittsburgh connection. I state my case.
Anyway, I think it's great. It takes you back to the Michael Jackson days. So every time you scroll on social media, now people are sharing all of the great music that we used to listen to. And it's like all on social media. It's like bringing you back. Some people were saying on social media, it seems like we just brought him back from the dead, because that's all you see now.
Well, yeah.
It's Michael Jackson
trending all over the place.
All over the place. So Michael Jackson, I'm trending, but Michael Jackson is trending even more.
In
many
I think
cases, people will enjoy the movie.
Young people discovering more of the music instead of the real obvious songs that just about everybody knows, like Thriller.
Yeah, you see people moonwalking now on TikTok.
Is that what David Ballarado was doing in the newsroom?
Did you see him? He was moonwalking.
He just moonwalked by the window here.
Did you see him? He's a smooth criminal.
All right.
I'm so funny, aren't I?
Is that all that's trending?
That's all that's trending.
Are you in the
That's all I have.
marathon?
No, man. I can do that.
You can. Let's get David to moonwalk half a marathon.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Because he says he speed walks or something.
He
There's
says that. He tries to act like he shows all these
Speedwalker.
pictures on social media. I'm his Facebook friend. He shows pictures. People kill me with this. They show a picture and then they have walked 100 miles and my heart rate's this and that. And it's like, okay, well, show us you're actually walking. Video us you actually walking. Don't show no picture. I don't want to see that.
I walk.
How do we know that's true?
Because the camera will move when I'm doing that, and I don't speed walk. I do what's called slow jogging.
Oh, slow jog. I'm sorry, Dave. Don't get angry.
He puts up there some days 10 miles. I'm like, come on, David.
Well, look at the time. You can tell that I'm doing it at a slow pace.
I don't know about that, David.
And as I said, since it's Pick on Me Day, the reason why I do it is because a lot of people who are my age or older or a little bit younger say seeing that I did that encourages them to go out there and do something because they say, I didn't feel like doing it, but I saw that you did it, so I am going to.
That's good. That's a good answer.
All right.
All right.
100 miles in 100 days. Slow jogging. Thanks, T.
Bye, Larry.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Ellen Gamble.
Okay. All right. So as we are looking out over the area roads, we do have one accident on our roster right now, gang. This is in West Mifflin on Castle Drive near the intersection with Homeville Road. Parkway West on the inbound is bumper to bumper at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East inbound is lining up for you at Wilkinsburg. 28 looks great. Maybe just a little bit of a slowdown by the 31st Street Bridge, but nothing major. Parkway North has been problem-free all morning. Of course, the HOV lanes remain closed to you until tomorrow afternoon as they're doing repair work there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And we're looking at a high of 52, 38 right now at the airport.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Over the weekend, maybe you're thinking about projects. I got to do this, I got to do that. If you've considered windows, here's somebody you should know. Rick Fish, the owner of Specialty Window and Door. He's been in business since 1986. He really knows his world, and that includes vinyl, fiberglass, wood, custom solutions for your home. And, of course, you want a new door? Right now, he's offering $200 off for an entry door or $50 per window, which adds up. But whether it's one window, one door, or an entire home of windows, all you have to do is go to specialtywindowanddoor.com, specialtywindowanddoor.com, and tell Rick that KDKA sent you.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 41 degrees at 8:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. The city announcing another organization is making a big financial commitment to it. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor has the story.
The Richard King Mellon Foundation is contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of it will go towards the city's Learn and Earn program. That gives young people ages 14 to 23 a chance to have a summer job. But the R.K. Mellon Foundation's contribution will now allow the program to be year-round for the youth.
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
Mayor Corey O'Connor also says funds will be used to redesign Mellon Square storefronts downtown into a new restaurant. Rob Taylor, News Radio KDKA.
A major grocery chain is a step closer to opening its first store in the area. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush is in the newsroom with details.
David, Wegmans Food Markets has officially purchased land in Cranberry Township, locking in plans for its first local store. The Pittsburgh Business Times reports the company paid just over $14 million for a 13-acre site at Cranberry Springs, where a 115,000 square foot store is planned. Officials say site work is already underway, with construction expected later this year. The store is still projected to open in 2027 and could bring between 400 and 500 jobs to the region. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Gasoline prices jumped an average of 17 cents overnight in the Pittsburgh area. AAA says the current average is now $4.54 a gallon. That's up from $4.37 yesterday. With this increase, gasoline prices are now about 50 cents below the highest price recorded in this area, $5.05 a gallon back in June 2022. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Paul Skeens gave up 5 runs in 5 innings pitched, and the Pirates dropped their 5th in a row. Now, after a 10-5 loss to the Cardinals yesterday, they will host the Reds tonight at 6:45. KDKA Radio News Time, 8:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 if you recently lost your health insurance or don't have insurance through your employer. Our next update at 9 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Make Cinco de Mayo delicious with Easy Cater, the easiest way to order food from favorite restaurants for all your celebrations. From April 27th through May 5th, every order placed earns you 1,000 bonus rewards points. Whether you're looking for traditional favorites like tacos and tortas, festive options like a build your own nacho bar, or hosting a breakfast fiesta with huevos rancheros and breakfast burritos, Easy Cater makes food for Cinco de Mayo a cinch. Order now at easycater.com with promo code Cinco de Mayo 26. Restrictions apply. See offer details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get an update on the Friday commute with Ellen Gamble.
Well, thanks, Larry. And the Parkway West inbound is backing at the top of Green Tree Hill. We keep getting reports of an accident somewhere on the front side of the hill, but I'll be honest, I've scoured that hill with the PennDOT cameras at my disposal here, and so far I haven't seen any lanes blocked. Outbound is rolling well for you as well toward the western suburbs, so we'll keep you posted if we actually lay eyes on an accident there. There's definitely one for you in West Mifflin. Heads up on Castle Drive near Homeville Road. Parkway East on the inbound commute is slow go at the Wilkinsburg interchange. A reminder for you, marathon closures begin today at noon downtown. The Boulevard of the Allies will close from Stanwix to Wood Streets, and more closures will roll into place on Saturday in preparation for Sunday's big day. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A cold and in places frosty start to our Friday. Increasing clouds through the morning hours, followed by some rain this afternoon. High 52 to 56. A shower this evening, partly cloudy later tonight and cold, with patchy frost redeveloping, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, 43 degrees with clouds moving in.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the Big Key Morning Show. Busy week, busy weekend ahead. And somebody I've known and enjoyed his work for many years made a major announcement from WTAE-TV. Reporter extraordinaire Sheldon Ingram is leaving to pursue an acting career. So I asked Sheldon to join us to talk about it. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
How are you?
I'm doing well, and I want to thank you kindly for bringing me in this morning to talk with you and the folks.
Well, you know, over the years, our paths have crossed at events here and there, and I've seen your work. And actually, I worked at WTA just prior to you arriving there, and I was...
In 1992.
Yeah, I know. It's incredible, and you found this to be true over the years, how connected Pittsburgh is with everybody and everything. But I love the fact that at this stage of your career, I mean, that is a big step. So what was the genesis for you to pursue an acting career at this stage?
Well, it goes back a few years. You know, I've always wanted to be an actor, and it was either that or a television reporter, because I felt that when I was in high school back in Atlantic City, New Jersey, that storytelling was my calling in life. You know, some folks in church thought I was going to be a preacher. I'm like, nah, I'm not going to be doing that.
I could see it.
But, you know, storytellers, they come in many forms, man. And I gravitated to television reporting because I realized when we were growing up in the 70s that society depended on reporters to feed information every night for the 6 o'clock news. You know, back in the 70s, that's all we had, the 6 o'clock news and maybe the noon and the 11. But I realized that it was a valuable vocation that the public relied on a daily basis. And so I wanted to be a broker of information as a reporter. But at the same time, I also wanted to be an actor. But that opportunity never happened until 1990 in Norfolk, Virginia, where I was working as a reporter. And my first play was The Soldier's Play. Many people remember it as The Soldier's Story, the movie, with Morgan Freeman, Denzel Washington, the all-black Civil War regiment, and that fought down in South Carolina.
Right.
It was a powerful movie, and so it was a theater production first, and it was a Pulitzer Prize-winning play, and that was my first role back in 1990, and I saw the director for the first time since that play in 2020 back in Norfolk, and he cast me for another play, and that was in 2020, September 2020, called Cast in History. It was after that play that I said I wanted to dedicate myself to acting, but I dedicated myself to 16 months of intense acting training in Los Angeles, New York, Ireland. I traveled to Ireland with the train under my acting coach. And by January 2022, I made the commitment that, you know, acting would be my long range plan. And I had no desire to be a television reporter into my 70s and late 70s, you know, having gray hair coming out of my nose, knocking on doors and stuff like that. So, you know, so my growing desire to be an actor, along with my longevity and tenure as a reporter, they were in sync with each other. As one was running out, the other one was growing. And so that's in 2022 is when I made my commitment to acting.
And that said, you know, Sheldon, that's a tough profession to make a living at. So, but you have experience now. What, back in 22, you were the deputy mayor on Law and Order SVU on NBC. That's a big opportunity. So what are you hoping to be able to do sooner than later with this newfound passion? Yeah,
so acting is an incredibly challenging vocation. there are tens of thousands of actors, probably hundreds of thousands of actors in the United States. Only 2% do it full time. That's how daunting it is. It's an incredibly challenging vocation to get into, but with me, it's not just acting in TV and film. It's also acting in live theater and doing voiceover work. And then the voiceover genres are varied from commercial to narration to TV promos and trailers and then animation. So for me, it's about having several cylinders popping at the same time and just constantly working on throughout all of those platforms.
I assume you'll keep Pittsburgh as your home base, though, right?
Pittsburgh will be my home base for the immediate time. Most of my film roles or TV roles will happen in New York. I have representation that will be representing me in New York, Atlanta, Los Angeles, and then I have representation in Ireland and the UK. But for the immediate time, I'm in Pittsburgh. When the transition happens, it's more likely the North Jersey, New York area.
We're with Sheldon Ingram, WTAE TV reporter now, and has been an actor really all this time. Anyway, that said, as a reporter in this town, what are going to be your takeaway memories? What are some of the things that you've reported on or done that resonate with you the most?
Man, there are so many, Larry. First of all, the people of Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, southwestern Pennsylvania, just incredible, beautiful, wonderful people. And I said to someone that I became a wiser man from my exposure to the many intelligent, vibrant, resourceful, the entrepreneurs, community activists, business people, civic leaders. I mean, there are just so many wonderful people in this region that will always have a lasting impression on me. Coming in 1992, I had a chance to witness the Pittsburgh Renaissance and how this region, how this city transformed itself. It's amazing. And so when I have family and friends who come to visit, they rave about Pittsburgh. When I covered the draft last week, I asked visitors what was their take on Pittsburgh, and they raved about the people here. And Pittsburgh is one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful city in the United States, particularly when it's lit up at night. And I think we all were first-person witnesses to that when we saw it on television for the NFL draft last week. Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's 89 neighborhoods. And the city has a tremendous character, with that diversity and, the different ethnic groups and things of that nature. Pittsburgh has become a foodie city. And so I enjoy all of that. A lot of my recreational activities, from cycling to scuba diving, tennis, skiing, all of that was created in Pittsburgh, man. So, I really like it here. I love the people here. And it's just been nothing but a good ride.
All right, then, who are your favorite actors? Who do you love and appreciate the work of famous actors around, well, it could be anywhere?
I ask myself that all the time, and there's always a long list. Nicole Kidman, Glenn Close. Glenn Close has always been one of my favorites. I got a chance to work with her on The Deliverance when that was shot here in Pittsburgh, and we spent almost a whole day together on set. And she's a phenomenal person. Of course, Denzel Washington, Sean Penn, Jeremy Irons. Those guys, they stand out as some of my favorite actors as well.
Well, all the best. This is great. And I'm sure all of Pittsburgh hopes to see you soon on a stage or a screen somewhere, whether it be the big screen, the little one, or the one that we use now on our phone, or in a theater somewhere near you. Wishing you all the best, Sheldon. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And my next play is May 29th, Pittsburgh Public, called Coconut Cake. So it's right around the corner.
Outstanding. I'm going to come see that. Thank you again for your time this morning.
Thank you. Be well.
Sheldon Ingram. Remember that name on the screen. It's kind of cool. 845 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet, Ellen,
Yeah.
Also an actress at times in your career.
Thank you. Nothing like what Mr. Ingram is doing. So
he's going all in now.
Oh my gosh! All the best to him. That's.
For the record, just so you know, he's 64. He'll be 65. So he has decided, and he, as you heard long ago, decided to at some point, and this is go time.
Yeah.
So wish him all the best.
Hey, awesome, and all the best indeed. All right, so how's this rush hour doing? Well, Fridays are supposed to be a little bit lighter than other days of the week, Larry, and boy, not this morning. Parkway West on the inbound is quite heavy, right around the top of Green Tree Hill. I hope the outbound is your commute, because that's the better drive on the Parkway West 376 all the way from downtown out toward the airport. You have a decent commute there. Now the Parkway East inbound, you have some slowdowns right around the Wilkinsburg interchange. 28 is just a little bit heavy as you're coming down past RIDC Park and Blawnox, and then it eases up and moves nicely all the way to the North Shore or the north side. Parkway North I-279 is rolling well. 65 southbound just has a 1 to 2 lighter at the Rocks Bridge. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 8:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. I'm looking at the radar screen, and there's shower activity headed our way. So we had a clear sky overnight. That allowed temperatures to drop. We're just about expiring, and we definitely are at 43 in the city. However, the showers are coming from the west-northwest, and not everyone will see the rain. Some of the parts of the region south might not see rain till this afternoon, but we are looking at a high of just 52 today, 53 tomorrow, and Marathon Sunday, a high of 56, but it should be dry with a little bit of sunshine, and again, 43 at the airport now.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
At UPMC Hillman Cancer Center, we believe cancer care shouldn't just be good enough. It should be life-changing. As the region's only National Cancer Institute designated comprehensive cancer center, we provide groundbreaking treatments and innovative clinical trials with renowned cancer specialists and a compassionate support system for patients and their families. Discover more at upmchillman.com/lifechanging.
It's the Big K, Big Three. The biggest three stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Good morning, I'm David Ballarado. The Richard King Mellon Foundation contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of that will be used to expand the city's Learn and Earn Summer Jobs program, making it year-round.
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
And, you know, we've had a series of nonprofits and otherwise reinvest in the city. Yeah, we've had this is a great example.
Pitt, UPMC, right. Pirates, a whole bunch of them. President Donald Trump signed an executive order to launch what's called TrumpIRA.gov, which is a website where workers can find and compare private sector retirement saving plans.
Beginning at the start of next year, every American will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and open a new low-cost IRA account. You'll then be able to access the same type of retirement accounts that federal employees enjoy through the thrift savings plans, which are incredible.
And by the way, there would also be $1,000 matched by the federal government when you do that.
So there will be a ceiling on income
At
to
first.
take advantage of this?
Yeah, I don't have it right in front of me, but I think it's $32,000 or so. And then unionized nurses are setting a 4th of July deadline to reach a contract with UPMC McGee.
What happens then if they do not get one is the question. And I'm sure it wasn't an accident they chose July 4th, the 250th anniversary of the nation, though there'll be a lot of attention that'll be away from that.
Oh, that's true, too.
And that'll be on a Saturday, right?
Yes.
So we'll see where this ends up. But obviously, they've been trying to do this for a long time. And
Yeah, it's been going on for several years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, all right, David, thank you for the update.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Listen for the Drive at 5 top stories driving the day's news. Weekday afternoons with Colin Dunlap, brought to you by Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. What are you doing this weekend? Pittsburgh Marathon, we detailed what's going on. Our own Pat Septak yesterday gave you some of the fine points, and we talked to Troy Schooley at the beginning of this hour, who is the executive director and CEO of P3R that puts on this event. Weekend has 12 events, and it doesn't matter who you are, what age. Sold out Pittsburgh Marathon for the runners, 52,000, a record. And these are the people that will do the full 26.2 miles through 14 neighborhoods. And we'll talk to Ellen here in a minute again about some of the road closures. So even if you're not participating, if you're trying to get through the city on Sunday in particular, you'll have to circumnavigate. But tomorrow morning at 7:30, got a 5K, Mazeroski Way in the North Shore. Pittsburgh Champions Mile, that's at 8:30. The Kids Marathon, the largest in the country, with over 11,000 kids so far registered. That's 9:30. They have the Toddler Trot at 8:30, and the Pet Walk at noon at Point State Park. Then on Sunday, a walking division for the Pittsburgh Half Marathon, the Back Half Marathon. Then you have at 7 a.m. the Pittsburgh Marathon Relay with one-leg runner starting on Liberty Avenue near 10th Street downtown. Hand cycle division, Pittsburgh 4-Mile Fitness Challenge at 9:30. And again, all of this going on. And the Finish Line Festival at Point State Park will be down there at our newly refurbished Point State Park, which they did a really great job of obviously getting ready for last week's NFL draft. And tonight, we get a 3-game series with the Cincinnati Reds at PNC Park. We're going to talk to Pirates broadcaster Joe Block in the next hour. Not sure what happened to the Pirates. They've lost 5 in a row, including 4 to St. Louis, and a 10-5 loss with an afternoon game yesterday, even though Punxsutawney Phil was there to support and roll out the first pitch. Not sure how that went. Needless to say, hopefully they can change what's going on. That was Paul Skeens that gave up 5 runs. Ouch. This is after the disappointment of Game 6 for the Pens, and suddenly the worm turned the wrong way in this case. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest. Speaking of closures and traffic, here's Ellen Gamble.
Indeed. And Larry, you were talking about the marathon. And so what we can talk about is that today at noon, they're going to kind of start where the marathon will end on Sunday. Down by the Boulevard of the Allies is where they'll first get some closures for you from Stanwix to Wood Street. On Saturday, heads up over on the North Shore, Allegheny Center, the north side, the Warhol 9th Street Bridge will close with some of those events associated with the marathon, but not necessarily the marathon race itself. And then all of those closures will roll into place to be ready, obviously, for Sunday morning. This impacts the bus riders, too. So if you want to know how your route will be impacted, trying to get around town via the PRT, Pittsburgh Regional Transit, check out rideprt.org. They have all sorts of marathon-related and route-related information for you there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. And it's going to be a cool weekend. 52 the high today. We were early in the morning, close to the freezing mark. So the frost advisory expiring because we're now getting into the low 40s, but around the region. And we're going to get down to 34 tonight and another frost advisory as we get into May 2nd. That may be hard to believe. Mostly cloudy and cool with a shower tomorrow with a high of 53. And Marathon Sunday, we will see a little sunshine. 56 the high. It'll be cool for the runners. They like that. Spectators, you'll have to bring a coat. And then Monday and Tuesday, we get back to a more seasonal and respectable 70 degrees. And right now it is 43 headed out the door.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com. Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite play his acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 46 degrees. It's 9 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. The 4th of July marks not only the country's 250th birthday, but it's also the deadline that unionized nurses at UPMC Magee Women's Hospital have given the provider to reach a contract. And they want a contract that includes what they call national staffing standards. Nurses have been calling on UPMC to adopt a 1-to-1 ratio between nurses and patients at its neonatal unit. They're also calling for more pay and benefits. UPMC has said that rigid ratios could create unintended consequences, including closing beds and limiting a patient's access to care. A Pittsburgh tradition continues this weekend. News Radio KDK's Pat Septak has details.
Sunday's Pittsburgh Marathon this year is a sold-out affair with tens of thousands of participants running through 14 city neighborhoods on the 26.2-mile journey. But don't forget about the Saturday events. They begin at 7:30 with the Pittsburgh 5K, the Pittsburgh Champions Mile at 8:30, and the Kids Marathon at 9:30. All in the North Shore near Mazeroski Way. The Pittsburgh Toddler Trot is at 8:30 Saturday morning, and the Pittsburgh Pet Walk is at noon. Those two events are at Point State Park. Pat Septak, News Radio KDKA.
Another big jump in gasoline prices in the Pittsburgh area. Since yesterday, gas prices here spiked 17 cents to $4.54 a gallon. Last week, the average price was $4.13. National average is now $4.39. Ford is bringing back an employee perk in the nick of time, from rising gas prices to concerns about inflations, and all ahead of the country's big 4th of July festivities. WWJ's Jeff Gilbert has that.
The campaign ties in with America's 250th birthday, says Ford sales director Robert Caffel. He says employee pricing is popular because it's easy to understand.
And we think, opening up employee pricing cuts through the, is this a good time to buy? Am I getting the best deal that's out there?
Ford ran a successful employee pricing promotion last year in an effort to ease concerns about tariff-related price increases. Jeff Gilbert, CBS News, Detroit.
Pennsylvania's unemployment rate in March remained at 4.2%. The number of non-farm jobs created was up 12,500, and the workforce grew by 6,000. Ed Donahue reports that a pop star is due in court next week.
Britney Spears has been charged with driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs. Early last month, the California Highway Patrol said Spears was driving erratically in her BMW near her home outside Los Angeles. She was described as looking impaired. Spears took a field sobriety test and was arrested. The criminal complaint does not specify what kind of alcohol or drugs or what amount she is accused of having used. A representative at the time called Spears' actions completely inexcusable and later said she checked herself into rehab. Prosecutors say the case will be handled according to their standard protocol for defendants with no DUI history, no crash or injury on the road, and a low blood alcohol level. I'm Ed Donahue.
KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Pirates host the Reds tonight at 6:45. Mitch Keller gets the start for the Bucks. KDK Radio News Time 9:03. It's currently 46 degrees in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Thanks, David. And a big weekend for the Bucks. This hour, we'll talk to voice of the Pirates broadcaster Joe Block. And coming up next, a big night for a lot of athletes in Pittsburgh tomorrow. We'll explain next.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
9:05 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
All right. Thanks, Larry. We have a heavy spot for you now coming southbound on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard. A multi-light delay approaching the McKees Rocks Bridge. Also, the northbound is a little bit slow go there, too, but it's the southbound that's very heavy. Parkway North, by comparison, is moving along nicely. Just a reminder, the HOV lanes are not yet open to you. They are closed round the clock through late day tomorrow because of repair work that's been going on since earlier this week. 28 is a great ride. Parkway East inbound still has some slowdowns for you right around to Edgewood, Swissvale. And the Parkway West is heavy for you right around the Parkway Center Mall on-ramp before the inbound Fort Pitt tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:15. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A frost advisory until 9 this morning. It'll be cold and in places frosty to start the day. Otherwise, increasing clouds this morning. Then cloudy and quite cool this afternoon with rain at times, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then partly cloudy and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, mostly cloudy and 45 degrees.
It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome to the weekend. We follow up the NFL draft with the Pittsburgh Marathon. Let's see what else. Oh, the Kentucky Derby is tomorrow, the 152nd Running of the Roses. And tomorrow night, an annual event well attended and much appreciated for local athletes over the years. The Western Pennsylvania Sports Hall of Fame, the Tick Clockerty chapter here in Pittsburgh, and the president is Jack Tietz, who joins us on the Big K Morning Show. Jack, good morning.
Good morning, Larry. Thanks for inviting us to tell your audience a little bit about the Hall of Fame and about our event on Saturday, tomorrow night.
Yeah, a lot of work goes into this, as I know, Jack. You guys go through a process where you have a selection committee and nominations are made. But it's so meaningful, as I have seen over the years, since you were gracious enough to have me MC it, is to meet face-to-face many of the greatest athletes of all time around the region.
Well, Larry, that's how it works. We've got about 600 members. They vote for the inductees each year. Our executive board, 20 members of volunteers, we put together a ballot based on nominations that come in from our membership. It's $10 a year to join as a member. You can do that on the internet at westernpasportshof.org. We welcome new members every year. This organization was started over 60 years ago at Frank Gustine's bar out in Oakland near Forbes Field by a group of sports-related folks who wanted to put together an independent sports-related Hall of Fame.
And
during the past 55, go ahead.
That said, you have some special recognition awards also, and this one is extra special for Steelers fans and the late Chuck Noll.
Yes, our inductee of distinction this year, and each year we have someone that we induct in this capacity, is Chuck Noll. Jim Rooney, his longtime friend, is going to accept on behalf of Chuck Noll. We started last year, put this together, and we were all a little surprised to see that Chuck Noll was not part of the Western PA Chapter Hall of Fame. So he's one of the special inductees. Our other special inductee is Mr. Pat Gallagher, and he's not an inductee as much. He's going to receive what is our Bill Campbell Family Achievement Award, and that generally goes to someone who has done exemplary work. And Pat Gallagher, CEO at PGT Trucking, has been a major supporter of Pitt Athletics for the past 40 years. As part of that award, we provide a $5,000 grant that goes to a local foundation. And this year, the recipient, at the designation of Mr. Gallagher, is the Light of Life mission here in Pittsburgh.
What a great work they do here each and every day, the Light of Life Rescue Mission. So that's awesome. And Pat Gallagher, I first met, he's a great contributor also to the University of Pittsburgh, and first met Pat actually on the sidelines at Pitt.
Well, as a supporter, he also gets to some of the other schools, and he was on the sideline when I was refereeing one of my games up at Wisconsin. He and Barry Alvarez from out in Bergenstown and former head coach, athletic director at Wisconsin, had been good friends over the years. So he's often on the sideline and in the stands at the basketball games.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up that you were a official in high school and college football, and many of your members have the same distinction. It's kind of cool that you guys work on this collectively to support this great event.
Well, Mr. Robert Tick Clarity was a long-time WPIAL and NCAA official here in Western Pennsylvania for 40-plus years. He was the president of this organization for more than 25 years. And at his retirement several years ago, the board had decided to add Robert Tick Clarity's name, to the Western chapter. As I said, we're one of the largest chapters. There's 25 chapters throughout the state. And, it is an independent sports-related, not even sports-affiliated, but sports-related organization. In terms of the folks that we are going to induct this year, we've got boxing, swimming, football, basketball, and baseball folks, including folks like Hugh Green and Al Romano, Pitt football heroes from the 1970s, local basketball legends Dwight Clay and Mary Myers, outstanding local officials, Rick Steigerwald in boxing, Jamie Feister, Olympic swimming, Charlie Hunnell, NCAA and WPIAL football. We've got two outstanding coaches, Bob Palco, football for over 40 years, had been at West Allegheny, retired and went to Penn State, and has now rejoined the West Allegheny program. And a fellow from up in Elwood City, Dan Oliastro, who's been the head baseball coach at Riverside High School for, get this, Larry, 57 years.
Wow.
We also have a very successful local golfer, Jody Figley-Renner. So that's, the bulk of the news about the induction ceremony and awards dinner tomorrow night. Just by way of quick, background, we've got two scholarships that we give annually for $2,000 each to two high school athletes. And we also host 4 promotional luncheons in the fall to introduce high school athletes to successful college and pro athletes and also coaches. Yeah. You also are MC there, and that message is pretty consistent when the speakers, address the high school folks, that success comes from hard work and trust in your teammates. So we think that's a very good program, and we have picked it up from the Dan McCann luncheon program and have got it restarted. And again, we get about 150 people for lunch the second Tuesday of each month, September, October, November, and December.
And it's a great opportunity for those young people to meet some other successful older athletes, to your point, that share a message of hard work. Well, kudos to you, Jack, and your team, and we'll see you tomorrow night at the Station Square, Sheridan, and it'll be fun, as it always is, to honor everybody that's achieved so much.
Larry, thank you. We much appreciate it. One more plug. Our Hall of Fame room is located at the Sheraton Station Square Hotel on the second floor. The new restaurant at the Sheraton Station Square, it has been upgraded. And if you're down there, please stop by the Hall of Fame room and see our tribute to all of the former athletes, coaches, and special contributors to sports here in Western Pennsylvania. Again, thank you.
Jack Dietz, the president, Western Pennsylvania Sports Hall of Fame.org. If you'd like more information, a great night to celebrate those who have achieved so much in sports.
Listen to the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention, Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
9:15 at KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA traffic is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And let's see how the rush is going now with Ellen Gamble.
All right, Larry. Well, it could be a little bit rough for folks heading through Wilkinsburg. This is the 400 block of Penn Avenue near West Street. We have reports of an accident with a vehicle into a structure there. So obviously lots of crews are headed to the scene to try to help out with that. No accidents on the Parkway East inbound, but you do have slow-go traffic beginning right around Edgewood, Swissvale. Once you clear the Squirrel Hill tunnels, everything sails along pretty well on the city side until you get down to the approach to the outbound lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge. There's just a little bit of a slowdown for you there right around that Stanwyck Street off-ramp. Parkway West on the inbound ride is heavy for you still. Right after you crest the top of Green Tree Hill, you're getting in line by that Parkway Center Mall overpass before the inbound Fort Pitt tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:25. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And we're looking at a high of 52. We are at now 43 degrees, and we'll drop again to the 30s. So, frost advisory again tonight, even though it's the 2nd of May on Saturday, in the high 53 with a shower. We get some rain coming here from the west, too. And folks in the north will see it first. And then on Sunday, should be dry, partly sunny at 56 for the Pittsburgh Marathon, back to around 70 Monday and Tuesday.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
You've heard me talking a lot about precision pointing because they're a winner, and I like winners, and who knows, it might be a winning summer in the Pittsburgh area on the baseball field. I love precision pointing because the way that they go about their business is top-notch, first class. They are growing so fast because their work is so good that they need more people. So, if you don't like where you're at, call Precision Pointing. You'll learn about great pay, great benefits, and you'll be part of a big-time winner in Pittsburgh at Precision Pointing.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
9:18 at KDKA. From the Goldberg, Persky & White, Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, let's check in with David Valerato.
Larry, there's a new offering to get to the Big Apple. We'll tell you more about it coming up at 9:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Talk about the news you hear. It's the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Sounds like a big introduction for our next guest. Every Friday at this time, we check in with Pittsburgh Magazine's fabulous food editor, Christy Graber, on our live stream. And you can see her courtesy of Metropolitan Window Company at KDKRadio.com and our KDK Radio YouTube page. Christy, are you a runner?
Absolutely not. I'm a big walker. I could probably walk the marathon. But
Anchorman David said there's something called slow jogging. Yeah,
I couldn't even do that.
He's demonstrating there. Yeah, I see. I could walk briskly if I had to. Meanwhile, it's a big weekend in the Berg again. And with Pittsburgh Magazine, everything you need to know about the Pittsburgh Marathon weekend.
Yeah, there's a lot to know. So starting today through Sunday, there are a variety of events that will take place across the city. Tomorrow, that includes the 5K, the Kids Marathon, the Toddler Trot, and the Pet Walk. The full marathon kicks off at 7 a.m. on Sunday. It starts at Liberty Avenue near 10th Street, and it winds through the entire city, and it ends up on the north side before ending on the Boulevard of the Allies near Point State Park. My dad used to run the marathon, and I remember him ending at Point State Park and kind of just collapsing there on the grass. So that's why I don't do it. But I encourage everyone to come out and support the runners.
Seriously, I can't imagine running 26.2 miles. I often joke if I drive that far, I usually have to make a stop for something or another. But it is, I mean, up when you think about it back to back with the draft, and it's pretty incredible because there's 52,000 runners, a record sold out for the actual marathon itself. And as you pointed out, there are other options too. The toddler trot could be intriguing.
It's adorable, and the pet walk too. So that's more my speed.
All right, the Bohemian on the north side. What is checkout?
Yeah, so beer drinking is definitely more my thing. The Bohemian this is a Golden Age brewery tap room. Golden Age is located in Homestead, but this occupies the former Garden Theater on the north side, and it serves Czech lagers only. There are 4 lagers on tap. You could only get them on tap only at this room. You can't get them in cans or bottles or anything. There's a pale, a gold, a pills, and a dark, and they are poured from a side pool faucet into a hand-cleaned and slightly chilled glassware. They have a big foamy head, and it's delicious. The place looks incredible. The Garden Theater hasn't been open since 2007. So people have been waiting a long time for this beautiful building to be back open. And right next door to the Bohemian is Mayfly Market's new location. So they have some grab and go food you can take over, or you could order from local restaurants in the neighborhood. Northside's booming. So there's a lot to see. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to eat. This place is really cool. I went last week for their soft opening, and it is really fun.
I have always wondered, because it sat idle for so long, and it's right there next to now the super famous Allegheny General Hospital because of the pit, right?
Yes.
And it's right there, but it's finally they're doing something inside. This is beer drinking.
Brewer Aaron Dahl went to the Czech Republic, and he learned absolutely everything about how to brew and pour these beers. It's really a different experience than any other brewery in Pittsburgh, and I think it's going to do really well. It's fun.
Got mulch? Apparently the city does, and you can have some free.
Yeah, if you're planning to do some yard work, the Department of Public Works Environmental Services announced on Wednesday that residents will be able to pick up free mulch and screened compost at the Pittsburgh Zoo's overflow parking lot on May 2nd and also on May 9th. Pickup is limited to city residents and will take place from sunup to sundown or while supplies last. It is made from last year's Christmas trees and is great for landscaping and cover. It enriches the soil with organic matter and so Merry Christmas from the city.
Have a great weekend. I know where you will be, at least part of the time, and we'll see you next Friday. Christy, thank you.
Thank you so much, Larry. Bye-bye.
Read all about it in Pittsburgh Magazine that also features an article about our own Marty Griffin. So we begin the month of May, a lot going on. Mentioned through the weekend, the Kentucky Derby, the Pittsburgh Marathon, and some great shows on the way. And the legend himself, Rich Engler, over 6,000 concerts promoted in the region. He's one of us from Creighton originally, driving back from fly fishing in the mountains up near Penn State. Rich, good morning.
Good morning, Larry. I see you're rocking, man.
How was the fishing? I'm sure it was kind of cold. Did fish bite then?
Well, not a lot. It was tough and rough. It was cold and windy, and the water was muddy and high. I still was able to navigate a couple on some wet flies, and because I'm a fly fisherman, and I release everything, but I still had a good time.
Yeah, that's something people might not know about you, Rich. You're a fly fisherman. That said, you're this cool rock guy. I know around the corner you got Gino Vanelli coming to the Carnegie Music Hall in Munhall. But I wanted to ask you, because you had a display down at Fifth Avenue Place of some legendary guitars and memorabilia for the draft last week, and some of that is up for grabs.
Absolutely. That was really well received down there. A lot of people stopped down and checked it out, and you can check it out again this Saturday. It's moved over to the new distillery complex at Station Square. It's the address is 59 South 2nd Street. I couldn't figure out where that really was until I went over there, and it's actually in Station Square where that gas station used to be, right?
Everybody gives directions to where things used to be.
Yes.
When can people see that stuff?
Starting at 11 a.m., actually 10:30 a.m. Tomorrow, Saturday, and they're all going to be on display. Plus, I had a lot of friends in the sports business. I'm going to have sports memorabilia that's autographed also out that's going up for auction. Then it's free admission. Come on over. They're going to be serving. They'll have refreshments there and food as well. And it's free to get in. So even if you don't want to bid on anything, just come over and view the collection and check it out and see what's going on. I got a couple surprise people stepping in there. I don't want to tell who they are yet.
All right.
But it'll be fun, and it's only going to last about 2 hours. So by after 10:30, a couple hours, 2.5 hours, maybe that's it, and it's over.
All right, well, good luck. Rich Engler, always doing something wild. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Ellen, how we doing?
We're doing okay. And in fact, this rush hour is trying to wrap up on a couple of area roads. And then we do have some crews working with an accident on another. This is in Wilkinsburg, Larry, on Penn Avenue near West Street. That initially came in as a call for a vehicle into a building. So there's a lot of equipment on the scene there. And we see slow-go traffic with our flow maps in both directions on Penn Avenue there. So just maybe leave a little extra time if you have to head that way and avoid it. If you don't, Parkway East inbound is sluggish for you at Edgewood Swissvale. Behind the Liberty Tunnels, things have tailed off nicely for the Friday morning commute. Just traffic light delays on Route 19, West Liberty Avenue, and 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard. Parkway West not giving up the ghost, though. Very heavy for you at the top of Green Tree Hill all the way down to and through those Fort Pitt tunnels. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:35. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Ellen. 45 now in Pittsburgh, becoming mostly cloudy. And look at this. A special in-studio guest, Michelle Frenier, who I've known for many moons.
Yes.
With a special guest. Who's with you?
This is Blossom. Blossom is an 8-week-old puppy. We came up to visit one of your colleagues over at Y108. It's Amanda Appreciation Week.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I thought that was every week. So.
No, that's Larry Appreciation Week.
Talk about the organization, the work you do.
So we're here today from Humane Animal Rescue of Pittsburgh. Again, we have 2 domestic shelters here in the city, along with a wildlife center. And so Blossom is one of the many adoptable dogs and cats that we have at the shelter. I mean, Blossom's just got that adorable puppy face. Who are you going to?
I agree. And having a puppy, boy, it just rekindles, that love. But you have many older pets that need love in a home, too.
Puppies are like babies. They're wonderful, but there's a lot of training, as you're re-experiencing, that goes along with them. Some older dogs, even 2 or 3, or even our senior dogs, have that potty training done. They're comfortable. So again, we encourage folks to take a look if they're looking to add that furry friend to their family, to take a look at our website and check them out. And as part of May, which is Military Appreciation Month, we are partnering with the folks at 84 Lumber to offer veterans, both active military and those that are retired, 50% off on adoption fees.
That's awesome. And how do they get in touch with you?
HumaneAnimalRescue.org.
Michelle Frenier thanks you and your little furry friend, too.
And Blossom brought you a little package for Bella.
Oh, sweet. Thank you. I need trained. I don't know who's training who. Let's put it that way. Michelle, have a great weekend. Thank you.
You too, Larry. Thanks so much.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 46 degrees at 9:30. I'm David Ballarado. The Richard King Mellon Foundation announcing it's contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of that will be used to expand the city's Learn and Earn summer program to make it year-round. Here's Mayor O'Connor.
I think for them, willing to invest and partner with the city shows that they are committed to our future. And it's not just about the youth. I mean, it's about storefronts. It's about economic development. It's also about, a great celebration on the 4th of July that we're planning.
Getting to New York City from Pittsburgh just got a little easier and a little more convenient. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
Flixbus has launched a new route connecting Pittsburgh and New York City with stops in Philadelphia, Reading, Harrisburg, and State College. The service runs 5 days a week, Thursday through Monday, and includes amenities like free Wi-Fi, guaranteed seating, and free luggage. Leaders say the expansion meets growing demand for affordable travel and restores a direct westbound connection for Reading for the first time since 2018. From Pittsburgh, riders can also connect to cities like Cleveland, Detroit, and Columbus, expanding access across the region. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Meta says it could be shutting down its social media platforms in New Mexico. Lisa Dwyer explains why.
Meta is raising the prospect of shutting down social media services in New Mexico in response to a push by state prosecutors for fundamental changes to platforms, including Instagram, to protect the mental health and safety of children. It's illegal gamemanship in the run-up to a bench trial next week on allegations that Meta poses a public nuisance. Meta says it was unfeasible for the company to meet proposed requirements. Prosecutors are seeking a series of changes to social media platforms for child accounts aimed at reining in compulsive use and preventing child sexual exploitation. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
At the open on Wall Street, the Dow is up 92 points. The Nasdaq is 133 points higher, and the S&P 500 currently up 31. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Pirates will host the Reds tonight at 6:45. Mitch Keller gets the start for the Bucks. KDKA Radio News Time 9:32. Our next update's at 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Thanks, David. And speaking of the Bucks, we're going to talk to Pirates broadcaster Joe Block next.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
Rick from Irwin suffered for 14 years with peripheral neuropathy from an autoimmune disorder. He was super skeptical when he came in. He'd been going to doctor after doctor, and they told him there was nothing that could be done. After qualifying Rick for our program, utilizing our FDA-approved, most powerful equipment on the market today that's non-invasive, no surgeries, no drugs, we were able to get him almost 100%.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Rick. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
Lowe's has the brands pros trust to get the job done. You can now shop new Catalyst fencing solutions and save big when you do. 10% off when you buy in bulk. Plus, save $180 on a DeWalt 12-inch dual-bevel sliding compound miter saw. Now just $449. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/6 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Medicare's great, but it's not simple. Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits are licensed Medicare specialists who sort through Medicare confusion at no cost to you. New legislation, plan changes, and rules all directly impact your coverage and wallet. Let One Health Benefits have your Medicare plan fit you and not the other way around. Wrong choices cost thousands. A single right conversation with One Health Benefits saves you money and stress. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com. 9:35 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Let's get the latest with Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, Larry. And we do have crews working with an accident in Wilkinsburg. This is in the 400 block of Penn Avenue near the intersection with West Street, so heavy traffic awaits you there. Parkway East on the inbound ride is slow go at Edgewood Swissvale. Parkway West inbound just stubborn. We are not seeing the rush hour give up here for your Friday morning commute. You're still backing right around the top of Green Tree Hill as you fit into the Fort Pitt tunnels. If you're traveling between the Fort Pitt tunnels and the Liberty tunnels, we're getting reports of an accident. It looks like it's between Woodruff Street and the interchange with the Liberty tunnels, so watch for sluggish traffic as you travel in that direction. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:45. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A frost advisory remains in effect until 9 this morning after a cold, frosty start to the day. Clouds increase this morning. That'll be followed by rain at times this afternoon, high 52 to 56. A shower in spots this evening. Some clearing and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Thanks, Joe. Right now, we're at 47 degrees.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, here we go. We have made it to the end of the week. What a week it was. Going to be a better week next week, too. It's Friday. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6. KDK.
Swing, fly ball, deep right center. Griffin has hit one out of here. Boy, that ball jumped out of here. Opposite field home run for Connor Griffin, number 2. And the Pirates aren't through. It's 11 to 7.
This is the Big K Morning Show, and that was the voice of Joe Block, Pirates broadcaster who joins us every Friday at this time. My, how a week has changed the fortunes of the Bucks, Joe. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Larry.
We went through 5 consecutive losses. Of course, that hasn't happened in a long time, and I think what was surprising to many yesterday was, hey, you got your ace Paul Skeens on the mound, but he got touched up for 5 runs. So a lot of fans wondering, what's the issue?
Well, it's one start. And, you think about what happened on opening day. There's some misplays behind him. Kind of hard to evaluate him on that game. And then so the next 5 starts, what did he do? He allowed 3 runs and 10 hits in 5 starts and had an ERA under 1. So, that's why it's an earned run average over the course of the season. What does Paul Skeens give you? His first 2 years in the major leagues, it's been under 2, which is extraordinary. No one does that. No one has done that in way more than 100 years, back when the ball was a beanbag. So it's an earned run average. He didn't have a good start yesterday. He got off to a poor start in the game. 2 home runs the first 4 batters. You just don't see that from Skeens. And so, the Cardinals won that series. The Pirates didn't lose it. The Cardinals won that series. And so it just goes to show you again that this National League Central, the Pirates are off to a very good start in the division. They were 6-3 or 6-2 at one point, actually, and then they've lost 5 in a row within the division. So it's going to be a dogfight, I think, all year long. And as we start the month of May, I think it's going to continue.
All right, we got the Cincinnati Reds coming to town. What's the scouting report on them?
Well, the Pirates played them in Cincinnati a month ago and took 2 out of 3, and the Reds are coming in at 20-11. So they've been playing some terrific baseball, and they've been built on pitching. They have a few middle-of-the-order hitters that have been really good, but the guy that's come on the scene is a rookie, Sal Stewart, right now the front runner for the Rookie of the Year in the National League, and leading the league in RBIs. Good home run hitter, can run, and what's fun about him is when you look at him, sometimes you play that Connor Griffin clip, and you see Connor Griffin, you go, oh, this guy can probably hit for power and run and everything. Sal Stewart doesn't have that same look to him, body type, but he is just as potent as anybody in baseball, and I think that's fun. That's the game of baseball to me, is that you see all shapes and sizes, backgrounds from different countries, different walks of life, and everybody judged on their merits. And so Sal Stewart's going to be an interesting guy to try to keep off bases, should say, for the Reds.
We're with Joe Block, Pirates broadcaster. And Joe, as you know, Wednesday night looked like Pirates might have a walk-off win with a home run, but was snatched over the wall. Disappointing. So overall, collectively, what are you seeing in the past 5 games that needs corrected?
Well, I mean, their strength has been starting pitching, and then, the Cardinals get into double digits the last couple of or 2 of the last 3 games, and some of that's the bullpen, some of that's the starters. So, maybe that's just regressing to the mean. That happens over the course of time. So we'll see. So, if you go that second turn through the rotation and you're not seeing results, then that becomes more of a trend for me. So Keller goes tonight. Keller was really good. He's been really good in all but one of his starts this year. Last time the Pirates won, Keller started in Milwaukee. So he can play stopper tonight. And if he does, it's an important division win, and the Pirates snap that losing streak and get back to their winning way. So they got to do that tonight. It feels like it's going to be good for their momentum going through the rest of the series if they can win tonight.
And it's chilly, as we say in Pittsburgh. I used to remember. I remember Little League when we had batting practice in April and into early May. It stung when you swung the bat sometimes and hit the ball. I wonder if it's still the case for the major leaguers. I'm sure they don't like to play in quite that cold a temperature. What about the broadcasters? Are your partners wearing babushkas or what?
No, we're fine. I mean, but yeah, I don't have any hair. So you're gonna wear a hat. Yeah, you see me wearing a hat in there. Sometimes if it's really cold, a winter hat. I just need to keep the dome warm, but we're fine. I mean, we're not in the elements. We're just by a window, and so we can get the ambiance. And the folks sitting out in the seats, we want to be with you. So that's our way of doing that. We make sure that we're as close as we can to be to the action. So folks, bring a coat, come on out tonight, and hopefully watch some good baseball and a lot of fun stuff going on this weekend too.
Yeah, and you get through this weekend and then back on the road. You go to the left coast eventually.
Yeah, Arizona and San Francisco. So the Pirates will see what the National League West is like, and sometimes you can get galvanized on that road trip too. So maybe make this a winning series. You feel like if you can win 2 series from one of the top teams in the division. Then you start to feel like you're one of the top teams in the division, and you can go play like it out on that road trip. So hopefully a good start here against the Reds this weekend.
All right, Joe, always appreciate your time. Have a great weekend. Safe travels to the West Coast, and we'll talk to you, probably in 2 weeks because you won't be available next Friday.
Oh, yeah, because I think I'll be asleep.
Hey.
I don't get up early like you do.
Oh, man, I'll tell you, it's the hardest part of the job, the 3 a.m. wake up every day. The best part is doing the job, but it still comes with that getting up early. And I'm a sports fan, so I watch the Pirates. I was watching the Penguins. I even went into overtime the other night. So, yeah, you're right, 3 a.m. So we'll talk to you in 2 weeks.
All right, that sounds great, Larry. Thanks again, and enjoy that coffee in the morning.
You got it. Pirates broadcaster Joe Block.
This is the Big K Morning Show on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
945 KDKA from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. AAA Traffic is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. We see what she sees.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see?
I see.
I seen them. They're out there.
Oh, and they're sitting in some traffic, some slow go stuff, Larry. So let's talk about where coming inbound from the far eastern suburbs, some daylight road restrictions are really causing some heavy traffic for you on 22 as you make your way past the on-ramp from 286 and try to make your way into Monroeville here or to the Pennsylvania Turnpike this morning. So extra time might be helpful there. Once you get onto 376, it slows for you right around the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange before the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West just continues to be a tough spot. It has been all morning long, and it's still backing right around the top of Green Tree Hill as you try to fit through the Fort Pitt tunnels. 28 looks like a great ride coming out of the Allegheny Valley. Same story with the Parkway North. And Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard has some delays for you as you approach the intersection with the McKees Rocks Bridge. Probably about a 2-lighter there. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 9:55. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Can you imagine, Ellen? I was just talking to our boss, PJ, saying, can you imagine if this weather was last week?
Oh,
how that would have put a damper really on.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, no, we really it was timed well for the draft.
We had spectacular weather Thursday. Yeah, and Friday it was 82 in Pittsburgh, and today's high 52. So 30-degree drop, and with some rain showers coming this way. It'll start north of the city. They are on the move from the northwest. We'll drop back to 34 tonight, so another frost advisory into May 2nd. Tomorrow's high 53. Could be a shower, and then Marathon Sunday looks dry, some sunshine, and 56 degrees, back to 70 on Monday and Tuesday. But right now we're at 48 degrees.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Big K Morning Show, brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
It's the Big K Big Three. The biggest 3 stories we're talking about on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Good morning. I'm David Ballarado. The Richard King Mellon Foundation contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of that will be used to expand the city's Learn and Earn summer jobs program, making it year-round.
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
And that adds to, and we talked about this last hour, David, where a lot of local organizations are chipping in, and boy, it's starting to add up.
Yeah. The president signed an executive order to launch what are called Trump IRAs through TrumpIRA.gov, a website where workers can find and compare private sector retirement savings plans.
Beginning at the start of next year, every American will be able to go to TrumpIRA.gov and open a new low-cost IRA account. You'll then be able to access the same type of retirement accounts that federal employees enjoy through the thrift savings plans, which are incredible.
So there are income restrictions.
Yes. So for individuals with a modified adjusted gross income of $20,500 or less, they're eligible for a 50% match on the first $2,000 in contributions, providing up to $1,000 in federal funds. If you earn $35,500, you get a reduced contribution, and it's $71,000 for married couples.
Gotcha.
And unionized workers, who are nurses, we should say, set a 4th of July deadline to try to reach a contract over at UPMC McGee.
How long have they been trying to do this now?
Well, the talk to try to get unionized was, about 2 years or so, I believe, and then they just reached the representation. They got the representation vote earlier this year.
All right, we'll see what happens. Interesting that date was selected. It's kind of an important date in the country and the city. Right. July 4th, 250 years, right?
That's right.
All right, coming up next, thank you, David. We're going to check in with Marty Griffin.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug. Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Coming up, Marty Griffin, 10 until 2, then Colin Dunlap. And we'll check in with Marty here in just a minute. By the way, Marty featured in a Pittsburgh Magazine story. Get a little peek behind the curtain. But you can also do that anytime, as you know. KDKA-Radio.com in our live stream. And Patrick O'Connor, his Get Marty partner, does a great job. They create shows. He does it?
And I care if you like me, Larry. I don't care if anyone else likes me, according to that article.
No.
Larry, there is no friggin' way they can explain to me or you how or why, within reason, they would raise gas by 16 cents a gallon overnight. That's an effing lie.
And
it's a scam.
Notice how it doesn't go down that fast when there's no...
Come on, Larry.
I understand.
These jagoffs.
We understand the Middle East and the importance of all it, but it's a hard sell to tell us 16 cents. Come on.
Jagoffs.
And it's pushed some of these budget airlines, in particular Spirit, to the edge. Are we going to bail them out
Yes,
as
they
a
are.
federal government?
Yes, they are. What's our chunk? We should get a piece of it. If Trump says we're going to own it, give me a share of that crap airline. Scott Mervis, a guy that you and I have been interviewing for at least 20 years. He got canned. They're not bringing him back. This is a legendary guy. The best concert reviewer I've ever interviewed in my entire career.
I would agree. He first of all, this may surprise people. He actually went to the shows.
Oh, all the time.
And
you know, Larry always says he goes to movies. He doesn't. But Scott Mervis actually went to concerts.
Why do you turn that in? Maybe that article's true.
A little bit of everything's true, Larry. I'm a jagoff. But what she missed, Larry, was the why. Why I do it. To make a friggin' difference.
Right. So the yin and the yang of what you do is the great work through Get Marty, the people you have helped, and a lot of people don't know that part of the story.
Larry knows me better than anyone, and he knows why I do it. We push them until they move, Larry. It's kind of how it works, man. If you don't get it, I don't care. There's a pastor who got a new roof on his house last night because of pushing people. We're going to help a guy next week get a friggin' kidney. So if you don't like me, that's my point. I don't care. I like that we use this platform that we're blessed to have to make a difference. That's it. We're going to talk to Scott Mervis live. I love him.
You know, he's not going to be the only one, as you know. There are other people in that organization. So for people that haven't been following this, The Post-Gazette has been purchased by a nonprofit out of Baltimore, and they are interviewing every employee, everyone, to determine whether
and by the way,
they're going to keep
good for them. By the way, I'm glad they're still there. And by the way, we've seen really good people cut because our business is in peril. I get all that. I really do. And so do you. We live this thing every day. Our business is like the friggin' iceberg in the middle of the Indian Ocean that's getting warmer every day. I get it. I still love Scott Mervis, and it still hurts. And we're going to talk about these jagoffs raising gas prices by 17 cents overnight. Larry, nothing changed in the Strait of Hormuz overnight.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. We're getting screwed, brother.
All right, Marty.
Come on, man. And I'm hearing people are going more electric. I don't know why you would do that.
That comes with, well, you know what people have when they go electric in this town is they have recharging
issues,
anxiety.
And Larry, to your point, Pittsburgh is only 3 to 4% electric.
That's it.
Yeah.
If anything, they'll do the hybrid thing.
In fact, Bowser, I think on all their lots, I think they have 2 electric cars.
Well, we'll see.
It might change.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Back to Ellen Gamble.
Thanks, guys. And crews still working to clear an accident in Wilkinsburg on Penn Avenue near West Street. And the Parkway East inbound is trying to ease off. You just have sluggish traffic for you right around the the Edgewood Swissvale interchange. The accidents in Wilkinsburg. We'll get ourselves straight here. Parkway West inbound. No two ways about it. That's the heavier spot for the rush hour. As we try to wrap it up for Friday morning, you're still in very slow go traffic beginning at the top of Green Tree Hill. A reminder for you, marathon closures begin today at noon. Yep, setup has to get underway, and they'll start with the Boulevard of the Allies closing from Stanwyck Street to Wood Street. More to come over the next few days to prepare for the big race on Sunday. Our next AAA traffic on the 5s at 10:05. I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
And now for a business news update from the Pittsburgh Business Times. I'm managing editor Mike Larson. The expansion of the Senator John Heinz History Center in the Strip District is officially off and running. Yesterday, leadership at the History Center and local officials gathered for a ceremonial groundbreaking on the expansion site, located just behind the museum's existing footprint along Smallman Street. The expansion, which is slated to be completed in 2028, will add 92,000 square feet to the Smithsonian Institution-affiliated History Center and a number of new assets. Also, Wegmans Food Markets has followed through on a key financial commitment to setting up its first store in the Pittsburgh area. New transaction records show that the family-owned Rochester, New York-based grocery chain has closed on buying the land for the new store at Cranberry Springs, the 100-acre mixed-use plan used in Cranberry Township along Route 220 near Interstate 79. The sale price was a little more than $14.1 million, or more than $1 million an acre, for what was expected to be a 13-acre site on which the grocer has been approved to build a 115,000 square foot store. For more on these stories and other local business news, log on to PittsburghBusinessTimes.com. I'm Mike Larson.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When he's good, he's thorough good. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. August August 30th, the Palace Theater. Reserve seats on sale now at thepalacetheater.org. George Thorogood and the Destroyers. Produced by Drusky Entertainment.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy two, get one free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 49 degrees at 10 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. City Controller Rachel Heisler set to hold a news conference at this hour to talk about the city's 2025 spending. Sources tell KDKA Radio that Heisler will announce the city had a $44 million deficit last year. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush is covering. CBS News correspondent Jim Crisula reports on the big error involving Medicare.
The Trump administration accidentally published the Social Security numbers of healthcare providers in a new Medicare database portal, according to the Washington Post. It was created by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to help seniors look up which doctors and medical providers accept which insurance plans.
The database was presented as an overdue improvement and part of the Trump administration's initiative to modernize healthcare technology. On Thursday, the Senate failed to move forward with a Democratic resolution declaring the Trump White House is at the end of the War Powers Act's limit of 60 days of military action in the conflict with Iran. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth told a Senate hearing that since there's a ceasefire, the clock is no longer ticking. CBS News White House reporter Olivia Rinaldi says the administration is going to let the deadline pass as Republicans in Congress will not take the issue head on.
The Pentagon officials testified that the cost of the war was about $25 billion, but R. Ellie Watson and Olivia Gazis have reported that it's actually closer to $50 billion. And the reason why it is that price tag is because the Pentagon is factoring in the cost of the damage and destruction so far at some of the U.S. bases in the region, also the Reaper drones that have been lost.
A major grocery chain is one step closer to opening its first store in the Pittsburgh area. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details.
Wegmans Food Markets has officially purchased land in Cranberry Township, locking in plans for its first local store. The Pittsburgh Business Times reports the company paid just over $14 million for a 13-acre site at Cranberry Springs, where a 115,000 square foot store is planned. Officials say site work is already underway, with construction expected later this year. The store is still projected to open in 2027 and could bring between 400 and 500 jobs to the region. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The latest spike in gas prices has some people protesting at gas stations. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace has more.
Protesters in front of a Speedway station in Warren, Michigan are holding signs that read, MAGA, Make American Gas Affordable. Jill Murphy organized the protest.
I have family members who are ill, and I can't go visit them across the state or up north because it's too expensive right now to drive.
Joel Rutherford is retired and doesn't drive as much, but he's still feeling the impact.
Gas prices don't affect just gas prices. It's also the price of groceries. It's the price of just everything that's in the economy.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
On Wall Street, stocks are soaring yet again today. The Dow is currently up 316 points. The Nasdaq is up 273. The S&P 500 up 58 points. KDK Sports, the Pirates will host the Reds tonight at 6:45. Mitch Keller gets the start for the Bucks. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. KDK Radio News Time 10:03. It's 49 degrees in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, traffic powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty, is we have some daylight work crews who are tying up traffic just a wee bit if you're coming from the Murraysville area trying to head into Monroeville on Route 22. Some congestion awaits you as you come past 286 because of lane restrictions there. No lane restrictions on the Parkway East, just some slowdowns for you right around Edgewood Swissvale as you approach the Squirrel Hill tunnels, and that's the remnant of the rush hour there. Parkway West, it's stubbornly stuck near the top of Green Tree Hill as you try to fit into the Fort Pitt tunnels. An accident in Wilkinsburg on Penn Avenue near West Street is in the final stages of clearing. We still have some crews on scene there. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning cloudy for the rest of today. It'll be quite cool this afternoon with rain at times, even a rumble of thunder, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then partly cloudy and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
Bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Jagoffs. These oil companies are making billions off this war in Iran. They are. Check out their stock prices. Texas oil men are drilling their asses off. Anything over like $72 a barrel, they make money, so they drill their asses off. They go to the dry wells, they frack anything they can. So they're over 120. They're drilling their asses off. What irritates me is the gas went up 16 cents per gallon overnight. There is no friggin' way that's cool. Play that piece real quick for me, please, Trevin. Listen to this. Listen to this young lady in the middle.
Protesters in front of a speedway station in Warren, Michigan are holding signs that read, MAGA, Make American Gas Affordable. Jill Murphy organized the protest.
I have family members who are ill, and I can't go visit them across the state or up north because it's too expensive right now to drive.
Joel Rutherford is retired and doesn't drive as much, but he's still feeling the impact.
Gas prices don't affect just gas prices. It's also the price of groceries. It's the price of just everything that's in the economy.
Buddy. Look, the only thing I would say about the young lady in the piece who said she can't afford to visit family members, I empathize with anyone who has loved ones who are sick. It's horrible. However, let's just do the math. Let's say your family up north is, I don't know, 5 hours away. Let's say you use 10 gallons of gas. So you're telling me, let's say it costs $3 more, maybe $5, just to be, not trying to be a jerk. You cannot say, I'm not going to go see my dying aunt because I can't afford $5. I'm not dismissing where gas prices are at. What I'm suggesting is that's a lame excuse. Meantime, Ryan, hold on there, man. I'm going to grab you in a second. I want to get the James gang. Jim Garrity, how are you, sir?
Marty, nice talking to you.
We go way back, folks. I knew him when he was a kid. A kid. Wasn't even shaven yet.
Marty, I'm not even exaggerating. I wouldn't be where I am had you not pushed me along and encouraged me, so thank you.
My man, I had big plans for him, and now he's kicking ass. Hey, James, help me out, brother. There is no way in hell anyone can tell me, my man, that something happened in the Strait of Hormuz last night that allowed them to jack up gas prices by nearly 20 cents a gallon overnight. There's no way, sir, right?
So you got a couple things happening right now. Oil came down, and coming down is kind of like relative because it came down into the $90 range, and it's back up into the $100 range. Right. So you have that, and we'll come back to that in a second. The other thing I want to mention is there are some regional refinery issues in the Midwest that, while they're not happening directly in our area, do put a strain on the local market. So, for example, one of the refineries is in Indiana. One of the refineries, the Wood River refinery. There's a couple that are just close enough that they have to pull gasoline into those areas. And we're talking about, I think looking at it, it was like 1 million barrels a day worth of gasoline worth of a strain. So between that and the oil prices, that's what we're currently seeing happening at the pump. And the oil is important, Marty, because it's the main ingredient in the gasoline, right? It's 50 to 60% roughly of what you spend. So when it goes up and down by $1 here and $1 there, you see that impact the pump. Before the Iran situation, it was in the $60 and $70 range.
Yes, sir.
And today it's trading above 100. So like when you see it go up and down by $30 and $40, that has a major impact at the pump.
My man, and no one knows this more than the James gang here, is that there is no way the gas in the hole right now that I'm putting in my tank is the gas that went up 17 cents overnight. In other words, the gas that they have right now in the tanks didn't cost them that. And so what people argue is that they're screwing us. And then you see their stock prices and their profit margins, and folks get bitter about this. Do they not, sir?
And look, it's a strain. I mean, I went to fill up, and I thought, wow, I can't believe it. You can actually do the math, Marty. Let's say, so in Pennsylvania today, the average is $4.41. Oh. Yesterday, it was $4.33. So statewide, your increase is in the 7 or 8 cent range. If you go back a month ago, it was more like $4.03. So you could say, okay, since the beginning, or since 1 month ago, I'm paying roughly 40 cents more. And let's say your car takes 13 gallons, 14 gallons. You can actually do that math. And if you go back to before the situation began, you're looking at in excess of $1 more. And you could say, well, if I have a car that has a 13-gallon tank and it takes, let's say gas is, just for the sake of the conversation, $1 more expensive, well, then that means I'm going to need $13 more every time I go fill up.
He's right.
And it's important to keep that in mind now and know that, hey, prices – it is all eyes on crude oil. Prices could go up. If crude oil goes down, prices could come down. But we are going into the time of the year when more cars start hitting the road, so demand goes up. It is important to keep it in mind because you want to make sure you work that into your budget and nothing takes you off guard, and you do what you can today to offset some of those increases.
Hey, James Garrity, AAA. I'm reading that it's got more folks kind of looking at electric cars again. Pittsburgh's one of those markets, 3 to 4% electric. Could it sway some folks if this stuff pops over $5 a gallon, brother?
I'll tell you this, Marty. Historically, and when I say historically, I mean just a couple of years ago, 2022, we saw an increase of interest, or people at least saying, "Well, look, maybe I will go over and explore what's going on with electric vehicles."
Yep.
It's and if you're in the market for a car, it's worth looking into. The gasoline prices are one of many, many factors that you want to consider when buying a car. And speaking of 2022, I'll make a note also that that's the last time, or I should say the last thing that we can really compare what's happening now to a situation happening overseas having a major impact on the crude oil market. The last time we saw that was the Russia-Ukraine situation when it emerged. And now we're seeing it with the Iran situation. So looking back then, I'll say, Marty, that's when we had record high prices. It was $5.07 in June of 2022. Today, Pennsylvania, and that's the average, which means there were higher prices, obviously. But in Pennsylvania today, we're at $4.41. And a week ago, we were at $4.13. So, obviously moving closer than farther away to that average. But for context, that's the last time we saw prices kind of escalating as rapidly as we've been seeing.
Jim Garrity, AAA, before I let you go, brother, it's kind of troublesome to folks that these prices go up a lot faster than they come down. In other words, if this war ends today and crude drops down to 80, gas is not dropping to $1.20, sir. It isn't, right?
You know what, Marty, when it comes to the impact, because let's say, crude is trading, I think the last I looked, it was about $103 today. But that's what it's trading at today. Then it has to make its way down the distribution chain. Then it has to go to the refineries. And then it has to actually be transported on the highways and the pipelines until it actually gets to the mom and pop shop. So I'll say this. What we typically see happen is when oil goes up and down, that impact hits the pump typically in the days and weeks following because of all of the journey that it has to take, so to speak. But, when you do see oil go up and down, again, it's 50 to 60% of what you're spending. So there typically is a pretty direct impact at the pump.
James Garrity, my man. Appreciate it, brother. AAA.
Anytime, Marty.
Love them. Hold on there, folks. Got great calls. Hold on there. Need your calls. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
All right, Marty, what's up is we have some marathon closures starting today at noon. Just wanted to let you know they're going to start closures where the marathon will end. So the Boulevard of the Allies gets their attention today, and a closure from Stanwix to Wood Streets. And then you'll see the closures continuing to layer in around the city over the next couple of days in preparation for the big race day on Sunday. So just be prepared for that. Of course, the closures will impact Port Authority riders, bus riders, so you want to check in on how your route will be impacted at rideprt.org, and they can help you out with schedule changes or any adjustments to stops there. Parkway West inbound backs at the top of the hill. Parkway East right now still slow go for you at Edgewood Swissvale. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on May 15th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people. Man, so you want a cake, and not just any cake, a special cake. Bespoke cake. Oakmont Bakery, brothers and sisters, on their site, 2,000 to 3,000 variations, size, flavoring, icings, graphics, art, you name it, they'll do it. And it's with that personal family touch. It's Oakmont Bakery, folks, where everything is delicious.
Amazon Business. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I love James Garrity. He's pragmatic, but I'm more emotional about this bull crap that gas went up 17 cents overnight. They're ripping us off. That's just nothing happened in the Straits of Hormuz overnight. My boy Ryan, right, Ryan? They're ripping us off.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Absolutely. The question I have, I drive all day. So I fill up probably twice a week. And the gas that I purchased 2 days ago is now significantly more expensive at the pump right now, today. But what I don't understand is if they bought the gas at a certain price, how are they still charging more if it's that same gas? How are they allowed to charge more and it reflects that much faster?
Well,
but
hold on.
when it drops, it doesn't.
This is the big lie. So they bought that friggin' gas that you just filled up. They bought that on Monday. It's now Friday. They still have it in the tanks. So what gives them the damn right to raise it 30 cents when they're not paying 30 cents more? They're screwing you.
Yeah, that's what I can't figure out, because it doesn't work the reverse way. When the prices drop, you're still paying. You know, they're not going to take a loss on that. You're still paying what they bought it for, at least. You know,
it's a scam.
It is.
Man, it's a ripoff.
It is.
It's a ripoff.
It is, but you know, unfortunately, they play the tune. We have to dance to it.
Hey, before you go, I want him to mention this. We're about to go through this journey again, helping a man who is starting to panic because he has a kidney failure. And I just want you to tell folks that it is a journey, but together we made it successful, and we found you a kidney. It saved your life, didn't it, sir?
Yes, I could have. It would have never happened. I had a very limited time. It was a very dire situation, and I needed a megaphone to get it out there, because the waiting list, the time to get a kidney, it just takes so long. So you really need a live donor, and it would have never gotten done without you guys and my daughter and the community. There's no way. I mean, there's absolutely no way. And who knows? You know, I only had a couple of years left on dialysis because the situation was so bad, and you guys jumped in, and I mean, it was done quickly.
But for the guy we're trying to help, what happens is you start to panic. And why wouldn't you, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You're faced with that situation. It's do or die. It really is. But, you know, you have to stay positive, and you have to fight.
My brother, thanks.
Got it, brother. Bye-bye.
Love the man. Love the man. What'd you say, pal? Got to grab Dave Ross, one of my boys, probably the smartest car guy I know, and we talk to him all the time. He's at Bowser. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
All right, so I had to get the skinny from you because you'll tell me the truth. By the way, you look fantastic, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Lost a little weight.
God bless you.
Thank you.
And for health reasons, right? Right?
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm glad it could happen.
Well, thank you.
The Wall Street Journal says, and then I was talking to Patrick about this, but I know you would know, there's a buzz again with electric cars. And if this gas pops up over $5 a gallon, they're suggesting there will be a frenzy for electrics. Are you seeing any of that with all the different brands you sell?
Not for us here in Pittsburgh locally. Well, at least for our dealership, for that matter. But I really don't hear any buzz saying, hey, race to get these things. Matter of fact, even most of our manufacturers that we're dealing with has scaled back tremendously on producing these things.
And some of them have bagged their line, bagged their brand.
Yeah. GM has pretty much done that for the majority of their vehicles that were EV. We're seeing a big, huge switch to hybrid.
Oh.
That's kind of what's sparked a little bit right now with the prices.
So, Dave, if I buy a hybrid, does it save me on gas?
Oh, absolutely.
How?
Yeah.
How's it work? I don't know.
It works in combination with your gas engine, but when you're at low speeds, like under 30 miles an hour, it does go just EV. So you're using the battery part of the car. But when you're driving highway speeds and all, it doesn't combine between your battery and your gas engine.
Are they reasonably priced?
We have them probably starting somewhere in the upper 20s to you can get into the 50, 60 range.
What's a car? I hate to shop online here like this, but what's a car in the 20s that's a hybrid that you sell?
We're probably more like our entry level Hyundai Elantra.
Okay.
You can probably get them in the upper 20s.
Wow. That's really a good price.
Mm-hmm.
And so
they're becoming more popular.
They are. But how many, I always find this fascinating, Dave Ross from Bowser, how many electric cars, all electric, do you have on your lots right now, new? 2?
combined.
Yeah.
With all our brands, maybe 4, 5.
4. Wow. But so folks know this, we're kind of old school in the Berg. We're only like 3% electric, whereas you go to LA and it's like 60%.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
right?
Electric, even during the high point, never really seemed like it caught on.
My man Dave, but hybrid's the way to go, my man. Sounds like it, right? Appreciate it. It's great info. And I did not know that you could get cars in the 20s. Max recommends gas, buddy. Yeah, that's cool. But gas is kind of high everywhere, brother. Sounds like it's going to get cheap somewhere. Tony, my brother, what's up?
Hello, Marty. How are you?
Good.
Hey, it doesn't end at the pump there, and it doesn't end putting it in your car. I'm doing a little construction project that the price was probably going to be around $50,000. And as I move forward here, things are going up exponentially. Things that are produced using oil, things like roofing products and insulation. It's probably going to add 20% to the bottom line of this. So you're talking another $10,000. You know what I mean? So everything that's getting built, they just broke ground at the History Center. Do you think that's going to maintain?
No.
You know what I mean, with this kind of nonsense? Wow. And, so people don't think past the gas tank.
No, you're right. You're right.
It's way past that. And, grocery prices, everything is just way more expensive. And it's happening quickly.
It is.
I bought some foam product last week for $32. I just looked this morning. It was $41.
Oh, come on. Wow.
Yeah. One sheet of product. So at the end of the day, this stuff is growing exponentially. And here's what I'd really like to research. I wish I was smart enough or had the opportunity. But I would like to see what businesses all of our leaders are invested in through their whatever they're invested in. And I would like to see how much this is increasing their bottom line across the board. Not just oil.
It's true.
I'm talking everything else, man.
It's getting old, brother. It's aggravating the hell out of people.
It's aggravating the heck out of me, and I just can't believe people are being so complacent about it, to be honest with you.
I agree again.
If this was the previous administration, the world would be turning upside down.
I agree again. But my man, if this pops over $5 and it's supposed to in the next 2 weeks, it's going to hit the fan. Thanks for the insight, my man. It's actually great insight. Mad Max, go.
Hey, Marty, real quick for your listeners. There's an app out there called Gas Buddy.
Yeah.
You can get it on the Apple Store or Google Play. And what it does is it tells you based on your location where the cheapest gas is.
I'm not driving very far to save a couple cents, though, Max. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, not miles. But, I mean, if you save 5-10 cents between one gas station that's 2 miles away from the other one,
yeah.
I mean.
Hell yeah. Gas Buddy, right?
Yep.
Mad Max, my brother, thanks. He's right. You got to hear this next guest. You've got to hear this next guest after the break. Do not miss it.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When he's good, he's thorough good. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. August 30th, the Palace Theater. Reserve seats on sale now at thepalacetheater.org. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, produced by Drusky Entertainment.
From the Aetna Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 52 degrees at 10:30. I'm David Valorado. Jeffrey Epstein's death in a New York City jail cell in 2019 has been ruled a suicide by authorities, but now a note has emerged that may be a suicide note. More now from CBS's Anna Schechter.
The cellmate gave it to his lawyers, who thought maybe it could protect him against any accusation that he had tried to harm Epstein, because 3 weeks prior to Epstein's death, there had been another incident where he was found with cloth around his neck. So his lawyers entered it into the case where this cellmate is trying to appeal his own murder conviction. A federal judge ordered it locked and sealed away.
The New York Times is also reporting that Epstein's cellmate discovered the note after Epstein was first reported to have attempted suicide the month before and made the note known to his lawyers, who made it part of the cellmate's appeal of his conviction in that murder case. A Pittsburgh tradition is returning this weekend. News Radio KDKA's Pat Septak has details.
Sunday's Pittsburgh Marathon this year is a sold-out affair, with tens of thousands of participants running through 14 city neighborhoods on the 26.2-mile journey. But don't forget about the Saturday events. They begin at 7:30 with the Pittsburgh 5K, the Pittsburgh Champions Mile at 8:30, and the Kids Marathon at 9:30, all in the North Shore near Mazeroski Way. The Pittsburgh Toddler Trot is at 8:30 Saturday morning, and the Pittsburgh Pet Walk is at noon. Those two events are at Point State Park. Pat Septak, News Radio KDKA.
It may soon be easier to bring guns onto passenger trains in the United States. CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula has more.
Amtrak is considering allowing people to store guns in lockboxes on most of its trains, which critics say would weaken security measures that instead should be strengthened in light of the shooting at last weekend's White House Correspondents Association dinner. Investigators say the man arrested in connection with the incident traveled by Amtrak from California to Washington, D.C. with his firearms.
The Trump administration has been pushing Amtrak to ease its gun policies for months. On Wall Street, stocks continue to soar at this hour. The Dow is up 252 points. The Nasdaq is also up about 250. That's 1%. And the S&P 500 is higher by 53 points. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:32. Our next update at 11. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
If you're out on a date with someone who's talking a big financial game, they could be making it up.
I'm about to close a huge deal, or I've got this amazing house I'm looking to buy.
Respondents to a recent survey from a dating app say they want to see tools that screen out so-called financial fakers. Financial planner Chris Everett says some people even believe their own tall tales.
It's not necessarily deception either.
I'm Rob Hart.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coatings.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Dispatcher at Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
So what's up, Marty, is we have slow-go traffic on the Parkway West right around the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East is a little bit better. It's only sluggish inbound right around Edgewood, Swissvale, but you want to plan ahead for slowdowns on the Parkway East this weekend. Shoulder restriction, and this is in Edgewood, Swissvale, and Churchill boroughs. Over the weekend, it starts tonight, Friday night, and it's continuously through 5 on Sunday morning. A lane restriction down to a single lane in both directions with a possible shoulder restriction between the Greensburg Pike exit 79A and Wilkinsburg 78B interchange, as crews will be doing some concrete pavement patching work. This is weather permitting, and certainly if they finish things up early, they'll lift those restrictions early. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Campbell on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The rest of today will be mostly cloudy and quite cool. We'll have rain at times this afternoon, perhaps a rumble of thunder, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then some clearing later tonight and cold with frost in places, the low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, here we go. We have made it to the end of the week. What a week it was. Going to be a better week next week, too. It's Friday. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6. KDK.
Our business is on life support. I know a lot of folks internally don't like to admit that. I think they always want to say it's a sunny day, even though the sun's going down. I kind of like to just lay the facts out there and let you decide. Television news is in a landslide, ratings cratering, revenue cratering. A newspaper business, they've closed about 5,000 of them in the last 10 years. Media in general is screwed. Magazines, forget about it. When's the last time you picked up a magazine? It's bad. So when they decided that the Post-Gazette was going to go under, I freaked out because my favorite reporters are there. It's my favorite paper. I use it every single day. And arrogant, pompous TV people act like the paper doesn't matter when it's in the reverse. Arrogant, pompous TV people don't matter. Newspaper people do matter. They provide context and content and facts, quite frankly. And the best reporters in print in this town in my world, with all due respect to the Trib, once their benefactor, their billionaire died, that game changed fast. Mr. Scaife would write them a check every month to keep them alive, and that's the truth. I'm not disrespecting the Trib. Don't send me nasty letters from their lawyers. But I am suggesting that the Post-Gazette was the paper of record. So, we're all jubilant that it's being saved. This company coming in is a nonprofit. They've won big awards. They believe in journalism. However, they sent notices out last night to folks they were going to get rid of and folks they were going to keep. And they're getting rid of the best music critic I've ever known in my life. Ever. Always available. Always objective. Always honest. Always there. Worked his ass off. Scott Mervis, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Marty. Good to talk to you.
Needless to say, you're disappointed.
I'm disappointed. But first off, I want to just say how much I'm thinking about my colleagues at the paper. You know, I've had a long career. This is my last day after 41 years. Some of the younger ones, though, they're just starting out and they're trying to figure out what they're going to do next. So, you know, I just want to send my best wishes to all of them.
You make a point, by the way, my man, that's actually so damn valid. I have actually, and we've known each other for years, I've actually told kids at Syracuse University to pay $100,000 a year to learn an education where they're not going to get a job that pays them $50,000. Are you sure you want to do this? It's kind of at that point, is it not, for newspaper and journalism and media in general, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, Marty, I'm afraid to say that I've actually told interns that at various times. Like, this is really tough. And, you know, you're going to get into, like, your late middle age, and you're gonna want money. And I'm not sure this is the way to do it. But, you know,
you're right on,
here's
brother.
the thing.
Go ahead, man. Scott, go ahead.
I'm going to say something that might be very unpopular, but I have a lot of appreciation for the blocks.
Yeah.
They could have gutted this thing. Sure. Like you said, all those newspapers closed. They could have gutted this newsroom years ago. They didn't lay off people. True. They didn't furlough during the pandemic. They didn't walk away during the strike. And when they simply could have shut this down, they went and found a buyer. And I think, and I'm really appreciative of them for that.
Are you angry or frustrated with the new owners, how they cut you, sir?
I guess those adjectives would work. I looked at the Baltimore Banner, which they also run, the other paper that they run, when I found out about the purchase, and I noticed that there wasn't really a lot of arts coverage and very, very little music coverage. They weren't reviewing concerts at all. And I sort of mentioned that to, you know, one of my coworkers. I think it was an editor. And what I heard was like, you know, they're going to keep the essence of Pittsburgh. You know, they're going to keep the essence of the Post-Gazette. Like, what works for the Post-Gazette is what they're going to do. So I became hopeful that you know, that would be the case here. I have a picture, Marty, it goes back to 1985, and it is the Arts and Entertainment staff under, do you remember George Anderson?
Of course.
The editor, yeah. And there's about 20 of us in this photograph. It's a black and white photograph. There's 3 movie critics, dedicated critics for theater, books, visual arts, rock music. True. There's about 20 of us in the picture. I was the last one in the picture. I was the last arts writer at the Post-Gazette, period. Now there are 0. So it is real disappointing to me because I feel like I was a link to the old Post-Gazette, to the old days, and yet I think I have a lot of life left in me.
And to the arts, brother. So this is where I get annoyed, and I'm defensive about this because my wife has been in ballet her whole life. Well, we don't like the ballet. Screw the symphony. No, screw you. This is vital. This is part of the fabric that we can say, you know, Pittsburgh's cool because we have this. Pittsburgh's cool because we have Scott Mervis. So what they're saying to you is you don't matter and that people don't give a damn about music is a bald-faced lie. Is it not, sir?
I think that's true. I think that, you know, I have covered local music, I think, more than most critics at other newspapers around the country. I've really put an emphasis on Pittsburgh music because people love Pittsburgh music. And we've got legends here from Joe Grishecki to Billy Price, Wiz Khalifa, Mac Miller, rest in peace, all the way back to groups like the Jaggers that people go see. There's such a rich tradition here. I just did a whole story about all the Spotify clicks that people like Art Blakey get, George Benson. It's just a rich tradition, and I did a byline search this morning, and in the last 3 months, I've had 98 bylines.
Whoa.
And
Whoa.
I've just been really dedicated because every day I want to give something to the readers. I want to do something for the musicians in this town, and so.
My man, I'm sitting there looking at a picture of you with your arms around Taylor Swift. I mean, you've been in the room with these massive stars. And can you help me with something, Scott, without being a jag-off to the new owners, because I'm glad they're here, and I'm glad the Post-Gazette's still here. Did they offer an explanation as to why you don't matter in their eyes?
No. I got a form email. I got a form email, and it came. So what happened was I was watching the Penguins Game 6 the other night.
Yeah.
And in the Slack, I'm starting to see people say, hey, I just got a job offer.
Oh.
I did too. And so over the next 4 hours, I was sitting there looking at my phone, looking at my email, nothing coming in. So it was notification by omission. We weren't.
Nice.
If you didn't get an email, you weren't hired. So I woke up the next morning. I thought, well, maybe I'll get an email this morning. Went the whole day. Finally, at the end of the day, got a form note saying thanks, but no thanks. I didn't even read it.
Hey, Scott, what are your emotions?
Well, I'm determined, Marty, because I want to keep doing this. I don't know how to do it. I'm looking into maybe a Substack, but I'm not sure how viable that is. I'm, open to any offers from competing media.
Yeah.
But there's just no way I'm going to stop doing it because it's what I do.
You're damn good, brother. Best ever. It breaks
you, Marty.
All of it breaks my heart, quite frankly. What's happened to our business, and you know what? I have 3 kids, and I look my son in the eye and say, my man, you ain't going to journalism school. It's not happening. And that's sad to say.
My son's graduating from engineering school at Pitt tomorrow.
Whoa.
And
all right, he'll be all right.
And, he'll be all right. But with the state of the industry, I've been doing DoorDash to help put him through college, pay his rent, all that stuff. I've been working 70, 80 hours a week in addition to the PG. Because, we weren't, one thing about the blocks is we were not getting raises. We were getting cuts because of all the health insurance. So it hasn't been a profitable occupation.
No, my brother. My man, I have a bunch of ideas.
I loved every minute of it, Marty. I've loved it the whole way.
Oh, you're amazing. I have some ideas, and I'll be texting you later, and we're going to get together, and we're going to make a difference. All right, my man?
Open to all your wisdom, Marty. I appreciate you having me on this morning.
He's a badass.
And thank you to all the readers.
He's a badass, and I hate to see this happen to a badass. Plus, he's a hell of a nice guy. But this is the flushing sound you hear in our business. It's legit, man. He's a wonderful guy, and he's a big talent. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty? We have an accident on the south side, East Carson at South 28th Street. Crews are just rolling up on the scene as you travel there. Coming inbound toward town on the Parkway East, you have sluggish traffic beginning between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale as you make your way to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. 28 looks great. Parkway North is moving along just fine, but the Parkway West inbound continues to be stop and go most of the way down the front side of Green Tree Hill headed for the Fort Pitt tunnels. With AAA traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Here's your Jill on Money question of the day.
Irene from Boston asks, I'm a 72-year-old widow, and I've always handled the finances and investments, but now I feel I need some tax strategy advice. An advisor tried to have me turn over the management of my investments to his company. I want to continue handling my own money. Irene, it sounds like what you're looking for is a fee-only planner, someone who will map out a plan for you, a plan that you'll be able to take with you and execute on your own. The best way to find one is by going to napfa.org. That's NAPFA.org. Good luck.
Have a question? Go to JillOnMoney.com.
One thing is very clear.
CBS Mornings is clearly fun.
Watching Rocky with Rocky.
Morning, good vibes.
Gail came in singing for me today. CBS Mornings.
Weekdays at 7.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Oh, man. Let me tell you a couple stories that kind of underline what Scott just said. But by the way, he's a big talent. He's a wonderful guy, and he's a genius. He works his ass off, and he knows every musician in the world. Covers it better than anyone I've ever known. I've lived in Dallas and L.A., so you know. 2 examples. Reporter came in here, a freelance reporter, which already tells you where we're at, for the Pittsburgh Magazine, which try to find it somewhere. Not disparaging Pittsburgh Magazine. They do a hell of a job. But she was freelance, which means they're not paying her full time. Not disparaging, just saying this is where the business is at. Then probably the best still photographer in the market came in to take pictures of me. Brilliant photographer. And she said they rarely use her anymore because they don't have the money and they don't do those kind of print pictures anymore. That's one example. And again, not disparaging the magazine, but that's where they're at. My friend owns Whirl and struggles to keep it printed ever. Love her. Christine Thompson, love her. One more story. The PG sent a reporter to interview me and my wife when I was sick. This is the truth. And they did a magnificent job. They're wonderful people, the reporters. And she told us when she started there were 350 reporters. When she did the story on us, there were less than 50, and now there are less than 30. It's just two more stories, I've kind of made my point. KDKA TV, when I started there with my wife, and this is 20 plus years ago, and Patrick knows it too, because we had reporters for everything: City Hall, health, dollar bill, money, you name it, we had it. Not no more. We just didn't. We had 3 investigative reporters: Sheehan, myself, and Martino. Seriously, full-time staff, full-time editors, full-time producers. Seriously, Patrick, you've lived all this.
Yeah, we had 2 doctors on staff.
Right, excellent point. When I was in Dallas, I had a whole friggin' team, man. We flew everywhere. We spent 6 months on a story. All of that is gone. All of it. Evaporated. I am not disparaging KDKA TV. I love them. They're wonderful people. I'm not disparaging Pittsburgh Magazine. I'm not. Or Worrell. I'm just telling you where we're at here, man. It's scary. When you see it happening, you can't believe it's happening, but it's happening. And as far as the consumer is concerned, you end up with less information. And when you lose the great ones like Scott, you end up with no one. And that's not good, man. It's this notion that we don't need the arts. Screw you. We do absolutely need the arts. I don't care if you don't like ballet. I don't like the symphony. It doesn't mean it doesn't matter. And the point is that all of this matters, and you chip away at this. And the strength of our democracy is access to power, and information is power. And when you cut away reporters, journalists, videographers, all the reporters pretty much at KDKA TV now shoot their own stories with a cell phone. You got rid of all these videographers. They are badass journalists. My point is not to pick on the PG or the Trib or KDKA TV or anyone else for that matter. My point is to suggest to you that the business is spiraling because it's so damn fragmented. So you end up getting your information from idiots and amateurs wandering around aimlessly, making stuff up to get attention. It's the truth. And so you end up perpetuating lies and misinformation and disinformation. And when you want to see a great concert review now, where do you go? Nowhere, because no one's left. And that is tragic. And that's where we're at. Again, I'm so grateful this company came in and saved the Post-Gazette. So damn grateful. But like every single media outlet in America, it's not the same, and it will never be the same again. Ever. CBS used to have 100-plus foreign correspondents. Now they have fewer than 10. I'm just keeping it real. And when you don't get the information, you get it from somewhere else, and most of the time it's BS, and it's dangerous.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Sat there with my wife and said, we have to have an estate plan. I mean this because I'm getting older. I had cancer. Who the hell knows? We sat down with Julian Gray at Gray Elder Law, and they put together an estate plan that protects us, protects our kids, and makes us feel good about the future. GrayElderLaw.com, 412-458-6000, 412-458-6000. Folks, the best in this state at estate planning, GrayElderLaw.com.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, Remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 54 degrees at 11 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick for all your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath. TrustPJ.com. Republican lawmakers say they will continue to defer to President Trump for now during the fragile ceasefire with Iran. Under the War Powers Act of 1973, Congress must declare war or authorize the use of force within 60 days of its start or within 90 days if the president requests an extension. Many Republicans who have been uneasy with the president's war have for weeks pointed to the May 1st deadline for Congress to intervene, but the date is now set to pass with no action from GOP lawmakers. The city has announced that another organization is making a big financial commitment to the city. News Radio KDKA's Rob Taylor tells us more.
The Richard King Mellon Foundation is contributing $1.9 million to the city of Pittsburgh. $1 million of it will go towards the city's Learn and Earn program. That gives young people ages 14 to 23 a chance to have a summer job. But the R.K. Mellon Foundation's contribution will now allow the program to be year-round for the youth.
That's huge. That's life-changing for some of our kids in the city of Pittsburgh. So very excited. I think that's a huge win for everyone.
Mayor Corey O'Connor also says funds will be used to redesign Mellon Square storefronts downtown into a new restaurant. Rob Taylor, News Radio KDKA.
Would you rather drink water from your tap or use bottled water? Pittsburgh Water today has launched a public education campaign called Pittsburgh Drinks Tap that aims to build confidence in the quality and safety of Pittsburgh's drinking water. This in the wake of a $470 million system upgrade. At a news conference this morning, Millvale's Compass Point Coffee said it had switched from bottled water to Pittsburgh tap water, not just because it's less expensive, but also based on its quality. A major grocery chain is a step closer to opening its first store in the Pittsburgh area. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details.
Wegmans Food Markets has officially purchased land in Cranberry Township, locking in plans for its first local store. The Pittsburgh Business Times reports the company paid just over $14 million for a 13-acre site at Cranberry Springs, where a 115,000 square foot store is planned. Officials say site work is already underway, with construction expected later this year. The store is still projected to open in 2027 and could bring between 400 and 500 jobs to the region. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street at this hour, stocks remain higher, backed off a little bit from their earlier highs, but currently the Dow is up 108 points. The Nasdaq is also higher by 208 points, and the S&P 500 is currently higher, just about 36.5 points. KDK Sports, the Pirates will host the Reds tonight at 6:45 p.m. Mitch Keller gets the start for the Bucks. KDK Radio News Time, 11:03. Right now, it is 54 degrees and cloudy in Pittsburgh. AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast are coming up next.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Krause.
Sergeant Frank Mino of Allegheny County was awarded the Silver Star during World War II in the Pacific Theater from April 9, 1942 to September 1945. While participating in 3 combat missions while stationed on the Bataan Peninsula, Mino helped sink the first Japanese battleship of the war. After the Japanese captured Bataan, some 70,000 American and Filipino soldiers, including Mino, were forced to march about 60 miles to a prison. Between 7,000 and 10,000 died along the way, and the rest were held in prison camps, where their daily meals consisted of a little rice and water. Sergeant Mino contracted malaria and severe intestinal problems because of the torture inflicted on him. Liberated in September 1945, he finally retired home.
To nominate a qualifying hero for the Hall of Valor, visit online at soldiersandsailorshall.org.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser. My friend Ellen, what's up?
Well, Marty, we still have crews working with an accident on the south side, East Carson Street at South 28th Street, so you could find slowdowns there. A reminder for you that we're about an hour away from the first closures related to the marathon this weekend. At noon, the Boulevard of the Allies from Stanwix to Wood Streets will close, and more closures will layer in around the route for the marathon as we get ready for Sunday morning's beginning of the race. A reminder, of course, bus riders will be impacted because of detours and stops not being serviced during the race. You want to check out rideprt.org for information about that. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The rest of today will be quite cool with plenty of clouds, some rain, and even a rumble of thunder, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then partly cloudy and cold later tonight. Watch out for some frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
After breaking the NFL draft attendance record with over 805,000 fans witnessing the league's annual restocking of talent, Pittsburgh must capitalize on the momentum this created. ESPN and social media were unbelievably complimentary of our city. We received thousands of rave reviews from first-time visitors. The key is to ensure this success is sustained. All of this required a collaborative effort from so many people and organizations. Let's make sure these same people work just as hard attracting other big events and conventions. Continue to keep our city clean. Look for more areas to improve. The momentum is there. Let's make sure we don't simply celebrate the success, but rather we start stacking wins. There is no time like the present.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Have an issue in your community? Talk about it now with Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Right on, Spac. A few years ago, I did a television piece. We followed people who were on methadone for 17 years, which is laughable for so many reasons. There's no way anyone should be on methadone for 17 years. And they play the system. They got paid for mileage, so they would get drivers and drive them to friggin' clinics 60 miles away, and then they would get expenses. And it turned into this multi-million-dollar joke, costing the state $50 to $100 million a year to keep these guys on methadone for 15 to 20 years. I'm not suggesting methadone isn't effective. I'm not suggesting it's not a treatment option, but people are always playing the system. The best reporter I know, Andy Sheehan, did a piece last night that kind of set me back in my chair. I have him live on hold, but I want you to hear this dynamic piece yet. It's kind of shocking. Listen.
How long have you been using heroin?
Long time.
They've been driven to crime to feed their addiction and have landed behind bars, strung out and going through withdrawal. In Pennsylvania, most inmates with a substance abuse history are now being put on a drug called Suboxone. Like methadone in the past, it's meant to ease them off opioids like heroin and fentanyl. Inmates seen here in the Philadelphia prison system say it allows them to function.
It keeps me focused now. I have no withdrawal, whatever. I don't even have the urge to want to get high.
In Pennsylvania and across the nation, Suboxone is being heralded as the answer to addiction, especially in our prisons and jails. Once on it, proponents say those with substance use disorder run little chance of overdose and are more likely to seek recovery when they leave prison, making them less likely to return.
We have no stronger evidence in addiction treatment, less risk of overdose, more likely go to treatment, less likely to go to a hospital.
But critics say Suboxone is no miracle cure and that inmates and others are merely trading one addiction for another at the public's expense.
They've created a world full of dependent people on another substance. So what have you really done? You haven't accomplished anything.
Like other prison systems across the nation, the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections is all in on Suboxone. In the past 2 years, the number of inmates on the drugs has spiked from 1,800 to more than 5,000, an increase of 184%. All inmates in the system can now apply to be put on Suboxone, and there are 4,000 more on a waiting list to be screened, raising concerns at a recent hearing that corrections officials are pushing the drug.
They're getting put on Suboxone. They're being basically encouraged to get on Suboxone. Is that part of what's driving this? That's a significant number of people.
I just talked about 57% of our population has a substance use history, and that's a significant number of individuals in our system. Our addictionologists meet with individuals. They talk to them, of course, especially for folks going back out into the community.
But the costs are staggering. An injection of buprenorphine lasts a month but costs $1,630. Oral medication is $55 a month. With their expanded use, the cost of the program has ballooned to $36.7 million a year. Those costs are only going up and don't include money spent at the county jails, including the Allegheny County Jail. Still, County Health and Human Services addiction specialist James Loveland says it's worth the money.
So it sounds expensive until you realize the alternative is even more expensive.
Prisons across the country believe more inmates will seek recovery programs after their release, and there will be far less recidivism or returning to the cycle of crime and jail. But Suboxone is still an opioid and addictive by itself. Those who have used it tell me it does get you high, and it's difficult to quit. Some in the recovery community say being on it is not the same as being clean and sober.
Just doesn't work. It doesn't work.
12 years ago, Jim Antel opened this recovery house primarily for ex-inmates here on the north side. But after a host of problems, he no longer takes in those who want to use Suboxone, only inmates who are trying to be entirely free of drugs and alcohol. Intel believes states are enabling addiction by expanding the use of Suboxone in prison.
I don't think the government realizes what they're creating, a monster that they've never seen anything like this.
A hell of a story, man. It's the same thing, the exact same thing that I saw with methadone. Sheehan's my man. I don't know what to say, brother. I mean, I see both sides, and I guess you do too, but this is shocking, these numbers, Andy. Shocking, brother. Man.
Well, that's right. I mean, the proponents say that it's the way to break the cycle of crime and punishment, that if you get on this stuff, you're not going to OD, and you can wean yourself off of heroin and fentanyl. But, the detractors say that, you're just basically keeping people high and docile in prison. About a fourth of the Pennsylvania prison population will be on it at the end of the year, and it's costing an incredible amount of money, and it's incredibly expensive.
Hey, Sheehan, one of my boys, an insider, said this: follow the money. They work in the system. They've been told to push Suboxone to inmates. They're creating addicts. They get in jail, and they kill time with it by getting high. They get high from this, Andy.
Well, that's in dispute. I mean, I talk to these addictionologists, and they say no, that they're just sort of stabilized. But I've talked to half a dozen people that have been on it, and they say, yeah, you're high. You get high, and it's difficult to get off. And it's not even clear if that's really the goal, to get off. It's like, we call it methadone a step-down drug.
Yeah.
You decrease until you get off it entirely. But, people get on this for years. That surgeon at UPMC that was the focus of that suit, and it came out at trial that he had been on Suboxone for 9 years.
Wow.
And there's people that say, well, okay, that's cool. You can function and you can be on this stuff.
But you're trading one addiction for another, your guy was saying, right?
Well, that's right. That's the argument. And there's people in recovery that go to AA and NA and believe in abstinence, believe in getting off of things, and they don't believe that this is what's being clean and sober. The prison system and basically recovery systems is all in on medically assisted treatment. If you go to a rehab now for fentanyl or heroin, they're likely to put you on Suboxone.
It's true. Hey, so by math, you got 5,000 guys using it and about $40 million, and so they have another 4,000. You're talking $70, $80 million a year. That's a hell of a lot of money and the guys are getting. Is everyone being offered this, Andy? Everyone?
Everyone in the prison system is being offered it.
Wow.
And I've talked to people. I've talked to nurses and people that have been in the prisons that didn't want to go on camera, but say, there's people that are 5 years into a 10-year stretch, and they can say, hey, I have a family history of addiction. I'd like to get on this, and likely they will be. I mean, why would you do that?
I don't know, brother. It's a hell of a story, my man. Andy Sheehan, you're the best.
It's very, very much underreported. I mean, this whole
I never heard of it, brother.
Thing. And one of the things that's irksome is that Big Pharma gets everybody addicted on OxyContin and opioid. And now we're coming in with the multi-billion-dollar cure for it all, right? And they'll get paid again.
Patrick's sitting here. Quite frankly, we've been following this guy that we actually found on the street and got him into rehab. And every time he overdosed, Patrick, they gave him Suboxone every single time. And every single time, Andy, he bolted from the treatment center and immediately hit the streets and shot up again. So it didn't work at all for him.
Well, the jury is out, and this is an experiment, and we'll see if this happens. The guys I've talked to at that recovery house say, hey, these guys get out, they're on Suboxone, pretty soon they're back on heroin.
My brother, Andy Sheehan, thanks, man. It's great stuff as always.
Thanks, man.
Best reporter I know. The best. My man, very close friend of mine. Love the man. From the PJ Fitzpatrick, wow. Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
Marty, crews are still clearing an accident from the south side on East Carson Street at South 28th, so definitely watch for slowdowns as you travel there. Slowdowns on the Parkway East continue to greet you between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood Swissvale, and you're getting in line at the top of Green Tree Hill on the Parkway West. Just a reminder that there continue to be some closures on the North Shore as crews are continuing to break down the infrastructure from the NFL draft. So through May 6th, the following North Shore roads remain closed per Visit Pittsburgh: Reedsdale Street, Chuck Knoll Way, Tony Dorsett Drive, Art Rooney Avenue, West General Robin Street to Tony Dorsett Drive, and also Scotland Avenue. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Amazon Business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I know people that are on the Suboxone, and some swear by it, and then others say it's a joke, and it just drags their loved ones further into addiction. So you know. The Sheehan piece is amazing. I saw the same thing with methadone. People on methadone for 17 years. Well, that's not a treatment, folks. Ryan, go ahead.
Marty, my man.
Brother.
Great to get through. Hey, love you. Sincerely ask you to give this topic some additional time. I'd love to just throw out two things in response to your last
Appreciate you calling. Go ahead. Yeah.
Absolutely. Number one, how many people do you know who have been on blood pressure, cholesterol, heart medications, not for 7, 8, 9 years, 10, 20, 30 years?
They don't get cravings from it. They don't have car accidents while they're on it. They don't commit crimes while they're on it.
No.
They don't commit robberies while they're on it.
I hear you, right, and
by the way, I'm not disparaging you, but I see where you're coming from. But I'm just throwing to the other side of it. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, we could probably pull on any of these threads as long as we want to. I think what came first, the chicken and the egg? That would be my response.
Are you on it?
I don't think anybody is getting the craving.
Are you on it?
From the medication.
Are you on it?
The craving came way before that.
Are you on it? No.
Absolutely not.
Nope.
I'd love to just make
hold on. The guys that I know that are on it say they get high from it. Is that accurate?
No.
You don't get high from blood pressure medication.
It's not true that everybody gets high from it, and I would counter you in saying a vast majority of people that I know on it, and in fact, an even greater proportion of people that have beat their addiction, do not have problems.
I wonder about what Sheehan said, that they're offering it to all the inmates in prison, and now they're just using it to get high and kill time. Is that a fair?
I appreciate the scrutiny on that, Marty. I'll tell you what, I think diagnosis is important, administration is important, and a care plan is important while they're in jail, when they come out of jail. But I have to tell you, Marty, I'm not joking, and I would love to be pressed by any of your other callers. There's never been a double-blind, placebo-controlled trial of people with substance use disorder where the people that received Suboxone did worse than the people that did not get it. They always do better.
Hold on. You must be, I mean, you're a brilliant guy in this area. You must be in addiction therapy or something, right? You're not just some amateur reading the back of a cartoon, right?
I'm a pharmacist by trade.
Wow.
Yes,
all right. So I need to get your information because I love you and I want to use you as a resource. I'm going to put you on hold.
Please do.
Grab his info, please, buddy. I love this guy. Ryan. I love experts. We kind of build our whole show around it. And when someone calls like him and has that background and that expertise, I'm all in. So I don't want to cut him short. A bunch of people on Vivitrol that has helped them immensely. Is that the same thing, Patrick? Vivitrol?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Yeah, all right.
But I do know plenty of people, family members, who have transitioned to Suboxone from methadone.
And has it helped?
And it did help. But when you have those severe addictions and you're transitioning, stepping down to those things, that makes sense to me. If you don't have a bona fide verified addiction and you're stepping up to that, then yes, you're going to get high from it.
Oh, Vivitrol. Once monthly intramuscular injection used to treat alcohol and opioid dependence by blocking opioid receptors. Hey, my man, I'm not disparaging it. Anything that helps. But it's a little weird. Like Sheehan says, now it's being offered to everyone in jail. Yeah, and now it's at $40 million, added to $100 million.
If they're blanket giving everyone access, that's a problem. Especially, there might be a history of addiction in my family. Let's try it.
No, you're right. Yeah.
That ain't right.
And by the way, I love Ryan calling, and I will use him. Go ahead, Bill. Thanks for your patience.
Let me get to back off the speakerphone here. But, actually, about 11 years ago, when I was actually driving home from rehab for knee surgery, I was going through Coriopolis.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I see a car in front of me just cut one way and then roll over.
Whoa.
Get the guy to sit down at the curb, and other than some minor stuff, he was okay. And when the one policeman got there and talked to him, he said, "Well, I just stopped at the clinic to pick up my methadone dosage."
Oh no!
But actually, about Vivitrol, I don't know if he explained. Vivitrol, it's also called naloxone. That is what's called an opioid blocker, and they had a very good piece on 60 Minutes a few years ago where basically it was mandatory for anyone with an opioid-related offense. The day they get out of jail, they get a dose, and they have to report as a condition of their of their parole. Otherwise, they're violating parole. And actually, I think they said their recidivism rate, as far as people picking up their habit again, dropped dramatically.
It's amazing.
And one guy said, "It lets me think about what I might be doing."
Wow. So that might be a cool thing.
So yeah, it may be more of a expense up front, but if you cut the recidivism going back to usage by
I'm all in.
who knows 50, 60, 70%, you saved a lot.
You did, and we lost you. It's a great call and great info. I love the conversation. Gio, go ahead. Thanks for holding, man.
About this Suboxone, I know someone personally in my life that's been on it for 10 years.
Oh.
Never been high. In fact, the job they do, you couldn't be high because it's climbing and working with
not to be a jerk
stuff.
here. I mean, are they not now addicted to Suboxone if they've been on it 10 years?
Oh, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure there's a withdrawal. They have to withdrawal if they ever got off of it. However, a doctor suggested he take this.
Yeah.
And he asked the doctor a long time ago, how long can I take this? And he said, the rest of your life.
Oh.
If you want to. Yes.
Oh.
He said, the rest of your life you want to. And this person functions great.
Wow.
Drives. It's great.
Hell of a conversation. The whole thing. Dustin, go ahead, man. Thanks for holding. Go ahead.
No problem, man. I'm just calling, listening to the topic, and I have a ton of experience. The Suboxone is an absolute the wrong way to go.
Oh.
For long term. I was on it for 8 years. It is the right way. I loved it. It helped me get my life on track.
Wow.
But as for the long term, it's government heroin, man. Government. It can be a money thing.
How did you quit?
Sublocade. That's the way to go. The shot that eliminates all way. I planned on being on Suboxone for the rest of my life because I had no intention of going through the hell that the withdrawal caused. But the Sublocade shot came about, and it's an absolute miracle. And anyone who's doing it needs to look into that route. I'm on it myself right now. I've been getting the shot for the last 3 months, and I feel great.
Wow!
And I don't have to wake up and put the film under my tongue.
Wow!
You know?
It's a great phone call, man. Made my whole day.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on May 15th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
I have serious problems with my voice. Cancer-related stuff. I end up with probably the best speech therapist, surgeon, doctor in the world at UPMC. Spent 2 days with them. Different breathing, different medications. And you probably noticed my voice has been better than ever. My point is, when you get engaged with UPMC, they make sure you're okay. Life-saving, life-changing information. UPMC.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 54 degrees at 11:30. I'm David Ballarado. Pittsburgh's finances are tightening. New numbers show the city spent tens of millions more than it brought in last year. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has details.
City Controller Rachel Heisler said the city is now feeling the loss of federal pandemic aid, finishing 2025 with a nearly $45 million deficit.
Without the American Rescue Plan, we would have had a deficit in 2023 and 2024, and now here we are in 2025. The American Rescue Plan dollars account for almost exactly the net loss in 2025.
Heisler says revenues dropped while expenses climbed, and the city dipped into its rainy day fund. Heisler warns spending hasn't adjusted to the new reality and says moving forward, the city needs stricter budgeting and new long-term revenue sources. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The man who was convicted of first-degree murder in February and the death of his missing girlfriend has now been sentenced to life in prison without parole. Thomas Stanko was accused of killing Cassandra Gross, who had disappeared back in 2018. He's also been sentenced to serve an additional 42 to 84 months for a related conviction of reckless burning. Her burnout vehicle had been found several days after she disappeared. The body of Gross has never been recovered. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are higher. The Dow is up 66 points, well off of its earlier highs. The Nasdaq is currently 280 points higher. The S&P 500 is 49 points to the plus side. KDK Radio News Time, 11:32. Our next update at noon on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Is your roof ready for April rain? Call Home Genius Exteriors now and get 50% off all roofing materials with 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Plus, get free gutters with your new roof. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection from one of our experts. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser. Ellen, what's up?
What's up, Marty, is we still have delays out there this morning. If you're grabbing the keys and heading out the door and taking Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard, you're backing up with a multi-light delay before the intersection with Millerton Avenue as you make your way down to the McKees Rocks Bridge. Getting up onto the outbound lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge, trying to make your way to the Parkway West. You have heavy traffic coming from both the Parkway East and from the Portal Bridge and the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Parkway West on the inbound ride is stacking at the top of Green Tree Hill. Slow go for you as well on the Parkway East right around Edgewood Swissvale. And a reminder, closures for the marathon begin around noon today. They'll start with the Boulevard of the Allies closing from Stanwix to Wood Streets, and then more closures to be layered in until the race kicks off on Sunday morning. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning cloudy for the rest of today. It'll be quite cool this afternoon with rain at times, even a rumble of thunder, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then partly cloudy and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
All right, here we go. We have made it to the end of the week. What a week it was. It's going to be a better week next week, too. It's Friday. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6. KDK.
When I was much younger, obviously, starting out at KD Television, with my wife and I had moved back from Dallas, and we moved into Lebo. There was this pizza joint on the way home, and I just popped in there, and there was this young man in there that I was immediately drawn to. He's charming and kind and friendly and great pizza, just very cool. And then all of a sudden he closed, and next thing I knew, one of my friends sent me a text that he went to this insanely good restaurant called Cucina Bella. This is a true story. And he said he was sitting outside waiting for his pizza. He said the owner came out and asked him if he wanted some meatballs. This is a true story. And he's like, okay. So the owner of the restaurant brought pizza to his car and they had meatballs. And that's Cucina Bella, which I've probably been to 1,000 times and my kids grew up in. when I had cancer and I was really sick, I remember bringing my son. It makes me kind of emotional even thinking about how cool this has been for us, to Cucina Bella, and I couldn't swallow, and I was in all this pain, but my son wanted pizza, and I remember going to Cucina Bella, which is kind of Bridgeville, kind of Upper St. Clair, and sitting in this back table with my son and Carmen, the owner, and he's just asking me if I'm okay and what he can do for me while my son ate pizza, because I couldn't eat and I couldn't swallow. And I really thought maybe I could die. And he's been there along the way, and in the process, he's created great meatballs. He has these T-shirts that say, Hail Mary, full of grace. And the Hail Mary, full of grace is how long it takes for him to make a meatball every day. So he says, Hail Mary, full of grace, while he's rolling it, and that's how long it takes. Hand-rolled meatballs every day. And he's a magnificent friend, but on top of that, he's an entrepreneur, and he's been at it. And why I wanted to grab him today is because he meant so much to this community and my family in general, because he is such a great man. To celebrate 15 years in that business is like 1,500 years in any other business. It's just that hard. My man, Carmen. Good morning, brother. How are you?
What's up, Marty? How you doing? Thanks for the kind words, man. You guys are the best. You always feel good to me, man. All you people.
So, Carmen, the rest, I've said this to you because we've been there so much and we're such close friends. I've said this to you many times. You're in the hardest business on earth. How do you stay in it for 15 years and succeed? What are the vitals, sir?
You know what? It's a great question. I don't think it really 15 years, I know there's a lot of people that family businesses have been in business for 20, 30, tons of years. But I don't know. I last week, because it was on Sunday, it was 15, and I started thinking, I was just by myself at the restaurant, I was just thinking, wow, I can't believe I've been here 15 years. I mean, my kids were so young. My daughter's graduating from college now next week. Like, there's so many things. I don't know. I don't really know how I did it. I always thought it was cool to make something with your hands, right? That you could give to someone and say, hey, I made that, and it's pretty cool. And I like talking to people and meeting people. And I always try to just buy. I think you can do it if you just, I try to buy the best stuff that I could all the time and hope that people would come back. But, I mean, it's had definitely strains on friendships and relationships because the thing is, doing your own thing, right? Everyone knows that's really hard, and there's always flexibility and stuff. But when it comes to the restaurant business, for me, working at night is tough. That's the hard part. You know what I mean? Because, I mean, you're there late. You know what I mean? And it's really hard. But you definitely wear every hat, like you and I always talked about. You're a dad, and you're a banker, and you're loan the kids money if they need it. You're a therapist. You're everything, man. It's a hard business.
So something happened, and no one knows this better than Carmen. One of his boys, forever has been Joe T. Tambellini, and Joe T. hit the wall. Honestly, Joe T. hit the friggin' wall and hung it up. And this kind of affected you just to think of it, didn't it? Didn't it, Carmen?
Yeah, it did. I remember. So that next morning, I called him just to talk to him and say congratulations. We ended up being on the phone for an hour. Wow. And it was a really awesome phone call because every time I always kind of needed some sort of advice or something, I'd always call Joe and just talk to him. And he's just such a good person. Wonderful. And he said that, we talked about today's help. And I always tell you, everyone today thinks that WORK is a radio station, right? And when I talked to him, because he said he made the one thing when it comes to all the people that work for you, he said, Colin, let me ask you something. I said, what? He said, really want you to think about this. And I said, what is it? And he said, when was the last time someone that worked at your restaurant for you requested off?
Oh.
And I said, oh, my God. You're absolutely right. No one requests off. In the beginning, when I first opened, it's like, hey, Carm, can I request off like next Friday, next Saturday? Now it's just, hey, it can't work. I'm going to hang out with sheep. They don't do anything except hang out at sheep. You go to sheep. I mean, they don't do anything. But yeah, it's been a long road. I'm super thankful. I'm really grateful. Everyone in Bridgeville has been awesome. The neighbors have been great because, there's always people parking on the street and stuff. And the fire the firemen, the policemen, everybody's been really good to me.
What do you love? What do you love most about it, Carmen? What do you love most about it? Because you have to love it to hang in there.
You know what? I loved making pizza, right?
Yeah,
I just liked it. And like I said, I dig it that I can make something and give it to you and you just kind of be satisfied from you telling me, like, it's really good. Because I always said, like, if someone said, hey, how is the food? And they say it's good, they're just telling you it doesn't suck.
True.
So I just am always looking for another word or very good or something like that. And it's been really rewarding. And it's really cool now, too, that with my kids that are older, they'll work and they'll help me out. And I think that's really cool.
Carmen's daughter, with all due respect to pizza, this is not a lie. His daughter is a literal, legit supermodel. Yeah? Right? Like, big time.
It's the most bizarre story on the planet. We wanted her to work at the restaurant. She wanted to get a job, and I said, okay, come work at the restaurant. She said, I don't want to work at the restaurant. I kept on pushing, come to the restaurant. And she said, I'm going to get another job. I said, where do you want to work? She goes, well, I want to I'm thinking either Trader Joe's or the Hallmark store. And no offense to any of those people. I'm sure they're good jobs. But, she has a nice, little thing here. So I said to her, listen, now, just come to work at the restaurant. I'll give you whatever you want. You want to work 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, whatever. Bring all your friends because I just want to spend time with her. And that little kid at 15, she took a picture of herself and in the middle of the night in her jammies, sent it out. And she gets this job, right?
She's a
and
Ford
I remember
model. She's in.
Well, listen. So what happened was I got the phone call from Danielle, her mom, and she said, "Hey, are you sitting down?" I said, "Yeah." She's like, "I think Noelle got a job," and I was like, "Doing what?" She was like, "Modeling." I'm like, "Modeling for who?" She says, "Ford." My mind goes straight to Wilson Lynn. I'm like, "Are you serious?" And then I got real fired up. I'm like, "She's gonna go seriously?" I was thinking like auto show, sitting up down. Yeah, she goes, no, it's the Ford Modeling Agency, and they're one of the top 2 in the world. It's just unreal. I mean, it's crazy. God bless her.
For Chanel, Versace, I mean, she's a supermodel, and she still comes there and works at Cucina Bella.
She does. Now, listen, I mean, she does the modeling. She's got a great degree. She's graduating next week. But as a hostess, we all love her, but we have been closed for 15 years on Mondays, and there has been a time or two she's taking reservations for a Monday when someone will call and we're not open. Like, you know what I mean? So then we got to hear it on that end. But
Hail Mary, full of grace.
Yeah.
Hey,
That's
Carmen,
That's it.
I'm going to drop another bomb. One of his good friends, this is no BS, is Eddie Vedder, the lead singer of Pearl Jam, because Eddie loves Cucina Bella. Does he not, sir?
Ed does like it. Ed likes it, and Ed's the only guy that's allowed to smoke in the basement when he comes, in the back room, So, he asks, he says, "You care if I smoke? If I pay to have your basement clean, you care if I smoke a cigarette down here?" He can do whatever he wants, man.
So
that guy's Mick Jagger of our time. Love that guy.
Him. Before he goes, I got to mention one thing. He has a pizza there modeled after something my wife loves. I've known him longer than my wife. He has never, ever had a Marty Griffin pizza on the menu because he doesn't like me. And it's sad.
You know what? What am I going to call it? We call her the Christina. What am I going to call them? I can't call a pizza the Marty?
Jag
I don't know. I mean,
Jag-off.
Oh yeah, they'll love that. Yeah, I'll be on 2, 4, and 11 in 6 seconds if I put a pizza called the Jag-off. What's wrong with you?
That's what you want, my man. Cucina Bella, Carmen, I love you, my man. 15 years, man.
Thanks,
Kicking
man.
ass.
I love you back.
All right, my man.
Thanks so much.
Later.
Talk soon.
He's amazing. You know why? He gives a damn. And 15 years, man, it's a hell of a long time. Cucina Bella. 15 years. Eddie Vedder is his boy. Pearl Jam. No kidding. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, you should have a Marty pizza. Marty Party, call it. Put everything on it. Duh. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. Ellen, right? Right, Ellen? Right.
Absolutely, Marty.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Marty Party. There you go. All right. Not much of a party on the Parkway West today. It's still slow on the front side of Green Tree Hill. It has just been sluggish there all day long. So just a heads up if you're traveling in that direction. Getting up onto the outbound lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge through those outbound Fort Pitt tunnels to the Parkway West, headed toward the airport. That's a little bit slow go too, coming across from the Portal Bridge and the Fort Duquesne Bridge. You also have slow traffic coming from the Parkway East, so be aware of that. Parkway East inbound, sluggish at Edgewood Swissvale. Just a quick reminder for you, there are lane restrictions coming to the Parkway East in both directions, weather permitting 9 tonight, continuously through 5 on Sunday morning. That'll be between the Greensburg Pike and Wilkinsburg exit ramps. Again, plan ahead because there will be delays around that. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ellen Gamble on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
You know Zero Res, the zero residue carpet cleaner that leaves your carpets truly clean with no dirt-attracting soaps or harsh chemicals. Don't risk it with the other guys and skip the DIY disasters that leave your carpets soaked for days. Keep the mud outside where it belongs, not trapped in your carpets. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet Zero Resified starting at just $139. Call 412-701-1188 or visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the KDKA special.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo with Easy Cater, the best way to order great food from favorite restaurants for all your festivities. From April 27th through May 5th, every order placed earns you 1,000 bonus rewards points. From traditional favorites like enchiladas and mole to festive options like a build-your-own taco bar, even breakfast. Chilaquiles, anyone? Easy Cater makes food for Cinco de Mayo a cinch. Order now at EasyCater.com and get 1,000 bonus points on every order with promo code Cinco de Mayo 26. Restrictions apply. See offer details.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
I look at these restaurant closings and I go, okay, did the American consumer not think this bubble was going to burst? Yeah, stuff costs more. Yeah, gas costs more. Yeah, it's all passed on to you. And at some point you go, I really can't go out to eat as much. And then bang, the restaurant closes. But wasn't the problem that we had way too many to begin with?
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hi, I'm Peter Sagal. When we were growing up, my 2 brothers and I just loved our Uncle Ted. He was like a really cool big brother who always brought around the best toys and took us to the best places and with whom we always had the most fun. It was odd, though, when we got older, to realize he wasn't nearly as outgoing and adventurous with other adults. I found out much later that this might have had something to do with the ostomy bag he wore ever since he was diagnosed with Crohn's disease as a teenager and had part of his lower intestine removed. Theodor Skolnick, my Uncle Ted, died last year at the age of 80, never having once mentioned his illness to me or my brothers. He left a large bequest to the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation to help fund better treatments for these diseases and also to help other people, old and young, seek and get help for the situation that he was never able to talk about. Don't feel you need to hide your Crohn's or colitis. Go to spillyourguts.org to learn more about the treatments available and even find a specialist. That's spillyourguts.org.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Do a little research. Sometimes when you hear the music playing, I'm doing a little research. I have this little inhaler. Hear it? In the breaks, I use that too. As if you care. I was looking up how long restaurants last. Wow. 20 to 30% of restaurants fail in the first year. Okay? 50 to 60% of restaurants fail within 3 to 5 years. Wow. Wow. More than half. Wow. More than 90% of restaurants don't make it 10 years. I believe that. I believe it. And that's why I felt like Carmen's story was so fantastic that he's made it 15 years, because it's a very difficult business. I think it's the most difficult because there's so many moving parts. I have a good friend that owns a substantial number of like 9 or 10 restaurants, including ice cream joints and pizza joints, and he wants out. And he doesn't want out because he's not making money, but because he makes money. But the problem is Carmen kind of alluded to it. No one wants to do this business anymore. No one. Most of the second generation kids have no interest in daddy's restaurant. They just don't. It's just, and then most kids, young kids out of college, have no interest in those hours. And food costs are insane. And so just recently, think about what it costs for a pizza. When they used to be $5, they're now $35. And Carmen has to manage all that. And then most of his staff is young. And then insurance and everything else, and personal issues and financial issues and COVID. And so it's a miracle that he's been here 15 years. It just is. And that someone is able to maintain that quality for 15 years. I have a bunch of friends that are in the business. My man Greg, who owns Off the Hook and Napa Prime, Glenn Hawley and his wonderful wife. It's your whole life. It consumes you. And if you've been to those restaurants, they're always there, man. They're always smiling. It's 11 at night, man. You're getting home at 3 in the morning. And then someone's stealing from the bar. Someone's stealing from the kitchen. Someone's giving away free food. Someone else is giving away free drinks. I remember Glenn Hawley telling me that, like, stone crab from the area of the Ukraine went up to like $100 a pound because of the war with Ukraine. And it used to be $22 a pound. And steak, for 800 reasons, there are only two big companies that now slaughter. It's gone up exponentially. And last time you were at Giant Eagle, what did filet cost? About pushing $35, $40 a pound. And so staying in that business and staying on top is insanely hard. Which is why Joe Tambolini, one of the top 5 restaurateurs in Pennsylvania, said, hell with it, I'm out. Left at the top of his game. And I texted him last week. He said he'd never been happier. He might come on for us as a food influencer, doing restaurant videos. It's that hard. So congrats to Carmen and Kachina Bella for making it 15 years and kicking ass along the way.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a Platinum Preferred Contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the Platinum Preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Serious problems with my voice. Cancer-related stuff. I end up with probably the best speech therapist, surgeon, doctor in the world at UPMC. Spent 2 days with them. Different breathing, different medications. And you probably noticed my voice has been better than ever. My point is, when you get engaged with UPMC, they make sure you're okay. Life-saving, life-changing information. UPMC.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 54 degrees at 12 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. Pittsburgh City Controller unveiling a new report showing a $45 million deficit in the city's latest financial results. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush is in the newsroom with details.
David, City Controller Rachel Heisler says the deficit is also showing up in the city's shrinking rainy day fund, which ended 2025 about $166 million.
The 2024 fund balance was at $199.9 million. The 2025 figure represents a decrease of $33.8 million. Budget projections have this figure decreasing to $79 million by the end of 2030, representing the fund balance as 11% of expenditures.
Heisler pointed to rising costs and relatively flat revenue growth, even with gains in several tax categories, including increases in deed transfer, earned income, payroll preparation, and parking taxes. She says the city will need to tighten spending and refocus on core services moving forward. In the newsroom, Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
A Westmoreland County judge today sentenced 55-year-old Thomas Stanko to life in prison without parole following his conviction on murder and other charges back in February. Stanko was charged 4 years ago in the death of his former girlfriend, Cassandra Gross, though her body was never found after her 2018 disappearance. A judge declared her legally dead in 2019. Not long after her disappearance, Gross's abandoned vehicle was found burned out. During the trial, Stanko was also convicted of reckless burning, which led to an additional 42 to 84 months on top of his sentence for the murder. The number of homicides handled by Allegheny County's medical examiner's office is now at 21 cases for the year. 9 of those are from the month of April alone. Though one of the April cases, the death of 28-year-old Stefan Peak, happened outside of Allegheny County. As the face-off continues between the Trump administration and Iran, the Islamic State has issued a new proposal to try to end the conflict. The White House is trying to get Iran's pledge for never trying to build a nuclear weapon solidified, though. The proposal comes on the day after the War Powers Act may or may not require a halt to the conflict or congressional approval to continue that. CBS News correspondent Natalie Brandt is at the White House.
Well, GOP lawmakers over on Capitol Hill have largely remained supportive of the administration's military operation in Iran. Some have publicly acknowledged that these high prices are becoming a political issue. You know, the midterms just months away now. And we know from hearing from drivers and voters out there, this is on their minds.
On Wall Street, the Dow is 20 points higher. The Nasdaq is up 298, and the S&P 500 is currently 48 points higher. KDKA Sports, the Pirates host the Reds tonight at 6:45. Mitch Keller to get the start. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. KDK Radio News Time 12:03. It's 54 degrees, raining in the Pittsburgh area. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning cloudy for the rest of today. It'll be quite cool this afternoon with rain at times, even a rumble of thunder, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then partly cloudy and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We have spent quite a bit of time discussing the juvenile crime problem in Pittsburgh and nationwide. And oftentimes our stories are very frustrating because they never get caught, they never get punished. Sometimes we have a victory. This is kind of wild how this one went down. And I wanted to bring in one of my boys, Mike Fisher, Scanner Mike, to kind of go through this. Good afternoon, brother. How are you?
Marty, good afternoon. Doing good.
So lay this scenario out for us and then tell our listeners how we ended up posting this video on social of these idiotic teenagers.
Marty, we got a submission of a video from a vehicle, one of the newer vehicles that has the cameras on them. There's a bunch of different models and brands that do that now. And we did was to compile this information and provide it to you, the king, of course. And we were able to get a particular suspect identified as they lowered their face mask in front of a camera, smiling wide and happy.
It's so true. In fact, when he sent this to me, he pointed it out, and then Patrick magnificently produced it so that in the video that we posted, what was it, Patrick? Is this 2 days ago?
Yes.
Yeah. So I get approached and text last night from detectives. They used that video, Mike, to identify the idiot who took his face mask down. And shocking, brother, that kid who's out there stealing cars, and it looks like he's sporting a rifle or some kind of weapon along with that, is only 15 years old. Are you surprised?
Not surprised, but I'm dismayed.
Yeah.
But this is what we're dealing with today, modern times.
And what time of night was that?
Marty, according to the records, that happened around 4 a.m. exactly in the Knoxville neighborhood in the city of Pittsburgh.
So a 15-year-old kid with a gun is out stealing cars at 4 in the morning, right?
Yeah, with a partner. Also ransacking a car at the same time that had its door unlocked.
Now, I want to bring JK into this because he kind of has so much insight into juvenile crime and this hysteria. What's bizarre about this or interesting about this? So they identified the kid, and this becomes so trivial in the justice system that they're going to send him a summons. JK, does that surprise you at all? My man's going to get a ticket in the mail.
Yeah, where we're at, right? Daycare centers around here. We don't run juvenile detention. It's a daycare center.
Hey, Mom, what do I do with this ticket? Throw it away, Johnny. Put it in the stack with the other ones.
Yeah, throw it in the garbage with that ankle bracelet they're going to put me on.
Hold on. Which leads to my next point, which is actually brilliant the way JK transitioned to it. So they arrest a kid, and this isn't surprising. It's just the way we're at. They arrest a kid. How many cars do they think he stole? 100 cars or broke into at least 100, JK?
Yeah, they said, from what I seen on the news, there was a 17-year-old teen broke into over 100-plus vehicles, stole 12 vehicles across Beachview, Brentwood, Brookline, and released to Mom. That's what happened. Gone.
Hold on. So you're hearing this, Mike. So your guy stole a couple cars. He's only 15. It's trivial. He's a pimple. The big shot kid broke into 100 vehicles, stole at least a dozen, and they sent him home to Mommy. So there's no hope here, is there, Mike? None.
Marty, when I hear incidents downtown as well, whether it be theft, fighting crime of any sort, it's usually juvenile release to parents.
It's true. It doesn't really make you feel good about trying to get these people arrested, does it, Mike?
It must also be frustrating for law enforcement that all these charges or these cases, the amount of hours you put in to trace someone, to perform these acts and have bulletproof evidence, only to be released to Mommy. You know, that's not particularly the deterrent that we want to see, and that kid's going to be doing it again and again and again until he kills someone or gets killed himself.
Well, JK, to add insult to that, and you know this because last week when they arrested one of the teenage punks for creating massive crime, they tried to release the teenage punk to Mommy, but Mommy was in jail for holding a guy hostage. So at the end of the day, JK, this is a horrible cycle of crime, is it not, sir?
It is. It's a hand-me-down situation. You know, their aunts and uncles, mom and dad's pictures are on the mantle, and they're all prison photos. So they have no structure. They don't understand anything else. They grew up in a criminal element in a criminal world inside their household. That wasn't a safe place for them. It was a criminal element. And they just went with what they know. They know how to commit crimes and do different things. You know, they're following the lead of their parents and so forth like that.
Patrick, how old was the kid who was stealing the guns? He couldn't get up over the counter. How old was he, 11?
12.
12. And JK, this is like those Kia boys, right? Right?
Same thing. So I did a little quick research on my man up there with 100 vehicles. Turns out he's a career juvenile criminal machine, has 2 priors for assaulting his family members.
Wow.
Sent right back home after he was arrested, taken to the station. They returned him to the scene and let him go. Last summer, he wrecked a stolen car into a vape shop on Brookline Boulevard. He was immediately released to mother. Nothing happened. 1 week, don't be a criminal class. Released out onto the streets and stole another 100 cars, or broke into 100 vehicles and stole 12 more. Wow. So here's my point to that. Mayor, okay, and the politicians, they know nothing's going to happen in court. So they're already blocking and defending the hit that they're going to take, because these kids are all walking and are about to walk. So the mayor, his personal statement was, our officers did their job, and they found out they found out who was doing these break-ins. From there, that's where we end. We go through the criminal justice system, and whatever happens, the judges rule. The judges rule. That's it. So he's aware that the system does not work. So he's already setting up roadblocks for the heat that he's about to get, because this he's getting released.
Well, Mike, it kind of points out our little deal here. So you get video, we post it, we talk about it, we get the guy identified, we're all happy. Then I get sent a note, they're going to send him a summons in the mail, which in essence means nothing, does it, Mike? It's frustrating as hell.
Marty, a summons in Allegheny County, you appear before a judge. If you decide to show, or you skip and get a warrant, and you appear before a judge, and it's off their justice system. So unfortunately, the voters need to do their job as better, if not as good as or better than the police officers, and the system works.
Sam. We're not quitting. Thanks, brother. Appreciate you.
Glad to be here.
JK, we got to stay with this until someone pays attention. What is weird about the NFL draft, JK, and I know you noticed this, the Jagoff teens they arrested downtown last week, they immediately brought them to jail and immediately decided to try them as adults for the 3 days. For the 3 days of the draft, my man.
Smoke and mirrors. That's all that is. Smoke and mirrors. Look it up. Showing the world, look, this is what we did or what we can do. And we prosecute crime in here. The second the media leaves and the NFL leaves, it's back out on the street. Guys are taking dumps on Smithfield Street. Sure. There's needles out there. Sure. The juveniles are coming back from school. So look out.
Sure. Truth to power. JK, thanks. Appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir.
Got to keep telling it.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. Ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Life-saving, life-changing information. UPMC. Love it.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
This is CBS Eye on Veterans. Navy SEAL veteran Marcus Capone shares how a celebrity podcaster helped move President Trump to authorize an executive order demanding the exploration of psychedelic therapy for our veterans.
Joe Rogan, right? He's got a huge platform on topics that people are interested in. This is one of them, right? He's talked about psychedelics for an extremely long time. He's talked to enough veterans to Mexico and did Ibogaine or did ayahuasca or did a psilocybin retreat. And I think he just one point just is like, why are we still waiting to approve these treatments? Like, what is the red tape, you know? And I think he has a close relationship with President Trump and just shot him a note.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth and investigate true crime cases. 48 Hours, CBS Saturday, and streaming on Paramount+.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Man, because in the breaks I put my feet up because I'm old, and my ankles swell because I'm old. And Trevin is very conscientious, and I'm not. And he gets nervous because I got my feet up because I'm old, and I start falling asleep because I'm old. And the music starts playing, and my feet are up. He thinks I'm dead because I'm old, but I'm really just trying to mess with him because I'm old. I love him.
Well, you're successful because you mess with me every time.
Because Patrick is a veteran of my idiosyncrasies, he just sits there. He knows. He's shaking his head.
Well, I know you're messing with Travis.
There's a little thing that goes on every morning before I get in here. Mutt and Jeff here, the two big brains, or medium-sized brains, depending on how much coffee they had. They sit back there in our little enclave where we put the show together, and they actually put all the audio together and video and actually do a magnificent job. And honestly, full disclosure, we have become quite a close team, and we actually love each other. And as Patrick moves to, which he is going to move to Phoenix, we're going to still do this, but Trevor's going to do more. Trevin's going to do more, even if I change his name once in a while. But every morning they sit back there. And this morning we came up with the analogous team of doofuses that they remind me of. And they're the two old guys. Go ahead, Trevor. Two old guys from what show?
It's not the doofuses, and it's Sesame Street. And I can't believe, Patrick, we grew up on it.
The Muppets.
The Muppets. There you go. But they were on Sesame Street, too. The Muppets were on Sesame Street.
The two
there you go.
cranky old guys.
The balcony.
That sit in the balcony and bitch, right? Pretty much.
But that's not what we do, Patrick. Make sure he's right.
Not completely.
Thank you.
So what I do, because I'm an idiot, is I will come in and listen to them conducting their little version of The View and just make fun of them because I'm good at it. So that's what we do every day. In this last break with my feet up, I was actually texting Rachel Heisler, the city controller, and I wanted to get into some. Did you see these numbers, Patrick? No.
Mm-mm.
It's kind of wild. She just released this. I guess she's doing a newser, and I know that Tamara is there, and she'll have the details. The general fund for the city of Pittsburgh last year, this is not surprising, but it's also a lot of money, spent $44.7 million more than it received. Oops.
God.
Oops. Yep. Yep. Expenses totaled $732 million, an increase of $9.2 million compared to 2024. Oops. The rainy day fund now has Statler and Waldorf. Those are the names of the two old guys. Ellen Gamble. Which one you want to be, Chief? Statler or Waldorf? Waldork. I'm trying to get Heisler to pop in here. I don't know what time our news conference was. Rachel Heisler, this is what city finances look like without American Rescue Plan funds, which, by the way, is the point, right, Patrick?
Exactly.
It saved our ass, is what she's saying.
Completely, even though there's, I guess, question marks about where that spending went.
This is the reality we've been warning about for the past 2 years. Oops. Oh, on the whole, revenue and expenditures are more or less stagnant year over year, but things are more expensive. And she offers this warning. I love her, by the way, big fan. We're still spending like we have millions of dollars, federal dollars, sitting in the bank. Here we go. The city saw significant increases in revenue sources in 2025. Deed transfer tax up $4 million from 24. $10.6 million over budget. Earned income tax. Yes, we will do that, Rachel. 1 p.m. We will have her live at 1 p.m. I love it. I love her. I'm a big fan. Interest earnings decreased by $7.9 million compared to 2024. Oops. This is where we're at. And this is the harsh reality. At the end of the day, if we stay on this path, and she'll tell you this, she won't use these words, but I will, we're screwed. Right? We are. Someone had to see this train coming, right? I would think. Someone had to tap someone on the shoulder and go, I don't want to ruin the free lunch here, but we spent $45 million, almost $50 million more than we have. Oh, go ahead.
Well, this is why there's been a raise in taxes. Remember, they raised taxes to raise, what, $20 million?
Yes, sir.
Oops, we need $40 million. So does that mean we're going to have another tax raise coming, or are they going to actually cut some spending?
To his point, one of those two has to happen, doesn't it, brother?
It has to.
Unless somehow we get some big new jobs, something.
And they can't count one-time commitments from the nonprofits to fill that hole forever.
No way. So there we have it. We spent $44.7 million. So the city last year finished with a net loss of $44.7 million. That's a problem, I would think. That's a big problem. And somebody better wrap their arms around it fast and be honest with it fast. Or we're screwed big time.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. legacybox.com/radio.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Make Cinco de Mayo delicious with Easy Cater, the easiest way to order food from favorite restaurants for all your celebrations. From April 27th through May 5th, every order placed earns you 1,000 bonus rewards points. Whether you're looking for traditional favorites like tacos and tortas, festive options like a build-your-own nacho bar, or hosting a breakfast fiesta with huevos rancheros and breakfast burritos, Easy Cater makes food for Cinco de Mayo a cinch. Order now at easycater.com with promo code Cinco de Mayo 26. Restrictions apply. See offer details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 55 degrees under cloudy skies. At 12:30 in Pittsburgh, I'm Pat Septak. Pittsburgh's latest financial report showing a $45 million deficit in 2025. City Controller Rachel Heisler says city expenses are rising in part due to major operational costs, including fleet-related spending.
Our office released our first report highlighting our concerns about the city's fleet last year. We spent an average of more than $1 million a month to maintain our fleet in 2025.
Heisler says those kind of ongoing costs are adding pressure to the budget as the city works through tighter financial conditions following the end of federal relief funding. Sentencing today in a high-profile murder case in Westmoreland County. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Judge Michael Stewart today sentenced 55-year-old Thomas Stanko to life in prison without parole following his conviction on murder and other charges back in February. Stanko was charged 4 years ago in the death of his former girlfriend, Cassandra Gross, though her body was never found after her 2018 disappearance. A judge declared her legally dead in 2019. Not long after she disappeared, Gross's abandoned vehicle was found, burnt out. During his trial, Stanko was also convicted of reckless burning, which led to an additional 42 to 84 months on top of his sentence for murder. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
The latest spike in gas prices has some people protesting at gas stations. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace has more.
Protesters in front of a Speedway station in Warren, Michigan are holding signs that read, MAGA, Make American Gas Affordable. Jill Murphy organized the protest.
I have family members who are ill, and I can't go visit them across the state or up north because it's too expensive right now to drive.
Joel Rutherford is retired and doesn't drive as much, but he's still feeling the impact.
Gas prices don't affect just gas prices. It's also the price of groceries. It's the price of just everything that's in the economy.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 74 points. The NASDAQ is up 242 points. And the S&P 500 is up 34. KDKA Radio News Time is coming up on 12:32. Our next update at 1 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
This is Dr. Peduzzi with the American Back Centers in Wexford. A common question I get from patients is, are my only options steroid shots or surgery? The answer is no. You should consider a second opinion. At American Back Centers, we use our non-surgical decompression protocol, a cutting-edge treatment that targets the actual cause of your back pain without heavy medications, steroid shots, or invasive surgery. Schedule your free evaluation online at AmericanBackCenters.com or call us today at 724-935-3300.
At American Back Centers, you've got nothing to lose but the pain.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The rest of today will be mostly cloudy and quite cool. We'll have rain at times this afternoon, perhaps a rumble of thunder, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then some clearing later tonight and cold with frost in places, the low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Life-saving, life-changing information. UPMC. Love it.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
They're going to have to, we're headed toward this fiscal cliff. There's still money in a surplus, over $100 million. But the problem is if you blow through it at $40, $50 million a year, you're done. You're in deficit situation. Then you have to raise taxes again, and you're screwed. And that's the facts, Jack. And the thing I like about Heisler is she's actuarial, so she just lays it out and tells you flat out, this is where we're at. We better do it. And we better do it now. The house is on fire. The house is on fire. It's actually kind of fascinating and a bit tragic and very stressful for many Americans what's happening. And to bring it close to home, we all know this, that the county raised taxes by almost 50%, right? I saw it in my bill, did you? Then the city raised taxes by almost 30%, right? Right? And so now everybody's paying more. And then you throw this into the angst. I got the super premium gas, which some of the high-end cars, if you have a sports car or a luxury car, or even I have a Genesis, it takes the, as we used to call it back in the day, high test. It's over $5 a gallon. That's adult money. That's adult money. I had to grab one of my favorite people, and we become good friends, because I love, first of all, his intellect. I love that he's a homer. I love that he loves Pittsburgh. And I love that he has the juice to meet the king and shake his hand, which you know the king was asking, hey, is that Marty Griffin a good guy? Wasn't he, David?
The draft, Marty. he was asking about the draft. He was saying, how did the Steelers do in the draft?
Hey, I had to reach you today because and you're very smart about this stuff. It's weird, man. We've hit an inflection point with gas prices. And David, I haven't seen this yet with our audience, which is big. And the rage, it hit the fan, I would say this morning, David, because now it's over. We're pushing $4.50 a gallon and the high octane's $5 a gallon. It is that inflection point, isn't it, sir?
Hey, listen, Marty, as you and I talked about this before, and I talk about this with a lot of people, you know, my friends in Hopewell, Aliquippa, Ambridge, right? And people in Beaver County that I know and talk to, right? And in South Hills and the North Hills, when they put their hand in their pocket to pull out some cash to pay the pump, you know, they pull out a 20, used to fill their tank, doesn't come close to it, right? Doesn't come close to doing anything. But gas was $2 and down at $2, and when Trump was in, you know, kind of going in the right direction, now this is occurring. Now, I will say this, Marty, I think the president is doing the right thing right here on Iran. I think he's doing it, but I think the messaging is pretty diluted in terms of.
What do you mean the right thing? I don't see anything he's doing that's the right thing. I'm confused.
No, listen. Yeah, Marty, I think that you have to decapitate the regime's ability to export terror.
True.
And export nuclear weapons at some point, right? We don't want anybody detonating some nuclear weapon at a Steelers game 20 years from now or 10 years from now.
That narrative is getting old with people.
Yeah, but I know, Marty. I understand.
Yeah, I know you do.
But the president should have articulated that and said, hey, up front,
he should have.
This is going to suck for 6 months or so, maybe longer.
That's true.
But we're doing it. What we're doing it for is your kids and your grandkids. And just like people had sacrifice in World War II, this is a war for the future of America, and we're going to tighten our belts collectively, and we're going to make the sacrifice to make America and the world better. And he should have built a coalition. He should have built a coalition.
He sold us out by saying two things: I will never get into that kind of war, and I'm going to bring prices down. So now everyone's saying, "Screw you, buddy."
Marty, 100%. This president ran on no foreign wars. I'm not going to get you in that war. I'm going to drive prices down. So I can understand why people feel PO'd. They're upset. They're like, this is not why we voted for you.
I got to play you something, man, because you're very intelligent about the narrative. I watch him all the time because I love him, and he's so cool and pragmatic in his debate. I want you to hear this. All right, hold on a second. All right, David, hold on.
Sure.
This is last night. Go ahead.
I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat? Is that what you
I
have?
debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not going
name one political concession. Name one political concession.
Hey, whoa,
honestly,
guys,
I'm not going to have this guy's in my face.
Everybody, hang tight.
Honestly.
Okay. No, everybody, calm down.
The reason why I want to ask David Urban about this, not to draw him into some debate about CNN, but debate about the approach of this. You're not that way. You would never do that. And Scott literally said to that kid, Adam Moxler, get your effing hand out of my face, and wanted to hit him. That doesn't help anyone, does it, David? Not being critical of either one of them because they're both very bright, right?
Is a good friend and is on there every night fighting the fight, and he never loses his cool. And sometimes you get pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed, and then you get pushed. I don't think he wanted to fight. I think he regrets those. If I were him, I'm sure he regrets those words saying that. I think his next clip was he had a line where he said to the other kid, he was like, look, I understand you get testy when you're up past your bedtime. I thought that was a pretty. I thought that was a pretty witty remark, and he should have left the cursing out of it, right? And the animosity.
I love Scott. I think he's brilliant.
He's a smart guy, very witty, and really good at what he does.
Yep.
I just think he gets pushed to your limit, and that setting, I think he probably regrets saying that. But Scott's a great guy and does a great job defending the president.
Yeah.
But like the Moxley kid, the kid did have a point, right?
He did. He's good too.
The kid has a point.
Yeah.
The kid has a point saying, at what point is this going to be over? It was 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks. This is why I think the president at the Jump Street should have said, look, this is going to could take 4 months, could take 6 months.
Nice.
Could take, and try to build up a coalition with our NATO allies and others in the region and say, listen, we're doing this for everybody, right? We don't want the Iranians to be blowing up buildings, people, ships, whatever, in the future. We don't want them holding the world hostage in the future. So we have to do this now because they're getting to a point of it's a critical juncture. They're at a tipping point where they're going to be able to do a lot of this stuff, and we don't want a nuclear capable Iran.
Yeah.
If he'd have sold that, I think at the front end, people would be more willing. They'd say, okay, well, we don't like it. We don't like it, but I can see. I don't want my kids being threatened by these crazy people. I mean, people forget these guys killed all these Marines, 283 Marines. They blew them up.
Oh, I don't
forget. They took our hostages.
I don't forget.
They took our hostages. Marty, I always say to people, do you remember what it felt like on September 12th when we woke up on September 12th, how sick everybody was in this country? And we said, never again. We're never going to let that happen to us again, right? And then we kind of whistle past the graveyard on lots of things. But
I think where you're right is that you got to be honest with us and say, this is where this could end up, folks, but this is our goal rather than.
Not a bad country. The Persian people are very smart, great people. They got a bad leadership. I mean, if you look back in the 60s when the Shah was there, women went to school, young girls, women are doctors, it was a very Western-oriented country and kind of stable, just like Beirut was. And then all of a sudden, the theocratic regime took over in Tehran, and Beirut has gone downhill. Lebanon has gone downhill. Nobody goes on holiday to Beirut. It's a terrible place, right? Same in Iran. It used to be one of the leaders in the world of lots of things. Persian people, great people. Again, this regime there their sole focus is death to America. They continue to chant death to America.
As recently as this week, by the way, chanting that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so the question becomes, if the administration could have said more up front, look, here's your choices: death to America, because it is binary, right? Death to America, with a country that has these things, these weapons, or we're going to pay $5 for gas for 6-8 months. Like your choice.
It could be that long, David, right? I mean, I feel that, right?
Listen, Marty, I think it's, do you see an end in sight? The Iranians, right? They do not, listen, I think the embargo is working and choking them out, right? They do have the ability to store fuel more than we think.
They can't make money anywhere.
They can't make money. Yeah. They're a pariah, right? The Chinese, President Trump has a meeting with President Xi coming up here in a few weeks. The Chinese really need the oil from the Iranians. Others do as well. There's going to be incredible pressure on Iran. Like if I was Iran, I would turn over my nuclear dust, because now they have figured out that they can control the world by shutting down those straits.
Yeah, but
right?
they ain't you, man. Sorry, I wish they were.
I know. I wish they were that smart though, because this is how it could wrap up. Right? They could turn over the nuclear material.
I got to get to something really cool, and I'm not kidding. My man is more connected than Jesus. David is, and so he sends me this photograph, which is insanely cool. Describe it for folks and tell us how it happened, please.
Yeah, so Marty, I was invited. I do, I'm in Washington. I do a lot of work with different people in Washington. I'm friends with the embassy, the British embassy, and others, and the president, and others. And so I was invited to a function, not the state dinner, not at the White House. Although I was invited to the White House for some different ceremonies with the king. I was invited to a smaller, and I say smaller with air quotes because there were 500 people there. But the 500 people, it was Pelosi, Johnson, right? It was the Secretary of Energy, lots of CEOs. So there wasn't 500 random people, right? It was 500 leaders.
Didn't they call it a tea party?
Yeah, it was a tea party. It was a party out in the garden.
That's beautiful.
There were tea. They served sandwiches. They had lots of things outside, and it was a lovely event. And I got a few minutes with the king. My wife and I got a few minutes with the king, and I, one of my friends who works for the embassy. She's a diplomat. I plugged her. I said she did such a great job. She was doing a great job, and she is she was what's called, she was given this year, she's been given what's called the Order of the British Empire. So she's being knighted this year. And I said to the king, I said, Your Majesty, if I can be so bold, I think the best thing that you've done this year is you invested Shania. Her name's Shania. So you invested Shania as OBE. And he kind of laughed and he said, thank you.
Thank you, David. David, you're wonderful, David.
And he said, she does good work. And I said, yes. And so it's a brief conversation. But upon his departure, the king, she had a private audience with the king, and he gave her another private award that only he can give out, a very prestigious award for her service to him personally. So it was great. She's a great person. It was a very interesting event. The king is
directed to
interesting guy, very interesting character.
It's good to be the king, David, which you are.
It is good to be the king of England, not the king of Aliquippa. I'm the king of Clearview. That's where I grew up. It's like,
you're the
all
best,
right, buddy. Hey,
man.
Marty, thanks for having me, and thanks for doing what you're doing. My love to all the people in the Berg.
All right, my man. David Urban, the legend.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
The Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival returns May 16th and 17th at the DLCC. Witness elite bodybuilding, strength sports, and martial arts. Shop the massive expo and meet fitness celebrities. Get tickets now at pittspowerfit.com.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. President Trump says he's raising tariffs on cars and trucks from the European Union to 25%, claiming that the bloc had failed to fully comply with the trade agreement negotiated with the U.S. Trump said the levies would not apply to automobiles built in U.S. facilities. Under a transatlantic trade deal, the EU had agreed to erase levies on U.S. industrial goods in exchange for a 15% tariff ceiling on most EU products, but the agreement has faced challenges since the initial deal. The Berkshire Hathaway annual shareholders meeting is taking place this weekend. Berkshire shares have underperformed the S&P 500 since legendary investor Warren Buffett announced his retirement a year ago, with longtime top deputy Greg Abel taking over. The company's market value has declined $139 billion over that time. Buffett, though, will sit with other board members in the crowd. Markets are mixed, with the Dow down around 0.2%. The S&P 500 is seeing gains of around 0.5%, while the Nasdaq is up close to 1%. Dan Schwartzman, Bloomberg Radio.
Have an issue in your community? Talk about it now with Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I love him because he's a local dude, but he went to West Point. He's a war hero, seriously, combat veteran. Went to Penn, which is, no one goes to Penn for law. He's just cool, man. And he hangs with Trump. And he gets to shake hands with the king. Yet he still names off joints in Aliquippa where he went to have pizza. I love him. He loves this whole process of being a Pittsburgher and true to his roots. And I love the guy. We've become very good friends. We're going to work on some projects together to make a difference in this town. The weird dynamic at the networks right now and I find it to be odd, and I know Patrick does because he's been at this as long as and he's actually managed a lot of people and hired a lot of people in the business, is that when Patrick started out, and when he's putting together, whether it's a radio program or a television newscast, you hire people who are just going to deliver the facts and the news. Now what happens if you're hiring people at Fox or CNN? Well, look what CNN does. They put, and Scott Jennings is talented as hell. He's just quick-witted. He just is. And he's feisty. He likes to fight with people. They surround him with, every single night, every day, with like 5 or 6 insanely flaming liberals. So liberal you want to choke them. No, honestly, like annoying liberals. You know what I mean, Patrick? Like gross liberals.
Yeah, it's a formula they learned from Fox.
Yes, exactly.
Because Fox did the complete opposite for a very long time. They still do.
So Fox puts one, it's actually weird. They put one flaming liberal on there, and they kick his ass.
Yep.
They surround them.
Every day, 5 days a week.
And David, CNN, I think they have 2 conservatives, David Urban, right, and Scott Jennings. That's kind of it, right? The whole staff.
Yeah. There's a couple others they sprinkle in, but you wouldn't recognize them.
No, you wouldn't.
Saw them.
And same with Fox. And they act as if they're being fair and balanced, but they're really not.
These are talk shows.
I think CNN's trying a little harder, but I don't know. I love Jake Tapper. I think he's brilliant and fair, but Trump annoys him, and he makes it very clear every day.
Yep.
But, Patrick, when you were hiring news anchors, if someone like Jake Tapper, who's supposed to be a news guy, you wouldn't let him be what he is 20 years ago. Just wouldn't. None of the business would allow it, ever.
No. And as journalists, you absolutely don't go that route. But they're not journalists on these cable networks, for the most part. These are talk show hosts.
They would argue that they are, because Patrick's right.
They would argue.
And they're right,
They started out as journalists, but a lot of these folks, they are not journalists anymore.
I don't agree. I just think the game's changed a bit. And quite frankly, you're talking to someone that's believed in the process of being proactive about journalism from the time I started. And I'll tell you why. And Patrick knows this because we're partners in this madness. Let's say we go to a fire, me and Patrick. Here's what we do. And I'm being blunt about this. We don't look for the fire chief. We don't. We don't look for the fire investigators, the arson guys. We're not looking for the cause of the fire. We go to the fire and we look for the family, and we sit down on the curb and say, hey, I think we can help you. And so, in other words, we become advocates. What the networks have decided is that they're benefiting from opinion, Patrick. That's their shtick.
It is. And they've all done it.
By the way, to this day, Fox crushes everyone. It's not even close. It just isn't. But what CNN tried to do is grab a couple conservatives, and David's one of them.
Yeah, they tried to reverse the formula.
They did. And it kind of sort of works.
It works until it doesn't.
But with Fox and with Scott Jennings last night and that kid, play that again if you have it, buddy. It got ugly. He probably would have punched him, Patrick. He probably wanted to, right?
He sure seemed like he wanted to.
And the kid is a liberal. He's actually very smart. He wanted him to get worked up. Go ahead.
I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat?
Homie, I debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not going your way.
Name one political concession. Name one political concession.
Whoa,
honestly,
guys,
I'm not going to have this guy's in my face.
Everybody, hang tight,
honestly.
Okay? No, everybody calm down.
Hey, Trevin. Trevin is insanely chill, unbelievably mature. What do you think of that stuff? I'm sorry, I'm eating peanut butter. Trevin, what do you think of that kind of stuff?
If I may.
Yeah, please.
In my opinion, a reflection of society right there. Because what happens is, if someone doesn't agree with you, we have in this country, and because of the climate, because of what's going on, you have people that believe, people that don't believe. And I think I said this to Patrick. It hurts me that if I disagree with you, or if I say something you don't agree with, automatically you either insult me or I become your enemy.
Yeah, but let me say this, because you're right. But this isn't newer news.
No, it's not.
Hold on. Back in the day, they actually did, the guy, they go back to back, and they march off 10 paces, and they turn around. Presidential candidates did this.
And haven't we grown past that?
No.
That
Why would we?
became illegal. You're talking about dueling? That became illegal. That
No
became
kidding.
illegal.
But my man, there has been debate since the beginning of time. And here's, because I live this and learn it. If you don't have that conflict on a show, my man, ain't no one watching, brother.
I'm not mad at that, but that's entertainment.
It is. It actually is.
I mean, debates are good. They are healthy. It's good to get other viewpoints.
But that got tested.
Correct.
That guy wanted to aggravate him, and then he wanted to aggravate the other guy.
But then you heard the name calling. That's my thing. What you and I can disagree. I don't have to call you a name.
No, it's true.
If I call you a name, I can call you by your name. I can say, Marty, look, I disagree with you.
And I also think it's why Urban doesn't get the profile that Scott gets, because Scott lights people on fire. And David doesn't have it in his DNA. Just my take. Thanks, brothers. We'll be right back.
Join KDKA Radio Saturday at noon for Minority Health Matters, a monthly look at health disparities in the African American community. It's brought to you by Central Outreach Wellness Center, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When he's good, he's thorough good. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. August 30th, the Palace Theater. Reserve seats on sale now at thepalacetheater.org. George Thorogood and the Destroyers. Produced by Drusky Entertainment.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 55 degrees under cloudy skies at 1 o'clock at Pittsburgh International. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. And new this hour, Spirit Airlines may shut down as soon as tomorrow. More from CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace.
Spirit had been talking with the Trump administration about a $500 million aid package, but the airline's bondholders balked at the proposal, and the airline is running out of cash. It's $5 billion in the red. The recent surge in jet fuel prices because of the war in Iran hasn't helped. Sources tell CBS News the administration will not make any last-minute effort to bail out Spirit. Travel experts say customers holding tickets for canceled Spirit flights will have to try to get refunds through their credit card companies. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Meanwhile, Pittsburgh's finances are tightening. New numbers show the city spent tens of millions more than it brought in last year. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
City Controller Rachel Heisler said the city is now feeling the loss of federal pandemic aid, finishing 2025 with a nearly $45 million deficit.
Without the American Rescue Plan, we would have had a deficit in 2023 and 2024, and now here we are in 2025. The American Rescue Plan dollars account for almost exactly the net loss in 2025.
Heisler says revenues dropped while expenses climbed, and the city dipped into its rainy day fund. Heisler warns spending hasn't adjusted to the new reality and says moving forward, the city needs stricter budgeting and new long-term revenue sources. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Would you rather drink water from your tap or use bottled water? Pittsburgh Water today has launched a public education campaign called Pittsburgh Drinks Tap. that aims to build confidence in the quality and safety of Pittsburgh's drinking water in the wake of a $470 million upgrade. At a news conference this morning, Melville's Compass Point Coffee said it had switched from bottled water to Pittsburgh tap water, not just because it's less expensive, but also based on its quality. Well, police in western Oklahoma are investigating a mysterious death of a state Senate candidate. CBS News correspondent Michael Wallace has more on that.
Republican Barry Christian was reported missing after he didn't show up for a meeting on Tuesday. Thursday, his body was found in his truck in a ravine in a wildlife management area just south of the city of Eric.
About 2.5 miles into this reserve here.
Hunter McKee is with the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation.
How the vehicle got here, why the vehicle's here, we're still looking into all of that right now.
He says as of now, investigators do not suspect foul play. They are awaiting autopsy results.
We are working around the clock.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The man who was convicted of first-degree murder in February in the death of his missing girlfriend has now been sentenced to life in prison without parole. Thomas Stanko was accused of killing Cassandra Gross, who had disappeared back in 2018. He's also been sentenced to serve an additional 42 to 84 months for a related conviction of reckless burning. Her burnt-out vehicle had been found several days after she had disappeared. The body of Gross has never been found. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 24 points, the Nasdaq is up 248 points, and the S&P 500 is up 36. KDKA Sports, the Pirates hosting the Reds tonight at 6:45. Mitch Keller gets the start for the Bucks. KDKA Radio News Time is 1:03. And the temperature currently at 58 degrees under cloudy skies in Pittsburgh. The AccuWeather forecast next.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The rest of today will be quite cool with plenty of clouds, some rain, and even a rumble of thunder, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then partly cloudy and cold later tonight. Watch out for some frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we listen to two teachers and how their story started in our Catholic school hallways and now they're side-by-side teaching. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 on KDKA Radio.
He's live, he's local, he's Marty Griffin. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You've heard of mystery meat, right? Remember when your mom... Well, I do, because we were always, we were poor growing up. We had nothing, honestly. If we had meat, we always say, what is this, Mom? The mystery meat. And why am I telling this? Because that's what happens with Pittsburgh and money. They have this mystery budget. And we come to find out that without this Rescue Act money, which is about $330 million, we'd be done, buried, fried. screwed. But what it did was it kept us alive when maybe we should have accepted reality several years ago and made some changes, and now here we are in a deficit situation, which the city controller, Rachel Heisler, which is why I love her, pointed out with really facts. And the numbers don't lie, do they, Rachel? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Marty. Thanks for having me here today.
The truth is the truth, right? The numbers are the numbers, right?
Yeah, the city spent more than it brought in last year. And as I've said for the last 2 years, this is my third annual comprehensive financial report. Thank goodness for the American Rescue Plan. It kept us afloat and buoyed revenue in the aftermath of the pandemic. But unfortunately, it masked a problem, and we are spending more than we are bringing in. And that is what the ACFR told us. For 2025, we spent $44 million more than we brought in.
Yeah, and that's dangerous, is it not, Rachel?
It is not a great place to be in. It cannot be a trend that continues. We have always known that 2025 and 2026 were going to be very tight years. And excuse me.
Okay.
We knew that this was going to be a really delicate position in the aftermath of the pandemic. These COVID relief dollars were going to run out. We had 2 really big debt service payments in 25 and 26. And the 2025 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report gives us a picture of where we are. It lets us know how bad the problem is. Hopefully the budget will give us a path to get out of it.
How do you get out of it, Rachel Heisler? How?
Well, in the short term, the revenue increase that the millage increase that City Council passed at the end of the year does solve part of the problem. Revenue in the real estate taxes is up in 2026. The growth in downtown, the Arts Landing and Market Square changes show promise for our changing downtown landscape. And we need to talk about growth regionally and growth in the city. We need to be very focused on how to get people to come and stay here. Our population in the city has stabilized compared to what it had been in 2000 and 2010 and, looking further back before I lived here. But we need to be focused on growth, and we need to focus on development and inclusive development and making sure we're doing everything we can to get people to live here, to work here, and to stay here. Wait.
Without growth, you have 2 options: raise taxes or cut spending, right? Or both.
We are limited. I'm really pleased that the O'Connor administration has pursued relationships with our nonprofit partners. We brought in money from UPMC, the University of Pittsburgh, and the PNC Foundation. Hopefully those will yield long-term voluntary payment agreements with those 3 institutions, perhaps, and hopefully others. But we need to continue to focus on growth. And we can, right now we have the resources to continue to deliver those core city services, right? Public safety and public works. We have, it'd be great if we had a few more vehicles to do that. Public safety and public works, and we need to focus on core city services and those essential services. And that's what the city needs to just continue to do.
Hey, Rachel Heisler, the city controller. Hey, Rachel, were we misled? Was the previous administration a tad disingenuous about the health and revenue of the city of Pittsburgh?
What I'll tell you is what I've been telling the public since I started in this job is that we need to be really honest with the public about where things are headed with city finances so that people understand if there's a delay in getting their street paved or if they see changes in hours to pools or rec centers. It's my perspective that we just need to be as honest and forthcoming with information as it relates to city finances with the public so that we understand what we're working. We're all working from the same set of information. And from my perspective, that's what the ACFR does, is it gives everybody a roadmap. We're all working from the same set of facts. And this gives City Council and the administration the tools to set the 2027 budget, priorities for the remainder of this year. And hopefully, we'll continue to figure our way out of this situation that we're in.
Rachel Heisler. Hey, Rachel, the apocalyptic folks say, here we go, Act 47, bankrupt. Is it that scary?
I do not believe we are on the verge of Act 47. The pension is very, very healthy. That is a distinguishing characteristic from where we were in 2004 rather, the pension is 78% funded.
Oh, nice.
That's 35% healthier than it was, I think, probably even more than that. In 2004, we have to continue making our annual contributions to the Comprehensive Municipal Pension Fund and make sure we can honor our commitment to workers and retirees. And the other thing that's really unique about what we're going through right now as a municipality is this is happening across the country. Every single municipality and county that had COVID dollars run out at the end of 2024 is figuring their way out of a similar situation right now. So even places that you and I think of as fast growing, Atlanta, Austin, Phoenix, they're also dealing with budget shortfalls. So we all as cities are dealing with this right now. And I think it was a flaw of the American Rescue Plan Act, right? We should have had longer to spend the money to have less of a cliff at the end of 2024. But here we are. And what will distinguish Pittsburgh is how we get out of it and how we navigate our way out of the financial situation that we're in.
Rachel, you know the numbers and you know the city. This is your town like it's my town. Give me your best view. You hopeful we can turn it around and grow? Or are you a little bit nervous?
I feel very confident about the trajectory of city finances. I feel confident with the administration being transparent, reopening the budget to accurately account for the expenditures that we're going to have in 2026. As I mentioned earlier in this conversation, the best thing that we can do is to be honest with the public about the true cost of government. And reopening the budget earlier in April is a step in the right direction with that, accounting for the fact that we're going to have to pay the water bill, accounting for the fact that, fuel is rising rapidly, accounting for the fact that we're going to have higher expenses than we had budgeted for at the end of last year. That is a step in the right direction. And continuing to do things and to meet with businesses and encourage growth and investment in Pittsburgh. That is the best thing we can do as a city right now. And we need to continue to do that.
I'm feeling the same thing she is. Rachel Heisler, Truth to Power. You're the best. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Marty. Happy marathon weekend. Have a good one.
She's a rock star, ma'am.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. Ethos.com/save. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
Life-saving, life-changing information. UPMC. Love it.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I love her. Numbers don't lie. She's very honest and very pragmatic, very responsive, impartial, fair-minded, doesn't go after people, just tells the damn truth, does her damn job. I respect and admire that. I got a couple notes about Art's Landing because I had mentioned my concern and Max's concern and Patrick's and everyone else that has been to Art's Landing. And by the way, we praised them. We had their chairman and president on, basically saying it's wonderful. It's beautiful. That's Pittsburgh's version of Central Park. Fine. But the issue I raised is the issue that some folks expressed consternation that I should, how dare that I would say this. My issue is that you worry about the cockroaches coming back into the Arts Landing area as soon as they bring the fences down. Wow. I'm getting texts about Market Square and this new plan. And I'm texting the owner of Moe's, who's my friend. And I want to see what he thinks about this new plan. I apologize. I'm doing this as we speak. And so a woman got testy with me that I even suggested that could happen because she said they're going to have their own security and they have cameras, which, by the way, we laid all this out. There's 66 cameras. Those cameras have the ability to actually talk back to you. In other words, get up and move. And they're going to have private security. That's fine. Here's what often happens, even with cops, because I saw it in Market Square, and I know they own the property themselves. What do you do when 5 drug addicts come in and lay on the ground? I'm being blunt. What do you do with your private security cops? What do you do when 30 teens come in and start breaking stuff? With your silly, and honestly, these kids are going to think it's silly. We're a silly little speaker asset in the move. They're going to tell you to screw off. We just stole 100 cars and our mommy told us to go out and steal some more. What are you going to do? I apologize if I'm a tad cynical because I've seen this movie before. How are you going to monitor the idiot that runs through there with spray paint? And I'm not being the hater that you think I am. I've lived this. I've watched this. And so for the folks that's saying I'm being critical, I'm being skeptical and cynical and wary. Okay? So I'm getting this idea that, Patrick, this is kind of interesting. So they are fencing off Market Square. And I'm getting this information as I'm talking to you, so give me time. So they're fencing off, by the way, I love this idea. They're fencing off Market Square. And last night was the first run. This is actually wild. You're not allowed in at night unless you're 18 or older. This is actually fascinating. Or accompanied by an adult. Wow.
That is interesting. Now, is that a permanent thing or is this just for marathon weekend now?
I was told they're trying this. This is the first run last night. Let me tell you.
And how's that going to work with no cops at night?
They have cops.
I mean, overnight.
They have cops. Okay. That's part of this new plan.
Wow.
No. I'm kind of blown away by this. And I'm texting someone who's on an airplane and providing me this information.
Forgive me if this sounds crazy, Marty, but that's just like becoming an outdoor mall. I mean, think about it. It's like an outdoor mall. You have it fenced off. You have security.
So what?
And you can't go in unless you're 18 or older at night.
If I own the restaurant and everyone's afraid to come to my restaurant, or someone's overdosed and dead in the bathroom because they shot up. Okay, now I'm hearing it's being tested. They have barriers. Oh, I see. Okay, this makes sense, Patrick. And Trevin. So, Trevin, you're saying it's not completely fenced off. There are barriers at entry points, which I guess you could argue is fenced off.
Yeah.
And they're monitoring the entry points.
Yeah.
And they're making sure that... By the way, they did this at Kennywood because they had all these idiots acting like idiots. And so you had to come in, you had to have someone who's 18. My man, if they do this enough and ruin that massive investment, then what do we end up with? You got to do something to control the flow of drug addicts, alcoholics. From my business owner, friend, I love it. Just at the fact that the attempt is being made. I agree. To Trevin's point, here's my thing, Trevin. Do you want to create a prison?
It's not a prison.
Do you want to put barbed wire at the top? I'm not trying to be a jerk, but to Trevin's point, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're making it a sort of a public-private space. You're restricting access.
You are.
Which
you are.
I mean, if it's full of riffraff that's damaging the businesses that are there, and no one wants to go there, then you got to do something.
Thus, the doorman at a bar or restaurant.
Exactly.
This becomes that, Trevin, except they're standing outside.
Right, but there's so many different issues there. So many variables that you can deal with when you're talking about people who are maybe on drugs or people who are drunk or whatever. The people that you don't want to have in that area, I get it, and I don't want to put anybody down because I'm just like all of you, period. And I'm just looking at this as maybe I have some innocence when I'm looking at it. But I'm looking at it as being an outdoor mall because it's going to increase business. It makes the businesses feel secure. And then actually the city is applying, taking care of the responsibility it has to monitor. I mean, it doesn't sound outrageous to me. It doesn't sound crazy.
I love your perspective. And he's saying, Trevin, they're trying several iterations. So this is kind of a work. I love that they didn't just blow it off and say, all right, good luck. I love it.
I love that they're paying attention, but now
Right on, brother.
provide services to the people that need the services. Don't just kick them to the curb. And I'm not talking.
By the way, that's a magnificent point.
True, and now that they've pretty much taken there's no driving traffic through Market Square anymore because of the way they've reconfigured it, they can now do this.
Yeah. So, Trevin, they're going to have to try something similar at Arts Landing because it's a bigger space.
Well,
more wide open.
What I learned about Arts Landing when I was there and speaking to someone who was working there, they're putting pickleball courts there.
Oh, really? I wouldn't doubt it.
As well. So it'll be interesting to see what the concept is. Well, it'll be interesting to see what the final plan is for Arts Landing. And if they have pickleball courts there, that means fences are going to stay up. I would think.
No, she told me they're taking them down.
Yeah, the plan for now is not to have fences. But,
yeah. But I don't, Trevin, I think it's a work, you know what I mean? I think they're learning every day, right?
I agree.
My man, that was $30 million. Of
course.
I ain't flushing that down no toilet.
What I would stand upon, Pittsburgh, is the fact that people are now paying attention. The money has been spent. Are you going to take care of it? Or are you going to use an excuse and lose it based on the excuse that you use?
Well, I wouldn't go down there with my kids if there's guys getting high and beating the hell out of people and people are getting stabbed and shot and robbed.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Groups of teens running around assaulting people.
I don't necessarily agree with the picture that you guys paint sometimes.
Well, you've been down there.
But
I have.
I live down there. What are you talking about?
No, you don't. You don't live in
the area.
Square.
I live in the area, Marty.
So
Come
what?
on now. Let's
hey,
not
man,
go
I've
there,
been in there
bro.
when people were stabbed and robbed. I interview people who were knocked out cold.
I'm not saying that anything that you said or present is wrong. You know I support you. I'm behind what you guys do.
I need you to understand what's going on.
I understand what's going on. And I know you don't need my support, but I'm going to give it to you anyway.
I'm not saying
what
that.
I'm saying is that I've been in the area and I don't agree with the picture that's being painted all the time. There has to be hope. People have to have hope. You have to stand up and say,
Ain't no
okay,
hope, my man.
and
If
take
someone's
responsibility.
robbed,
There's always hope,
the
bro.
CVS, no, there isn't. If you don't own the CVS.
I don't own
you can't
anything.
Yell over me, man.
But there's
you
always,
don't own the CVS that was getting robbed 7 times a day.
Got you.
You don't own the coffee shop that's been
Agreed.
there 100 years and they're talking about closing down.
Agreed.
You don't own the restaurant that had to shut down because 20 people were smoking crack in front of it yesterday.
Agreed. I totally agree with all that. Yes, sir. I agree with that. I'm not disputing anything that you do. Because as I said to you before, I appreciate that you put eyes on people who are invisible and people who can't be heard. You give them a voice.
All right, my man. I love the fact that they're trying something and not giving up. Got to take a break. Right back.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 54 degrees with showers in the vicinity at Pittsburgh International at 1:30. I'm Pat Septak. The 4th of July will mark not only the country's 250th birthday, but it's also the deadline unionized nurses at UPMC McGee Women's Hospital have given the provider to reach a contract. And a contract that includes what they call national staffing standards. Nurses have been calling on UPMC to adopt a 1-to-1 ratio between nurses and patients at McGee's neonatal unit. They are also calling for more pay and benefits. UPMC has said that rigid ratios can create unintended consequences, including closing beds and limiting a patient's access to care. The number of homicides handled by the Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office is now 21 cases for the year. 9 of those are from April alone, though one of the April cases, the death of 28-year-old Stephen Peak, happened outside of Allegheny County. Pittsburgh City Controller unveiled a new report showing a $45 million deficit in the city's latest financial results. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
City Controller Rachel Heisler says the deficit is also showing up in the city's shrinking rainy day fund, which ended 2025 at about $166 million.
The 2024 fund balance was at $199.9 million. The 2025 figure represents a decrease of $33.8 million. Budget projections have this figure decreasing to $79 million by the end of 2030, representing the fund balance as 11% of expenditures.
Heisler pointed to rising costs and relatively flat revenue growth, even with gains in several tax categories, including increases in deed transfer, earned income payroll preparation, and parking taxes. She says the city will need to tighten spending and refocus on core services moving forward. Tamira Rush News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 7 points, the Nasdaq is up 291 points, and the S&P 500 is up 44. KDKA Radio News Time is 1:32. Our next newscast coming up at 2 o'clock right here on News Radio KDKA.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For company, receiving the award 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Turning cloudy for the rest of today. It'll be quite cool this afternoon with rain at times, even a rumble of thunder, high 52 to 56. A stray evening shower, then partly cloudy and cold later tonight with patchy frost, low 34. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival returns May 16th and 17th at the DLCC. Witness elite bodybuilding, strength sports, and martial arts. Shop the massive expo and meet fitness celebrities. Get tickets now at hitspowerfit.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. How did the marathon go? We'll tell you. And look ahead. A lot going on this week in the Berg.
Woo, 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 woo. Friday, pizza night. Every night, every Friday night, there's a debate in the Griffin House as to where we go for pizza. It's kind of fun. Whoa. Wow. Just going down now, a guy has had his house raided by the FBI. This is local. Wow. Hold on, I'm going through this right now. Raymond Chandler had his house raided by the FBI this morning. He's a Wilkinsburg man. Charged with threatening Fetterman and his family. John Fetterman. Wow. FBI. And threatening the President of the United States. Kind of along the lines of what we were talking about. All three of us are with David Urban, isn't it? Isn't it? The tone and the rhetoric. In fact, and hold on, Jess, we'll get to you 1 second. In fact, one of our salespeople came in because he had heard that I have been threatened many times.
Yep.
And he was kind of flabbergasted. I said, it's kind of the play. I'm not dismissing it, and neither are you, and neither is Trevin. But it's kind of the play. It just is.
Well, yeah, when you have to take a stance on something to get things changed and done, sometimes you ruffle feathers, and it ticks people off.
So along those lines, this is also obviously, this is a developing story, which I'll repeat here, and then we'll get to Jess. It looks like a Wilkinsburg man has just been snatched up by the FBI. 40-year-old guy. He's running for Senate. Are you saying this anywhere, Patrick?
I'm not, but I'm going to start looking for it in a second.
Raymond Chandler. I've never heard his name, but he was just arrested by the FBI, charged with threatening the congressman and his family and the president of the United States. These are the dangerous times we're in. Transitioning to something positive, Dr. Jess from Physical. Good morning, my friend. How are you? Is she there? Hey, Jess.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So here's why I love what you do. This is why she's so cool. I'm texting her last night for one of my friends, and this is why I love her. And this is why what she does is so important. By the way, I like the hair. It looks cool. Looks cool.
Thank you.
So one of my friends, and he's very public about this. He has Bell's palsy, and he's very frustrated, kind of depressed about it and anxious. Describe what that is, Jess, and how you said you could help him. I love this.
Bell's palsy is damage to a nerve within the face. I actually had Bell's palsy when I was in high school.
Oh, wow.
A lot of times it looks like you're having a stroke because you have paralysis of one side of your face due to the damage to your peripheral nerve. So what happens is you don't have the ability to close your eye. You don't have the ability to close your mouth. Your face is drooping. And what we do is through physical therapies help to improve the muscle activation. I actually have a patient right now who I am seeing for Bell's palsy. He is a reverend, and he initially came in because he was difficulty speaking and preaching at his church on Sundays, and he was becoming a little embarrassed by it as well. He wasn't able to drink water without it dribbling out of the side of his mouth. And so we've been working really hard over the past couple of weeks, and now he's able to have facial symmetry. He just lights up whenever he comes in now. We do a lot of mirror work where I have him watch himself in the mirror to make sure that his facial movements are symmetrical or equal on both sides. And his smile is symmetrical, and he's getting much better at everything, honestly.
Wow. So a man couldn't do his job, and now he can.
And now he can. And now he has the confidence again. That's the biggest thing that I will say is that he wasn't confident and he was feeling embarrassed whenever he was preaching, whenever he would drink. Whenever he came in, I always offer my patients water because hydration is very important, Marty. He would decline the water every single time because he was embarrassed because the water would leak out of the corner of his mouth because he didn't have the strength in his muscles. So now he accepts the water. He's feeling more confident speaking and preaching, and he's traveling a lot more too because he has that confidence up.
Which kind of, this is Dr. Jess at Physical, 412-457-8200. 412-457-8200. It's the same discussion we have about neuropathy. If you give up, then you give up and you get depressed. But there is always hope, and you got to find it or you end up quitting, and that's disastrous, isn't it?
It is, Marty. We have a lot of patients that come in because they've lost hope, and our job is to give them back that hope because hope is not lost. I had a patient who came in just this week where she was in tears because she's tried working with chiropractors. She's tried going to the neuropathy clinics, and she's just in constant pain. And excuse me. I took a moment and I sat there with her and I just listened with her and I let her cry and I held her hand and I told her about the amazing therapists that we have here, the amazing technology that we have here that is truly going to make a difference in her life. And she is beyond excited to start therapy now, Marty. And a lot of times we just need to take a moment and listen and connect with people. And that makes a world of a difference, especially
Dr. Jess
in
with
therapy.
physical. So with the Bell's palsy, how did you get past it? Because the problem with my buddy is he thought, this will last a month. Now we're into a year. How did you get past it?
I got past it fairly quickly. I was in high school when it happened, as I said, and I did some physical therapy myself, so I was able to come back fairly quickly. However, I will say my patient right now, who's a reverend, he thought it was going to come back in a month as well. He's now on month 3 out. However, like I said, he's now having facial symmetry because he's putting in the work and he's using the technology that we have here at our clinic. If you don't work with it and if you don't do the stimulation to the nerves that you need, it's not going to come back.
Hey, we haven't mentioned his name and I'm not going to, but did he text you yet? I got to make sure he's...
He did not. He did not, Marty. You got to yell at him.
Hold on. No. This is why I get irritated as hell, and she knows this. He was freaking out last night. What time was I bothering you? Let me see what time I was annoying her. It was kind of late, and she was answering because I love her, and she's always available. 7:20 last night. I literally texted him and said, she's up right now. Text her. So he blew it off. Not being critical, but this is a big issue, is it not, Jess?
It definitely is, because it takes a lot of effort, and you have to have the right mindset to take that next step.
Yeah. And a certain amount of courage.
You definitely have to have courage, because it's not just courage to go into a new place and meet new people.
Wow.
It's courage admitting that what you're currently doing isn't working. It's courage to admit that you want to go beyond where you're currently at.
Now I'm aggravated. I'm going to be texting him as soon as we hang up. Dr. Jess at Physical. Apparently you got to make the call and set up the therapy to actually get help. Is that true, Jess?
Apparently you do. That's the best results that we found, Marty, is when you not only call to make the appointment, but show up for it too.
457-8200. 412-457-8200. Thanks, my friend.
Thank you, Marty. Have a great weekend.
She's amazing. And I'm texting my boy right now.
Listen to The Marty Griffin Show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on May 5th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Lemonade! Fresh squeezed lemonade! Lemonade? Oh, nuts.
Is your business struggling to be seen? Not reaching the right customers?
Yeah.
Odyssey's here to help. Your one-stop shop for digital marketing.
Wait, really?
With targeted digital media, plus SEO, SEM, social, OTT, and more, we help your business reach the right audience and drive results.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Stop missing out on valuable customers. Visit digitallocalads.com to learn more about our local advertising solutions. That's digitallocalads.com.
Okay, people, line starts here.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, The Road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for the future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. Secure Money Advisors helps retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. Go to righttrackbook.com to claim your complimentary copy today. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
It's Marty Griffin on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Wow, we've had this conversation before about these. In fact, how ironic we were having a conversation about some death threats directed towards me, and how caustic everything's become. We had David Urban talking about it. Now we find out that this Patrick found his great job, Patrick. The video of this guy out of Wilkinsburg, Raymond Chandler, who the FBI arrested. It looks like this morning. House raided by the FBI, running for Senate. He had some goofy slogan, Patrick. What is it? Better than Fetterman?
Better than Fetterman. He's got a couple of others, too.
Threatened Fetterman and his family. And it says Trump, too. Charged with threatening Fetterman and his family. There's also an affidavit of this voicemail threat that's posted on WTAE site. Do you mind reading that, Patrick? This is kind of chilling.
Sure. Let's see. Let me...
This is why these men and women don't want to run for office, why There's so many calls for them to have more security. This is going on right now. No wonder his wife. We had Giselle Fetterman. Was it Monday? Yeah.
Yes.
And this is following that friggin' shooting at the Correspondents' Dinner Saturday night. Go ahead, Patrick.
Wow, it's a little disturbing here. So
yes, this is disturbing.
This
but
is
you
a
gotta
voice.
hear
This is a voicemail left, I guess, for Mr. Fetterman. Sir, I'm calling this morning because I want you to imagine a scenario. I want you to imagine a scenario where all the 1,200 billionaires in this country, all their properties are surrounded simultaneously by 1,000 people. Imagine your house, your daughter's house, everyone you know and love who's also rich, and every one of those homes being surrounded by people. Then imagine them all getting a text, and then those people come in with pocket knives and cut their throats, essentially. Awful. And then he goes on. So during that same voicemail, Chandler told Fetterman he wanted him to walk to the Oval Office with a gun and assassinate the president.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It's very disturbing.
He's sitting there. Good work, Patrick. You found him in, what is he saying in this YouTube?
He's got a YouTube channel where he's got several videos. This is, I think, one of them where he introduces himself and he starts talking about.
Can we hear any of it?
No. It's a 3-minute long.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't have a snippet of it pulled.
Okay, sorry.
He talks about himself and essentially when it attacks the rich out of existence.
Not that we should know, but have you ever heard his name?
No, first time I've heard of him.
Me neither. By the way, they had last year threats to Congress, to senators and reps, more than 25,000 of them. You hear what I said? More than 25,000 of them. It's way beyond anyone's imagination how dangerous this has become. This guy is local. He looks younger. I mean, just looking at the video, he's sitting there drinking water, a cup of coffee, talking about himself from it looks like his home in Wilkinsburg. But it got very ugly. And let me say this, and I mean this. I hope they arrest him and bury him under the damn jail. I hope they make a public display of this, and I hope he goes to federal prison for 5 years. We had Giselle Fetterman on here live, and I love the woman. We had her live Monday. This is following that craziness. They were there. Her and John were in Washington. We're at the Correspondents' Dinner when this. We've all seen it now. Tried to storm in there and wanted to hurt people. And how difficult this life is. And how she hates it. This anger and this rhetoric. And why wouldn't she? Honestly. And this wonderful woman does nothing but make a difference in her community. She has a free store, for God's sakes. Everything's free. She's raising 3 kids. Yeah. Her husband had a pretty bad stroke. Her husband is one of the most threatened men on earth. And she's laying under a table at a hotel in D.C. Saturday night thinking someone's coming here to kill all of us. And now they have to face this at home. I know John knows this because I've talked to him about this. He walks, and I would never say where, but he walks by himself. And that's public knowledge. A lot of people I know have seen him out. He shouldn't do that ever again. But Giselle has had graffiti sprayed in her business, has had people yell things, threats to her and her kids in front of them. This is not a life I would choose. This is why we talk about this all the time. This is why a lot of folks say, I ain't running for office. I'm not doing that. Once again, and Patrick, thanks, man. Found that, read through these chilling charges. This 40-year-old Pittsburgh guy. Thank you to my man who sent me this info. I love you. Every single day. It's just, I am very nervous about the future and this violence and these outbursts from various people and the insanity of the madness of it. This man calling Fetterman's, I guess he called his cell phone or his home phone, and pretty much threatened to kill his family and the President of the United States and anyone else in authority with power or money. Good job to the feds. Hope he spends 5 years in prison. Colin Dunlap is next.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GOAL to borrow up to $10,000.
Hi, I'm Peter Sagal. When we were growing up, my two brothers and I just loved our Uncle Ted. He was like a really cool big brother who always brought around the best toys and took us to the best places and with whom we always had the most fun. It was odd, though, when we got older, to realize he wasn't nearly as outgoing and adventurous with other adults. I found out much later that this might have had something to do with the ostomy bag he wore ever since he was diagnosed with Crohn's disease as a teenager and had part of his lower intestine removed. Theodor Skolnick, my Uncle Ted, died last year at the age of 80, never having once mentioned his illness to me or my brothers. He left a large bequest to the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation to help fund better treatments for these diseases and also to help other people, old and young, seek and get help for the situation that he was never able to talk about. Don't feel you need to hide your Crohn's or colitis. Go to spillyourguts.org to learn more about the treatments available and even find a specialist. That's spillyourguts.org.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 53 degrees with showers in the vicinity at Pittsburgh International at 2 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their fabulous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Trust PJ.com. Bethel Park School District is addressing two separate safety incidents, including the arrest of a school bus driver accused of driving under the influence. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has the details.
District leaders say no students were hurt in either incident, but they're taking action. In one case, a school bus driver was arrested for DUI while transporting student athletes home from a game. Police intervened. The driver was removed from service immediately, and students were safely accounted for. The district says the driver will no longer be allowed to transport students. In a separate incident, an individual not affiliated with the school, suspected of being under the influence, drove recklessly through the Neil Armstrong Middle School campus during student dismissal. Officials say they're now working with law enforcement, reinforcing traffic and access controls and reviewing additional safety measures to prevent future incidents. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette is reportedly slashing staff as it begins operations under new ownership. The Venetoulis Institute for Local Journalism announced last month that it was acquiring the Post-Gazette from longtime owners Block Communications. And now, we've learned, according to the Trib, at least 40% of newsroom workers are losing their jobs, and 80% of employees who had gone on strike did not receive an offer to be retained. Union workers for the newspaper call the staff cuts severe. Spirit Airlines may soon be a ghost of itself.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Spirit Airlines is preparing to shut down after a proposed $500 million rescue package failed to gain enough support from bondholders and the U.S. government. Although President Trump says that the government is still considering a bailout for the struggling carrier. The Journal says without the lifeline, Spirit doesn't have enough cash to maintain operations. Spirit entered into bankruptcy last August for the second time in just a year and had been cutting back on its fleet size this year to reduce costs.
That is CBS News Money Watch correspondent Jason Brooks reporting. Sentencing today in a high-profile murder case in Westmoreland County. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Judge Michael Seward today sentenced 55-year-old Thomas Stanko to life in prison without parole following his conviction on murder and other charges back in February. Stanko was charged 4 years ago in the death of his former girlfriend, Cassandra Gross, though her body was never found after her 2018 disappearance. A judge declared her legally dead in 2019. Not long after she disappeared, Gross's abandoned vehicle was found, burnt out. During his trial, Stanko was also convicted of reckless burning, which led to an additional 42 to 84 months on top of his sentence for murder. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
Ford is starting a major recall regarding seat installations on the company's two biggest selling SUVs. Auto reporter Jeff Gilbert has details on why.
Ford is recalling nearly 180,000 Broncos and Rangers from the 24 through 26 model years. A bolt can come loose, leading to a number of potential issues, ranging from squeaks and rattles to lack of protection in a crash. Dealers will inspect the vehicles and make needed repairs.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 11 points, the Nasdaq is up 276 points, and the S&P 500 is up 41. KDKA Sports, the Pirates hosting the Reds tonight at 6:45. Mitch Cower gets the start for the Bucks. KDKA Radio News Time is coming up on 2:04. If you're injured, time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, Dow Pound Law, for the people. It is 53 degrees with showers in the vicinity in Pittsburgh. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Cloudy and cool for the rest of this afternoon with rain at times. There can be small hail and a rumble of thunder as well, high 53. Mostly cloudy and chilly tonight, low 33. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson at 101.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we go. Friday. Yeah. Friday. You know the rules for Friday, right? No nonsense, no guff, no idiocy. Although those are just suggestions. They generally don't come true. But we try our best. Here's why. It's Friday. Nobody, I don't care, it's a lie, nobody loves work. The way you want life to work is to enjoy life. So life begins for me at 5:55 p.m. today. We want to get there as expeditiously, as fast, as rapid, all the synonyms as possible. So let's make it as pain-free a proposition as possible, right? 2:06 it is now. We want to get to 5:55 on a rocket ship and then right out of here. No nonsense Fridays. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. NASCO Roofing Instant Access to all our shows. Just a click away. Email us. InstantAccessKDKARadio.com. Mount Rushmore of world's nicest men, Pat Septak, told us just a few minutes ago that it was 57 degrees out. I think the real feel is about 19, though. It feels terribly cold because, well, it's cloud cover, there's no sun to speak of, and it's like spitting this rain. So that's no fun. 57, not a chance in the world. It probably is, but it just doesn't feel like that. Which brings me into this topic, right? I want to talk to you about it at 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. But before I get into that, I want you to remember what Mr. Septak said about it being 57 degrees, cloudy, dreary. Well, Pittsburgh, right? And also raining a little bit. Here's Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the National Football League, speaking to 92.3 in Cleveland about their new stadium and the proposition maybe it could be a Super Bowl destination someday. Huh?
Browns President Dave Jenkins, we had him on this morning. He had said that you had mentioned this was a Super Bowl caliber facility that will be built. Mm-hmm. Can we get that Super Bowl here in Cleveland?
The real question on the Super Bowl, this stadium is certainly Super Bowl quality. The question is the community and the facilities around it. I mean, just as an example, hotel rooms, the smallest we have is a community that has 50,000 hotels. I think this community has far less than that. And so that's a huge part, right? It has to work for the fans coming in because we now have not just the people who are going to the game. We probably have well over 100,000 people that come in for the events during the week.
Well, you go back to COVID, kind of had an abbreviated ceremony with the draft. Is there any possibilities we could get the draft back here after the stadium?
Yeah, I do think so. I think the reality is you guys did a remarkable job under very difficult and challenging circumstances, and I think that is warranted, yes.
Roger Goodell with 92.3 in Cleveland. Now, they are building a $2.4 billion with a B dollar stadium. It seats between 67, that's for football, and 75,000 people. That's for if they want to get a Final Four or something, maybe even a gigantic concert, something like that. You know what else it has on it? A roof. A translucent roof. You know what translucent means? If you don't, it means you can see through it. That's what it means. And it's going to be open in 2029. Now I bring in what Mr. Septak said. It's 57 degrees. It feels like it's 22 degrees because it's dreary, it's cloudy, there's no chance of any sun in the sky, and it is drizzling a little outside and soon to be raining harder. Why do we have this false bravado in Pittsburgh that it's not something we could ever do? I'm walking down the hallway just a little bit ago, and Joe Starkey, another really nice man, albeit really quirky, he's talking on the fan, and he's saying, I don't pay. First of all, he doesn't pay. He gets a press pass. But anyway, I don't pay to go to games in Pittsburgh for a roof to be on it. Come on. It's the Northeast. It's Pittsburgh. We want to be out in the elements. Okay, great. Speak for yourself. But do you know why that they might have an influx of a lot more events, a lot more things, and, are you ready for this? A lot more money in Cleveland? Because of that roof. Because it is translucent. It's something that you're not even going to notice other than you could take your jacket off. Other than you're not going to get rained on. Other than it's not going to be 4 degrees. So I ask you this at 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. In our lifetime, and maybe even sooner rather than later, we're going to see another stadium. We just are. We also just saw the NFL draft, which means we can handle big events, gigantic concerts, things of that such, and we kind of already do, but not to the scope where we would like. Final Fours even. What's the aversion by so many people of having a roof on that stadium? Why are you so afraid of it? Is it because you think the hair's going to all fall off your chest and you're not going to be a man anymore if you go to a football game and there is, dare I say, a roof? And how many people who complain about that? Over my dead body, will there be a roof on that stadium? Go to the games anyway. That's the part I'm still trying to grasp, and that's the part I want to talk to you about. Look at what Cleveland's doing, and it loathes me to give credit to Cleveland. Believe me. But did you hear how cheery the commissioner was when he spoke to the guys from 92.3? Did you hear how upbeat that all sounded? That day's coming here in Pittsburgh, not too far from now, in the not too distant future, and that we're going to get a new stadium. And this has been floated out there before. And it's why, well, David Morehouse is part of that whole situation. Believe me. But it's been floated out there before. And you know, preliminarily, what the feedback always seems to be by so many, or maybe they're just the loudest. Don't you dare put a roof on that place. Why? Who really does enjoy sitting outside when it's 27 degrees and it's icing sideways into the side of your face and you can't feel anything? I guess. I don't know. But can you imagine the proposition for more events? 12 months events. Inside things whenever it's November and December that don't have to fit into the arena. And now it becomes not a sports topic with this. The money that could be brought into Pittsburgh. We got rave reviews last week, did we not? Seemingly everybody said, what a place. I want to go back. Could you imagine if we had a state-of-the-art stadium that sat more people, and I know it's sacrilege for so many of you, but it had a roof? Let's go. So your call's next, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. What if I told you right now, you know what? We're going to build a new stadium. It's going to be state-of-the-art. It's going to be fantastic. And it's going to have a roof. Would you love it? Would you hate it? Let's talk next. And also, I got to bring up something in that vein as well. But I want to hear from you coming up next. There's so much to get into today. And, man, we're going to have a great show. We're going to get to 5:55 quick. Do you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them right now. KDKRadio.com. Be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Dreaming of your next getaway? AAA Travel makes it easy with a wide variety of vacation options, from exciting cruises and guided tours to relaxing, all-inclusive resorts. Want to skip the airport? Ask about their no-fly cruises. Just hop on a comfortable motor coach from the Pittsburgh area to nearby ports like New York or New Jersey. Then set sail stress-free. No flying, no driving, just vacation. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 to start planning today.
Bring your home back to life with Zero Res, a pressure clean that you can actually feel. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $139 and whole home air duct cleaning starting at just $5.99. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen, and when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we are, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Listen for that drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's brought to you by ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Demand that yellow van. We'll have Scott Mervis, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. It's his last day today. That's terrible. I was a co-worker of Scott's, and he's a wonderful man. How about this? And we'll get back into this roof stuff here in 1 second. But I keep getting correspondence from people about this whole Post-Gazette issue. If you think, and one of them goes like this, if you think the Post-Gazette is being saved, think again. This is just a radical left hardline socialist. The growing thought is it's going to turn nothing more into nothing more than a far left propaganda machine. And that's what this Venetoulis situation is all about. So we'll see how this works out. You know, many newspapers, many news houses, many mainstream media channels, whatever it is, are propaganda machines. But I'm telling you, honeymoon's over already with the Post-Gazette saved, Post-Gazette saved, Post-Gazette saved. Okay, all right. I feel terrible for the people who lost their jobs. I don't want anybody who's working there to lose their jobs. But keep an eye on the slant of this place that's already shifting pretty far left. Wait till you see where it goes in 6 months from now. If you checked out that Baltimore product that they have, I mean, yikes. Anyhow, 866-391-1020 for Dave and Rankin. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Colin, how's it going? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you. How's everything?
Good. I don't know if you saw my editorial about gas prices on my page.
I did not.
Okay, well, if you get a chance, check it out. But a good subject for next week is I took a ride around yesterday, probably like a 5 square mile radius. And we are definitely, in case you didn't know, we're getting gouged terribly at the pumps. It's not just the war anymore. It's definitely greed on the oil companies and the franchise owners of these establishments. But that's another story
it's
for
pretty
another time.
convenient. Nobody's mentioning the state tax either.
Well, that certainly doesn't help. But my experience yesterday just proved everything about gouging.
Well, how are they gouging? Explain.
Well, I have an app called Upside. You ever hear of it?
Yes, I have. David Bollerado, I think, is on it. He likes it.
Okay, it's really good. You get something back every time you buy gas or buy groceries. Those are the two things I use it for. Well, I checked the app yesterday for GetGo, where I usually get my gas, and they said the price was $4.26 a gallon. That was as of yesterday morning. By the time I got to the gas station, it was $4.69. So it went up 43 cents in a matter of hours. But the prices of all the gas stations that I passed and saw on my way to and from work and to home, the discrepancy was incredible.
Why didn't you stop at one of those cheaper ones?
Because I had 60 cents off at GetGo.
Oh, well, then you got it for $4.09.
Yeah, exactly. But it was anywhere from $4.24 to $4.69.
Wow. So it's pretty arbitrary then. I don't know. I give it a glance. I know it's expensive. I have done things like when I drop the kids off at school, I turn the car off now. I don't know how much that's going to save. I don't like dilly-dally or take trips I don't need to. So it has entered into my mind, but I don't drive all that much anyway. I'll be honest. I drive to and from work and a couple other places. That's about it. I don't spend a ton of time driving around. Vince is in Clairton. Vince, what about these stadiums? Why do we have this aversion to inside?
I personally I've never been to an inside stadium, but I think with the diehards who are Steelers fans want the advantage of when, say, Miami comes up and it's December and they've been practicing where it's 70 and such like that. But I just think overall you're losing the diehards who've been around, who've had their Steeler tickets since Three River Stadium and such like that. But like you said, you could bring bigger events. So like I said, I see both sides of the coin. I'm also 55, and I don't like freezing my ass off to go to a game. You know, I like to see better teams, but they're further down in whatever like that. So I just think that,
Vince, I don't like freezing my backside off to go out and get the mail, let alone sit outside for 4 hours.
Well, I agree with you that. I mean, I don't want to do that either, because if I have a chance to go to a game in September or October, I will go to that game. But if it's going to be 25 outside, you know, I have a lot of friends that go to games and they get annihilated drunk. And what do you remember about the game? I don't know. I got blasted in the tailgate I was at. Like, I just give me the ticket.
Exactly. It is one of the biggest conversation pieces that is a false sense of bravado that people like to throw out. Over my dead body. Chuck Noll would roll over in his grave if they put if we built a new stadium on it. I don't know about that. I just don't know. Because you know what? All I hear from these old timers is, we're being priced out. We're being priced out. You know why you're being priced out? Because people want amenities. Because people want luxury. Because the football game, while it's a big thing, the football game is just part and parcel to the whole entertainment process and product that's going on during that day where you attend. I didn't think the diehards, I thought they want Pitt Stadium back, and it's never going back that way. So why not cater to the people who are really paying the freight, the people who have luxury boxes? And look, I'm not saying it's the way that it should be, but it's the way of the world. They make a lot more money from people like that. I don't want it to be all luxury boxes, but It's an event now. It's not going and watching Terry Hanratty or whoever. And it's time we get with the times. When this new stadium does get built, and it will in our lifetime, and probably in short order, you put a roof on it, there's the chance for a lot more revenue to come in Pittsburgh. Bill's driving. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Colin. Hey, your stadium thing, this is the thing. The guys that are against the inside stadium, they get over it. And then the people that do not want to sit in the cold would come, possibly. And this has nothing to do with your topic today. I just want to give you a heads up. Just want to give you a quick thing. A weighted blanket for your sleeping problem. My wife just got one, and she's sleeping through the night.
Oh, wow. You know, here's the other part. I don't like a whole lot of covers on, though. People have said about these weighted blankets before. I'm not a real big, I'm a light comforter guy with a sheet, and that's it. The weighted blanket, I don't know. I feel like I'd get too hot. Coming up next, I experienced, it didn't happen to me, it happened in front of me. This ranks as top 5 worst humans, or at least worst quality you can have. I experienced it yesterday leaving work, and I honestly feel like we can all relate to this. They're some of the worst humans on earth. I'll explain in just a little bit. News, bottom of the hour, KDKA.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 53 degrees with some rain in the area at Pittsburgh International at 2:30. I'm Pat Septak. Pittsburgh's finances are tightening. New numbers show the city spent tens of millions more than it brought in last year. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has the details.
City Controller Rachel Heisler said the city is now feeling the loss of federal pandemic aid, finishing 2025 with a nearly $45 million deficit.
Without the American Rescue Plan, we would have had a deficit in 2023 and 2024, and now here we are in 2025. The American Rescue Plan dollars account for almost exactly the net loss in 2025.
Heisler says revenues dropped while expenses climbed, and the city dipped into its rainy day fund. Heisler warns spending hasn't adjusted to the new reality and says moving forward, the city needs stricter budgeting and new long-term revenue sources. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Would you rather drink water from your tap or use bottled water? Pittsburgh Water today has launched a public education campaign called Pittsburgh Drinks Tap that aims to build confidence in the quality and safety of Pittsburgh's drinking water in the wake of a $470 million upgrade. At a news conference this morning, Millville's Compass Point Coffee said it had switched from bottled water to Pittsburgh tap water, not just because it's less expensive, but also based on its quality. Unionized nurses at UPMC McGee have set a July 4th deadline for the hospital to reach a contract agreement with them. The nurses are calling on a 1-to-1 nurses to patient ratio in the hospital's newborn care unit. UPMC has said that it agrees with that patients deserve focused care but rejects rigid ratios, which it argues could mean not only closed beds but limited access to care. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 55 points, the Nasdaq is up 256 points, and the S&P 500 is up 33. KDKA Radio News Time is 2:32. Our next update at 3 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by LendSeek.
If you're out on a date with someone who's talking a big financial game, they could be making it up.
I'm about to close a huge deal, or I've got this amazing house I'm looking to buy.
Respondents to a recent survey from a dating app say they want to see tools that screen out so-called financial fakers. Financial planner Chris Everett says some people even believe their own tall tales.
It's not necessarily deception either.
I'm Rob Hart.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rain at times for the rest of the afternoon, perhaps a rumble of thunder, high 53. Mostly cloudy tonight, low 33. Then rather cloudy and chilly tomorrow with a passing shower, high 50. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big King Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. How did the marathon go? We'll tell you. And look ahead, a lot going on this week in the Berg.
Lots happening. Marathon. I might talk about the marathon. I think I had something written down to talk. Oh, I do. I have a marathon story that you're going to want to hear about covering the marathon. You may have even heard it before, but I got to rehash it, and I'll do that later on in the show, like way later in the show. Top of the hour, 3 o'clock, 3:05 or so after traffic. I have a story about tuition and how fair or unfair levels of tuition are. There's a story I think that's gone grossly underreported, not by just us, but everybody around here, that could impact a whole lot of people, and that's the exact point, how many people it can impact and who it disproportionately impacts. We'll go over that in the 3 o'clock hour. I'm feeling good. I'm in a rhythm already. Not to pat myself on the back, but I don't know. I am. I just feel nice and loose today. We'll grab your calls in a minute, especially those on the stadium, but I had an occasion to run into the worst human yesterday, or at least somebody who has one of the worst habits, I guess, is a good way to put it. I don't know. So yesterday I'm leaving here, right? And I go down, and I got a couple different ways I go home. It's all dependent. Really, it's dependent upon Margot's last traffic update. If it's a little light, well, I'll go this way. So I went past Parkway Center, came down that way. Okay? Now, it was the car in front of me this happened to. And this is applicable to any sort of merge in any kind of situation anywhere in this country. So when you're coming down and traffic is like stopped, and play this on the Fort Duquesne Bridge or somewhere like that, or any sort of merge, traffic stop on one side, you're merging in on the other, and there's a line, and they're kind of stopped both ways. When you get in that rhythmically like one, and then one comes from the other side, then one comes from the other side, and you just, teeter-totter, give and take. One goes from this lane, the other goes from this lane, because you're forming one lane. You follow what I'm saying? That's how it makes it nice and easy. Some of the worst people on this earth are the people that ride the bumper of the car in front of them whenever there's a line and people are merging, one on this side, one on that side, one on this side, one on that side. Wait, here comes two cars because this jerk doesn't want to play by how we're playing it, and they've got to ride the bumper of the car in front of them so as not to let someone in as we're going this side, this side, this side, this side, this side, this side, and they screw it all up, all to gain one spot in this big, long line of traffic. Why is that? Seriously, what does that person get out of that? Because we had a nice, like I said, rhythm going. We had it a template formed. This person goes, somebody goes in from the other lane behind them. Then the other person goes from the first lane. Then the second lane guy drifts in. And it just serves to make both lanes. You see this a lot where the Fort Duquesne and the Fort Pitt Bridge kind of come together, right? This lane, right lane, left lane, you let them in. Right lane, left lane, let them in. And then you get two people in the right lane because this joker wants to ride behind it, and all he's gaining, in quite literally 1,000 cars stacked up, is one spot. What do you get out of it? The guy who does this is one of the, I would say I'd want his car to break down, but what happens would be it would stack up even more. I saw this happen in front of me because I was like the fourth or fifth car, and we took turns until the car in front of me, and that person had to wait because two cars slid in. But then the other person picked back up where it was. And I'm thinking, I'd love to interview the person in that second car and say, hey, everybody had it going. Right lane, left lane, right lane, left lane, right lane, left lane. To form one lane. Why did you feel it was the best move, or why did you feel empowered enough to screw that up for selfish reasons? And what was so advantageous about it? Were you going to get home 4 seconds sooner? 8 seconds sooner? Did you not want to see the back of the car that was coming in potentially to go in front of you? What was the advantage there? Are you just a jerk? I'd love to crawl inside of their head because on the surface, there is zero reason I can find why you would ever do that. It's just, one, it's being polite. Two, it actually is making the traffic flow better if you just adhere to that. And then three, again, it's just being a jerk. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. I'm not like Shumway or somebody. I'm not like this traffic merging police. But everybody has been faced with this situation. Everybody has seen this situation. And I'm sure everybody like me has questioned, why in the world would someone not just play it by the book? Anyway, Adam wants to talk about that stadium issue. Hi, Adam.
You guys are talking about putting a dome on a Finch Field if they ever redid it. Giant mistake.
No,
There's
I
too
didn't
many
say
things-
putting a dome. I said a translucent roof, which is much different than a dome. But go ahead.
Well, I mean, outside of the temperature element, it is different. I mean, I think you're discounting the stadium's the 12th man in a football game. You have wind, you have bugs, and you just have being outside at night as an element that you would remove. There's too many things that have had their souls eroded from under the guise of comfort and profit maxing, which is what it actually is, because it's nerfing it for safety and trying to maximize profits. And you change the dynamic of the entire experience by doing it, and eventually you wind up with something that isn't what the thing that you started with, and then you wonder why people don't want to do it as much anymore.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about changing the dynamic of the stadium.
What do you mean people don't want it? Do you think if they put a... First of all, your phone's terrible. I've got to hang up. Do you think if they put a roof on a new stadium in Pittsburgh, all of a sudden attendance is going to drop? And let's talk about how awful and terrible and just decrepit the atmosphere was, I don't know, when the Los Angeles Rams won a Super Bowl with SoFi being their home stadium. Like, let's talk about that. And it is about revenue. And the other part is this. People complain all the time about the surface at Heinz Field. Maybe let's take that variable out of it, and it helps with that. And that is one of the most delusional calls I'll ever get. You're thinking Jack Ham and Jack Lambert and Frenchie Fuqua still play for the Steelers. They don't. Nobody fears coming into Pittsburgh anymore. Newsflash to you and people who think like you that think Roy Jarrell is still the kicker. The other teams don't fear Pittsburgh right now. They just don't. That's 1974 nonsense. It doesn't happen anymore. It's time to get with the times, and you know what the times are? Yeah, maximizing revenue. Yeah, building a different place. Yeah, putting Wi-Fi in stadiums. Yeah, having it be an event. They don't play at Pitt Stadium anymore. It's just not what it is. And I challenge that guy and ask him, how many games do you even go to anyway? Maggie's downtown. Hi, Maggie.
Hey, Colin. Hey, I challenge these people that are stuck on their nostalgia about sitting in the cold for football games to think about every time last season that there was a game that it was really cold outside and it wasn't sold out and they ended up selling tickets for $50.
Exactly. Or the time during, right after Franco Harris died, when it was the coldest game like ever against the Raiders here in Pittsburgh, and there were about 3,500 people there.
Right.
It's just, you can erase a variable. I don't know why you wouldn't want to do that. And here's the other part. Again, and she's dead right using the term nostalgia. It's not what the current Steeler organization is. It's what you want it to be. It's what maybe it was when you were little, and it's what you think they are. Nobody fears that logo on the side of the helmet anymore. Get off it. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I got to talk about these traffic merger people a little more. I want your calls on that. What compels somebody to do that? Or am I reading too deep into it? Are they just out-and-out jerks? We talk next, right here, KDK.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Spring savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, lean and tender pork shoulder steaks or roast are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries, 1 pound packages, 2 for $5. In our deli department, jalapeno popper dip, $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, Selected varieties of Old El Paso dinner kits, 8 to 13-ounce boxes, 2 for $7.
So get in on the spring savings at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Friday, May 8th, don't miss one of the most iconic voices, Gino Vanelli, coming live to the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall, performing iconic hits such as I Just Want to Stop, People Gotta Move, and many more. Don't miss Gino Vanelli live on May 8th. Get tickets and info at librarymusichall.com. Presented by Drusky Entertainment and Rich Engler.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Need new windows or thinking about replacing the front door? Larry Richard for Specialty Window and Door. My friend Rick Fish and his local experienced installers have been specializing in windows and doors since 1980. Whether you're looking for vinyl, fiberglass, or wood, Rick features all the industry leaders, Provia, Joyce, Marvin, and Anderson. Whether it's one door, one window, or for the entire house, visit SpecialtyWindowAndDoor.com.
The 45th deserves local leadership you can trust. Pat Katina is the name we know and the leader we trust. A lifetime resident focused on strengthening our infrastructure and protecting the values that matter most to our families. The choice is clear. Vote Katina for the 45th by mail or in person on May 19th. Paid for by friends of Pat Katina.
A new report says Spirit Airlines is preparing to cease operations. The Aileen discount carrier had been hoping to finalize a $500 million lifeline from the government before running out of cash, but citing people familiar with the matter, the Wall Street Journal says that effort has failed and Spirit will soon shut down. Spotify wants to help customers tell the difference between AI-generated music versus content made by human artists. The audio streaming platform has launched a certification tool that indicates whether a song was created by a person or AI. The new feature is called Verified by Spotify. If all goes well, the Pittsburgh area's first ever Wegmans supermarket will open at some point in 2027. Various reports say the chain's owners have closed on a deal to buy the land for the store's planned location on Cool Springs Drive in Cranberry, near the Penguins practice facility. That Wegmans expected to employ up to 500 people. I'm Jim Chesko on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm getting a call on my phone right now that, sometimes it says like restricted, sometimes it says spam. It just says survey. Not a chance I'm picking that up. I don't pick up calls anyway unless I know exactly who it is. And there are about 4 people who call my phone. But survey. No way in the world is that getting picked up. Sherry's in the car. I'll pick her up. Hi, Sherry.
Well, hello there. Thank you for taking my call.
Uh-huh.
You know, if you were talking about, them being jerks, well, I personally think basic politeness has gone out the window for just about everything, so that's neither here nor there. But this whole thing, I know exactly what you mean about people merging right, left.
Oh yeah. We formulated this sort of rhythm and this back and forth, and the one person who screws it up, I think they should get two choices: firing squad or guillotine.
Oh, my favorite trick is when I see people do this, especially if they do it right in front of me, is I pull out my phone and I make sure they can see it. And I hold my phone out like I'm videoing them, and they get all scared. It's like, that's my favorite trick. Because people do it on the West End Bridge all the time. They cut you off, and it's like, excuse me, what are you doing? Hello?
Do you know when you pull out your phone, Sherry, when you pull out your phone like that, you're breaking Paul Miller's law. How do you feel about that?
Hey, what they don't know can't hurt them because it's not on.
All right, good call. Sherry is right. It's about people not having common decency. I see it at least once a week because it does get bound up right there, Fort Duquesne, Fort Pitt Bridge, right where they come together. And I do see at least one joker do that, and I'm thinking, come on. Just come on, play by the rules. Everybody succeeds if we play by the rules. My man, Saul, you've been all right, man. I haven't heard from you in a while. I hope everybody's health is okay.
Yeah, we're doing okay, Colin. A little bit of health issues here and there between me and my wife, and we lost a dog. I may have told you that before, but it's good to talk to you. I just don't have the opportunity very often.
That's okay. I'm glad to hear from you, though. Sorry to hear about your dog. You did tell me, I think, last time that you had called that your dog had just recently passed away. So sorry to hear about your dog, but I'm glad that you're pushing forward, my man.
Yeah, for 73, I'm doing okay. About the stadiums, I mean, my wife's originally from Pittsburgh, which you know, and I'm kind of an old school. You know, I like the outdoor games, even when we go for MetLife for the Jets. But at this age, I don't go to games, and if I were to go to games, the premise would probably have to be an indoor game.
Yeah, probably one of the kind of precursors to you going would be that. So there's that. What else was I going to ask you? There was something else I wanted to ask you the next time you called, and man, I can't think of it right now.
I had a little funny for you.
Let's hear it.
You said Survey was calling you. Maybe it was Richard Dawson. That may be before your time.
Survey says Richard Dawson was always a little handsy with the ladies, wasn't he?
Hey, if I could get away with it back then, I would have too. He'd probably get arrested today.
Bang, Saul. Good dismount from you. Yeah, you know, have you watched that show recently? It was just on not long ago. I don't know why. My wife had it on. I don't know if she left the channel on or whatever, but she left the room. It was on, or I turned the TV on, one of the two, and it came on to that channel. I'm like the last one to know this, I guess. Family Feud is like incredibly raunchy now. Did people understand that? I don't know if everybody knows that. I had it on for like 2 minutes. And it was like, it felt like it was sponsored by Penthouse. Like I'm flipping through I turn it on, I'm thinking, wait a minute. That's just an off topic. Like, okay. Then the next topic came up. And it was like really graphic as well. And I'm watching this, I'm going, holy heck. It's like NC-17. What are we doing here with Family Feud? And it turned into that. But if you watch those old game shows, Richard Dawson was like that. He had a weird haircut, but who am I to comment? I don't have any hair. But he was handsy. Totally handsy, especially when you were one of those final two. and you made it to the big round, your team won, and then they took 2 people to that last part or whatever, he'd stand real close to you, and he'd have his hands all over you if you were a woman. And it was, if you go back and really watch that, and I don't think it takes much studying, it's very obvious to see how flirtatious he was. Saul's right about that. He'd get fired in one show now. I mean, one show. All right, top of the hour, 866-391-1020. I want to talk to you about tuition or lack thereof, and if it's a level playing field for everybody. I'll explain coming up. So much to get into. Scott Mervis, he joins in just over an hour. Today's his last day at the Post-Gazette, 41 years. My goodness, that's a long time. As always, you can listen to us, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA, or on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can also watch us online, KDK's video stream. It's all presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Go to KDKRadio.com. Check out our YouTube page as well. That is fantastic. That's how I watch the show. Why don't we hit some news at the top of the hour?
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 52 degrees with rain showers at Pittsburgh International at 3 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. Trust PJ.com. Federal agents say the threats were taken seriously and acted on quickly. Investigators say Raymond Chandler is accused of leaving multiple voicemails over nearly 2 weeks, allegedly targeting President Trump and a member of Congress. Friday, FBI Pittsburgh and the U.S. Secret Service arrested him at a home in Wilkinsburg Authorities say while the threats were made through voicemails, Chandler has also posted online, including a YouTube video where he identifies himself as a candidate for U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania. Officials say the case highlights coordination between federal partners, including U.S. Capitol Police and the U.S. Attorney's Office for Western Pennsylvania, adding they will not tolerate threats of violence. Meanwhile, President Trump says he's weighing whether to support a taxpayer-funded takeover of Spirit Airlines. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the latest from the White House.
The president says he'll support a takeover only if it's good for the country.
Hey, you know what it is? USA first, America first. That's my fight, including with airlines.
Trump told reporters he wants to save American jobs.
Something we're not looking to get involved with, but if we can, it's 14,000 jobs. I would say we're driving a tough deal, but it's one of those things. We'll do it or we won't.
Labor groups support the takeover, but opponents wonder about bailing out an airline that has twice filed for bankruptcy protection. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
The number of homicides handled by the Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office is now 21 cases for the year. 9 of those are from April alone. Though one of the April cases, the death of 28-year-old Stephen Peak, happened outside of Allegheny County. A major grocery chain is one step closer to opening its first store in the Pittsburgh area. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
Wegmans Food Markets has officially purchased land in Cranberry Township, locking in plans for its first local store. The Pittsburgh Business Times reports the company paid just over $14 million for a 13-acre site at Cranberry Springs, where a 115,000-square-foot store is planned. Officials say site work is already underway, with construction expected later this year. The store is still projected to open in 2027 and could bring between 400 and 500 jobs to the region. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is down 80 points, the Nasdaq is up 233 points, and the S&P 500 is up 28. KDKA Sports, the Pirates hosting the Reds tonight at 6:45. Mitch Keller gets the start for the Bucks. And the Penguins' Evgeny Malkin is set to be a free agent this summer. News Radio KDKA's Jeff Hathorn has more.
He becomes a free agent July 1st. Penn's future Hall of Famer Evgeny Malkin made sure to find the Penn's general manager before he left.
I talked to Kyle today one more time before I leave, and we'll see what he thinks, and talk to my agent after, but right now, not really.
Malkin says he wants to play one more year and do it in Pittsburgh, coming off what he thought was a good year for himself. With the Pens, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time is 3:03. We have some rain showers and 52 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast is next.
Attention, Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
All right, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margo.
All right, thanks, Colin. Looking at a disabled 18-wheeler on 28 inbound, right around the Millvale exit. So that is reducing it to one lane and backing you up towards the Etna bypass as you try to head towards the city. Taking a look at the other major roadways, normal rush hour delays are backing you up. The Parkway West outbound slows you down through that bathtub region. Also looking at lane stack on the Parkway West inbound side, starting from Green Tree Hill. Also looking at a few extra extra brake lights on the Parkway East inbound, starting around the Wilkinsburg interchange. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Cloudy and cool for the rest of this afternoon with rain at times. There can be small hail and a rumble of thunder as well, high 53. Mostly cloudy and chilly tonight, low 33. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Scott Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
After breaking the NFL draft attendance record with over 805,000 fans witnessing the league's annual restocking of talent, Pittsburgh must capitalize on the momentum this created. ESPN and social media were unbelievably complimentary of our city. We received thousands of rave reviews from first-time visitors. The key is to ensure this success is sustained. All of this required a collaborative effort from so many people and organizations. Let's make sure these same people work just as hard attracting other big events and conventions. Continue to keep our city clean. Look for more areas to improve. The momentum is there. Let's make sure we don't simply celebrate the success, but rather we start stacking wins. There is no time like the present.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Yeah, that editorial said precisely what I said earlier in the week. There's no knee-jerk win, loss. Did Pittsburgh win or lose? Even after the report of losing $2 million came out. It's a holding pattern. I'll make my determination in a year or so. Do they draw other conventions here? Did they use it as a springboard? Or did they simply just have a lot of people in a big commercial and lost $2 million? Then it's a loss. So we'll see. But editorial's 100% right. It needs to be something that is a seed that helps grow. All right. Answer me this. I want to read this story, or at least bits and pieces of this. And you tell me your take on this at 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. So Pennsylvania residents whose households make $75K or less will be eligible to attend a University of Pittsburgh branch campus tuition-free. That's all Pennsylvania residents, and the household income combined, $75,000 or less. Pitt said this yesterday, this regional campus tuition pledge. Now, students whose household adjusted gross income is $75,000 or less would pay nothing in tuition, zero, at Pitt Greensburg, Pitt Bradford, and Pitt Johnstown, as well as its nursing program at Pitt Titusville. Now, university officials say federal, state, and institutional aid is applied first, and then Pitt covers whatever the balance is that remains. If a student at a regional campus transfers to Pitt down in Oakland, like, main campus Pitt, they'll have to pay full tuition when enrolled there. Now, in-state full-year tuition for most programs at Greensburg, Bradford, and Johnstown is about $14,000. Titusville's nursing program, about $17,000. The tuition pledge does not cover housing, meals, textbooks, or other fees, but it covers your tuition. Now, it's part of this growing trend to offer free tuition to household incomes that fall underneath a certain amount. CMU does it, free tuition for students of families making $75,000 or less. Harvard under $200K, Princeton under $160,000, Stanford under $150,000, and the University of California system, Berkeley, those schools, Irvine, under $100,000 for those state residents, though, not out-of-state residents. So on the surface, this seems like a fantastic program, right? If your combined house income is under $75,000, you can go to Pitt Johnstown for no tuition. Okay? Is that just what it is and the discussion ends? Kids that don't grow up with a lot of money have an opportunity, and that's end of discussion. Part of me says yes. Part of me says, okay, there's no, and controversy is too strong of a word. Discussion. How about that? Okay, kids that don't have a lot of money, didn't grow up with a lot of money, they now have an opportunity they wouldn't otherwise have. Okay, there's no discussion. But should we be, and then now the other part of me says there might be a discussion. Should we be sliding the tuition to everyone under a certain threshold? Should those students, maybe who get that free tuition, be made to do something to benefit the quality of life, the infrastructure, or overall substance of the university? I don't know, volunteer, take on just a few hours, I don't know, of landscaping or doing something there to better or upkeep that university? I seem to think that would be decent, to have them do something like that. Now, the other part, when you really dig into this and you think about, not everybody whose household income is, say, $76,000, $78,000, $80,000. Two parents making $40,000. They don't come from generational wealth. They just don't. Not everybody right above that. Not everybody who's $125,000. They don't come from generational wealth. So is it in our best interest to offer some sliding scale for those who get a college education? If the other part, too, I started really thinking about this. If you're a first-generation family who now has toppled $75,000 for your income, do you feel like you kicked down a door and you made it somewhere, and now it's like, okay, you worked your tail off, now you got to pay for college? If you wouldn't have, you wouldn't have had to pay for college. Again, I seem to think that the former discussion might be it. Okay, we're giving people an opportunity. But then again, I don't know. There does feel like there's a discussion there. What about just a merit-based system on, okay, who are the best students, who fits the best, and then they make it in. And then from there, we'll decide, well, who, pays and who doesn't. That probably works best. Because what you're going to see now, I would think, is an influx of people applying to these schools, and rightly so, whose household incomes are pretty low. Kurt's in Vanport. Hi, Kurt.
Hey, first of all, I just want to say it's so exciting to talk to Margot, much more exciting than talking to you.
I couldn't agree more.
A celebrity. It's like a celebrity.
Well, not like a celebrity. She is a celebrity.
She is a celebrity. I just wanted to say someone's going to have to still pay for all these, professor salaries and the upkeep and, everything. So obviously the tuition is going to go up a lot for everybody else.
For the people really paying.
So if you're making, you're not under 70, you're making 80,000, you're getting screwed.
I didn't want to say it because I'm terrible with math, but my brain started thinking, if you're somebody that's a first-generation sort of family that finally pushed through that ceiling and your household's making $90,000 where you grew up with not a lot of money, you might say to yourself, wait a minute, we got here, and now they're asking us for more. This is a little bit weird. We finally feel like we've achieved.
Not only that, but if you have two parents working, full-time, if you're making $72,000, you're not rich. So now you're going to charge them, $10,000 more over and above because you have to pay for these other people. I mean, I don't want to sound cold, but that's the reality.
I don't want to sound cold either. I want to sound as diplomatic as possible, Kurt. And I think we're absolutely right on the same page. I don't want to sound cold, but you bring in an element of I think sense to this. it's not going to be free. It's going to be passed off to someone else.
Someone's going to pay.
Right. And real smart people looked at this. People way smarter than I am. And I'm just wondering, is it the best model and is it sustainable? 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I want to talk to you about this. $75,000 or less, nothing in tuition. Pitt Greensburg, Pitt Bradford, Pitt Johnstown. But what if you make $90,000 as a household? You got to pay the whole freight. Will that freight go up because other kids are going free? Let's talk next. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still looking at a disabled vehicle on 28 inbound. That's right at the exit towards Millville, causing a lane restriction and some bumper-to-bumper traffic to follow you all the way from the Etna bypass. Also looking at an accident on Lebanon School Road and Clareton Drivesburg Road in West Mifflin Borough, and on Peebles Road and McKnight Road in McCandless. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson with your Lowe's weekend weather update. The first weekend of May will turn out cool with high temperatures mostly in the 50s. Saturday will likely be on the cloudier side, maybe even a few showers. Sunday looks like the brighter of the 2 days. Spring into deals at Lowe's. Shop Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Valid through 5/6. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
The Pittsburgh Power and Fitness Festival returns May 16th and 17th at the DLCC. Witness elite bodybuilding, strength sports, and martial arts. Shop the massive expo and meet fitness celebrities. Get tickets now at pittspowerfit.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I was throwing a party for the twins and had custom invites and a banner printed at Staples. And that's when I saw Party City is now at Staples.
Party City? No way!
Yep. So now Staples has all your printing needs and everything you need for a party.
Everything times 2.
Yeah, and now at Staples, save 40% on custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, banners, and more.
Big news! Party City is now at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. In 613, exclusions apply.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I think she might be taping something, but I'm going to bother her nonetheless. The dear Margot. Margot. People sending in texts. I got to tell you, it's been a long time. And how about that guy calling in and said he was talking to a celebrity? See what happens when you start doing news in the morning?
I know. I'm no celebrity.
You certainly are. Bigger celebrity than I am. You know when you hit your celebrity status? When the web team started reposting your social media videos from going to games. That's really big.
Maybe.
Okay. DRAVOSBURG.
I know.
People.
As soon as I got to it, I regretted even saying the accident.
I know. If you just skip those places.
I do, but then I just saw an accident. I thought it'd be easy. It was.
One of the best games we play on the show is Margot's not from Western Pennsylvania. Western Pennsylvania says a ton of names wrong. She probably says them the right way, but then people take her to task on the text line because she's not saying them the wrong way. She's actually pronouncing them the right way. How do you say DRAVOSBURG?
I don't even know what I said. I just blacked out while I said it.
How would you say it now?
Dravisburg?
You said Dravisburg, yes.
Dravosburg.
Yes, long O. Long O with that word.
When in doubt, just say whatever you think is wrong.
I know. Yes, like North for Sales. You learned that one. Just say what you think is wrong, and in Western Pennsylvania, it'll probably be right.
Yeah, sorry if you're in North Versailles. I probably don't report your accident.
Because you don't want to say it. You just got to skip over it. Dravosburg. I don't know. I wonder if I think I've been to Dravosburg. What intersection was that, Rick?
At Lebanon School Road.
Oh, yeah, I've been over there. Dravosburg.
In West Mifflin Borough.
Yeah, it's over there. Over by, like, the county airport that way. All right. Well, good on you. You knew it, too. You stood up after that report. You went to go get a cup of water, do something out of the studio, and you go, I know. And you just shook your head.
Whatever.
What? Exactly. Whatever. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Coming up in just a little bit. You know what Fridays are big for? Ordering pizzas. I'm going to tell you something's going on in this country in terms of ordering pizza that I am 1,000% on board with. Like, I mean 1,000% on board with. And I know it'll scare some people, but it's happening in one part of the country, and man, I wish it was happening here. I'd order a pizza just for this, and I'll tell you what that is in just a little bit. All right, back to this Pitt Greensburg stuff. So Pitt Greensburg, Pitt Johnstown, Pitt Bradford. And also if you want to go to nursing school in up Pitt Titusville, right? So if your family makes $75K or less, they'll cover the tuition for you. 100% so. It's called the Regional Campus Tuition Pledge. Now, the tuition pledge does not cover housing, meals, textbooks, or other fees, but it's a pretty healthy chunk, considering that tuition's about $14K and that nursing tuition's about $17K. I mean, nobody wants to pay $14,000 or $17,000 that they don't have to. I don't care how rich or poor you are. You don't want to pay something you don't have to. Is it a fair and equitable system? Upon first review and reading this, I said, yeah, you don't need to read into it anymore. It's helping out people who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford college. Why should, what would be the negative in that, right? That's my initial knee-jerk, and I still think I might be there. Although I would add an addendum item that the students, and look, might it put an asterisk next to their names? Maybe, whatever. I don't know, but they're going somewhere for $14K a year for free. They should be made to do something for the benefit of the quality of life at that school. I don't care if it's volunteering X amount of hours, helping with the infrastructure, all that kind of stuff. Just something. Set so many hours that they have to do so that the schools are able to extract some value back, i.e. for free, from those kids that go directly to helping the university. I think that would be edging toward kind of being fair. A work-study program for X amount of hours a week that would essentially be free. You wouldn't get paid for it. I think that would be all right. Nothing crazy, but just here and there. I'd at least want that. But for the people who would call and say, hey, my family aggregate income is $80,000. We ain't getting anything out of this. That's a school now I got crossed off my list. You know why? Because people who make $6,000 less than us are going for free. Brian's in Irwin. Hi, Brian.
Hey, Colin, how are you this afternoon?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. So I teach 11th grade government studies, and I actually talked about this. Fridays are current event days, and I try to give my kids a lot of advice on life after high school. And I try to play devil's advocate, as what you just mentioned. So in my situation, I'm a father, married, and I have 3 kids, and I make $92,000 a year. And try to look at the situation, they're not really breaking this down in too much of a category. It's you make under $75,000 or not. And another thing we got into is it doesn't seem there's any merit based into the system. So I asked the kids, would it make a difference to you if a student that gets a 2.0 GPA in high school compared to that 4.0 is offered, a free ride while you're busting your hump in school, but because their family makes less, is that fair or not fair? And kids were kind of all over the place. It's interesting to get their take. But I don't think anyone's really sold of saying, hey, this is only 25 minutes from where we live. If I commute and I eat at home, I can pretty much go to school for free. They just didn't seem to either care. It's been a gloomy Friday. But, I don't know it's a way just to stay afloat or stay relevant. But it didn't seem that kids really have any interest in higher education right now.
Well, those are the kids. They didn't get – the parents weren't involved in this discussion, though, right, Brian?
Correct. Yeah, it's just high school students.
No, I get it. You know what this does? If that is the same interest in the parents, right? The kind of the temperature that you took from the kids, there is no greater time, I don't think, than to push and to champion trade schools and things like that.
I agree. I push our tech center a lot, but I told kids, just go home and have conversations with your parents. 2 weeks ago, their taxes were due. See, is this something that you might qualify for? It's an opportunity for a lot of kids, but I think the system could be set up a little bit better. But I appreciate your time today, Colin.
No, I appreciate your conversation and the nuance to it. It does. It makes a lot of sense. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I'll take your calls on the other side about this. And a lot of people order pizza on Friday nights. There's a new way to do it. I'll explain. Let's hit news, bottom of the hour. KDKA.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Listen here, gonna be warm before you know it. Get that ride for summertime. How about that convertible, that Mustang? Yep. Or you may be going on a trip. You need that Expedition. You need that Explorer. You need that room. You sure do. So, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Get there. Get that ride for your summer vacation. It'll be here before you know it. Or go to schultzford.com.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 51 degrees with showers in the vicinity at Pittsburgh International at 3:30. I'm Pat Septak. Bethel Park School District is addressing 2 separate safety incidents, including the arrest of a school bus driver accused of driving under the influence. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
District leaders say no students were hurt in either incident, but they're taking action. In one case, a school bus driver was arrested for DUI while transporting student athletes home from a game. Police intervened. The driver was removed from service immediately, and students were safely accounted for. The district says the driver will no longer be allowed to transport students. In a separate incident, an individual not affiliated with the school, suspected of being under the influence, drove recklessly through the Neil Armstrong Middle School campus during student dismissal. Officials say they're now working with law enforcement, reinforcing traffic and access controls and reviewing additional safety measures to prevent future incidents. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette is reportedly slashing staff as it begins operations under new ownership. The Venetoulis Institute for Local Journalism announced last month that it was acquiring the Post-Gazette from longtime owners Block Communications. And now, according to the Trib, at least 40% of newsroom workers are losing their jobs, and 80% of employees who had gone on strike did not receive an offer to be retained. Union workers for the newspaper call the staff cuts severe. Sentencing today in a high-profile murder case in Westmoreland County. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado has more.
Judge Michael Seward today sentenced 55-year-old Thomas Stanko to life in prison without parole following his conviction on murder and other charges back in February. Stanko was charged 4 years ago in the death of his former girlfriend, Cassandra Gross, though her body was never found after her 2018 disappearance. A judge declared her legally dead in 2019. Not long after she disappeared, Gross's abandoned vehicle was found, burnt out. During his trial, Stanko was also convicted of reckless burning, which led to an additional 42 to 84 months on top of his sentence for murder. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
The Allegheny Health Network Psychiatry and Behavioral Health Institute officially opened its new 10,000-square-foot facility today at the AHN Federal North Building. The facility serves as the primary hub for the institute, aimed at improving access to specialized mental health services. While the ribbon-cutting ceremony was held today, patient care at the new location is scheduled to begin on May 11th. Pennsylvania's unemployment rate in March remained at 4.2%. The number of non-farm jobs created was up 12,500, and the workforce grew by 6,000 people. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 51 points, the NASDAQ is up 265 points, and the S&P 500 is up 35. KDKA Radio News Time is 3:33. Our next update at 4 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Hey, it's Marty. Are you tired of pain or fear of falling that's holding you back, struggling with balance, neuropathy, or joint pain? At Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, physical therapy is done differently because you are different. Folks, this place is amazing. I've seen it firsthand. Shoulder pain, knee pain, balance issues. They attack it and work it, and it works. Call today. Monroeville Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, 412-457-8200.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Alrighty, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways. Still looking at some bumper-to-bumper traffic on 28 inbound. That's because of a disabled vehicle right before the Millvale exit, causing a lane restriction. Also, just in that there's a disabled vehicle on the Parkway North inbound right before the exit towards Venture Street, causing a shoulder to be closed there. Now, looking at the other major roadways, the Parkway East outbound backs you up starting from the Oakland on-ramp as you leave the city, and the Parkway West outbound is bumper to bumper from the county jail. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Rain at times for the rest of the afternoon, perhaps a rumble of thunder, high 53. Mostly cloudy tonight, low 33. Then rather cloudy and chilly tomorrow with a passing shower, high 50. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. How did the marathon go? We'll tell you. And look ahead, a lot going on this week in the Berg.
All right, here we go. Woo! All right, 866-391-1020. Pardon me for just one moment as this remote control is working weird. Okay, here we go. Now I've figured it out here. There's like nothing on until 4, really, so I just flipped through the channels. Mary Lou's in the car, though. I'll talk to her. Hi, Mary Lou.
Hey, Colin.
Hey, Mary Lou.
So, listen, I have this cute story about Pittsburghers and how we say words so differently. I think Margot will enjoy it.
I'll be the judge of that. Go ahead. How cute it is.
Okay. So I have a friend who moved to the Pittsburgh area from London. And now this was years ago. And he went to a local bar and wanted to, learn of a beer so that he would enjoy one. And so this is back in the day when bartenders used to, typically they would put all their cans and bottles up behind the bar.
Yes.
So he looks them over and he points to one and he said, I'm going to try a Dubois. So the bartender gets the beer and he said, let me tell you about this. In Pittsburgh, we call this a Dubois.
Oh.
So he has the beer. He has the beer and enjoys it. And then decides he's got to have another one. He's looking over the beers, and he says to himself, I think I have these Pittsburghers figured out. They anglicize certain words. So he looks at the beers and said, I think this time I'd like to try a Duquesne.
Not bad.
Bartender goes to get him a beer, and he says, nah, man, you're not saying this right. This is Duquesne. It's a French word, don't you know?
Got it. Not bad. I like it. I have a friend. I have a friend. Oh, it was a good story. I have a friend from England, and you know what he was blown away at when he first got here? He got here when he was, 25 years old or so. And he got here in, I want to say, September or October. When we had Thanksgiving, he was like, wait a minute. So let me follow this. You sit around the whole day, and all you do is just gorge and eat and watch football on TV, and that's kind of the holiday. That's what happens. It blew him away, Mary Lou.
Yeah, you could see that.
Couldn't get enough. Man, let me ask you this. In the first run of Duquesne beer, before they brought it back, I don't know if it's still back or whatever they tried to. I think it might still be. But when Duquesne beer had it really going, back the first run, was it good?
I think it was. It was long before I was drinking beer, but I think it was good.
What do you mean long before you were drinking beer? You still drinking beer?
Oh, yeah, I am.
Yeah? What kind of beer you like now?
Yeah.
What kind of beer you like?
Well, generally I drink light beers. So actually, Duquesne Pilsner, those that are still around, they did come back. I enjoy them.
You can get along with Margot. She drinks light beers, too. Lots at venues, at games. She likes to go to games and drink beers. You guys would be fast friends.
I think we would be.
There we go. Margot, see, I found you another friend. You guys can go out gallivant and do crazy stuff. 866-391-1020 is that number. Okay, I got a story for you. So Friday nights, a lot of people like getting pizzas, right? Or at least it used to be like that. It was part of your routine. And Little Caesars has launched drone delivery. How about that? But there's a catch. Full family meals at its location in Wiley, Texas, which is a fast-growing Dallas suburb. The first pizza chain in the country to offer 2 large pizzas plus drinks by the air. Yep. Here's how it works. You order through this app, Flytrex. The order flows directly into Little Caesars' point-of-sale system. Once it's prepared, the drone picks up the food curbside, flies autonomously to your address, lowers an insulated package by cable without landing. How about that? So it stays like, 8-10 feet high. The cable lands it down. Excuse me. The CEO of this company, who's real smart, said the goal is to make ultra-fast drone delivery a reality for everyday families, and residents within the delivery zone can now get hot pizza faster than many traditional car deliveries, especially during peak hours. All this said, the drone can carry up to 8.8 pounds or so, enough for 2 large pizzas, sides, sodas, and delivers within a 4-mile radius. Average flight time, 4.5 minutes. Takeoff to doorstep. The program's limited to this single Little Caesars right now, while the companies evaluate performance and customer feedback. Now, at 866-391-1020, yep, 866-391-1020, is that, man, I got a frog in my throat, thinking about that Duquesne beer, I guess. Is that phasing out the delivery guy, and is that unfair? Or is that just sign of the times, ultra efficient, the way to go, cost saving, making it better for the consumer? I actually think it's probably both, but it is what it is. I think that within our lifetime, and I've said this before, more and more and more and more stuff is going to start to be delivered via drone. It's a matter of touch and base, figuring it out with the, with the people that regulate air travel. The FCC. So that has to happen. Or not FCC. That has to all happen. We have to go ahead and make it to where it's safe. There have to be things like, and I would guess moving forward, maybe pills, prescriptions, things like that, but they have to be secured. You have to figure out how you can deliver them, and definitely make sure the person receiving them is, one, of age, and the person who ordered them, things like that. So with all, or the FAA, I was thinking of, not FCC before. If you start with pizzas or something that a lot of people order, and it's something that is not all that expensive, this is going to grow into Amazon. And not necessarily just Amazon already does it a little bit, but it's going to be widespread. Whenever we go, and I'm making this prediction too, and new houses are built moving forward, it's going to be within the next, 10, 15 years, there's going to be a dedicated space. Might be on your driveway, might be in front of your door, might be on your back porch for security reasons. We're going to start building dedicated spaces for drone deliveries to land. Or at least they'll be baked into the landscape of what you got going on. And I could see them happening at your back doorstep so as to be secure. That might be something that I might absolutely positively start to invest in. Figure out a way to make these homes sort of baked in for drone delivery landings, or maybe even a hatch on your roof. Who knows? I'm all for this, though. I think it's fantastic. Will it cost jobs? Maybe on the surface, but won't it create jobs in the drone field? 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Top of the hour, Scott Mervis. Last day on the job. That sucks. I'll talk to him coming up in just a little bit. We'll hit traffic right now. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at those major roadways, continuing to look at some traffic on the Parkway West outbound, starting from the county jail as you try to leave the city. Also, the disabled vehicle on 28 inbound continues to back you up in that inbound lane. Crews have rolled up to that, so hopefully it'll be cleaned up soon, but bumper-to-bumper traffic will back you up from the Etna bypass. And continuing to look at a shoulder closed on the inbound side of the Parkway North as a disabled vehicle is right around exit 4 towards Venture Street. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Spring savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, great on the grill, ahi tuna steaks are $9.99 a pound. In the produce department, Haas variety avocados are 5 for $5. In the deli, Garden Fresh Pico de Gallo, 12-ounce packages, $3.99 each. And additional savings this week, selected varieties Totino's tortilla chips, 10 to 12-ounce bags, 2 for $7.
Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
The day you retire, everything changes. Risk feels different. Income matters more. Mistakes cost more, and recovery time gets shorter. Secure Money Advisors works with families preparing for retirement by focusing on income, taxes, health care, and legacy planning in one comprehensive strategy. Claim your complimentary copy today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
There's a lot of stories moving about Spirit Airlines. This one of them.
Spirit Airlines is making plans to cease operations as soon as this weekend. It could happen as soon as Saturdays. The airline is simply running out of available cash to continue to operate. The airline, Spirit, is not commenting on these reports other than to say that today it is operating normally. In fact, Spirit flights are in the air now, and the airline is focused on safely operating those.
Well, yeah, I would hope so.
Talks around a potential government aid package, $500 million, have stalled. Two of Spirit's three main groups of creditors were on board with the deal. Spirit's bondholders were not. President Trump today said he would like to save the Spirit jobs, that they have made a final offer.
We're looking at Spirit. If we can help them, we will.
Unclear if there's going to be outside intervention at this point.
All right. Talks of that governmental saving Spirit Airlines. First of all, they've already filed for bankruptcy once. I don't know how smart of a deal that is. But let's say that did happen. I want stock in this. I want my cut, right? Would it set a terrible precedent? Now, isn't Amtrak partially, or if not a decent amount, owned by the government? Don't they have a stake in it that's pretty large? But let's say that you make Spirit Airline the equivalent of the United States Postal Service, essentially. Make it governmental, or at least to some degree, or at least bail them out. It won't change the immediacy of the gas prices. Two, how much say would you then have on it in terms of the operational portion of it? Because, look, gas prices have certainly, 100% so. Gas prices have put a crunch into these budget airlines, i.e. Spirit. But Spirit was in trouble before gas prices went up. It just was. I talk to people all the time, and it's interesting to me. At 866-391-1020, I hear from people who say, hey, I've had a great experience on Spirit. I fly down to Myrtle Beach from Latrobe or wherever. We go to the same place golfing all the time. Or I fly to this place. I don't even bring a bag because it's our second house or whatever. Okay, that's great. And I think that there are a decent amount of people, I should say, who do that. But I also see online a ton of stories about people who had terrible experiences on Spirit. Have any of these really ultra low budget airlines? And Southwest doesn't necessarily count as that because Southwest graduated into a mid-level airline kind of after they offered pretty low fares, right? At least I think so. But what has been the shelf life of any one of these? I was trying to think about that today whenever they're going through all these different sort of options for Spirit Airlines moving forward. Should the government try to bail them out? Should they shut down on Saturday? What if you have existing tickets? What's going to happen to Arnold Palmer Airport? All this kind of stuff. Then I really started think about all of these different low-budget airlines that have been in service for a year, 2 years, maybe 3 years tops, whatever it is, that have come and gone. Maybe you've flown on them, maybe you've been scared away by them. I can honestly say this. I've never flown on any airline that wasn't one of the big carriers. The smallest carrier, I think, is Southwest. That's the smallest one I've ever flown on. It's not being a braggart or anything. It's just I stay away from them for these exact reasons. One, I don't want to be on a plane with a bunch of goofballs. And every time that I see nonsense happen at the airport or at the gate, it's Spirit or one of the other low budget carriers. I want my trip to be enjoyable. I don't want there to be a boxing match at the gate. I don't need that in my life. So I stay away from it. But also the long-term viability of these places. So many people buy airline tickets a pretty decent clip out, right? And when that happens, you got to worry and wonder, are they still going to be in business when my trip gets here? Those are the people I actually do feel bad for. Let's say that people bought their tickets 3 months ago, and their tickets are for this coming Wednesday or next weekend. Now what do? Do you go and buy other tickets with the thought that, hey, there probably are going to shut down? Do you wait and you hold out all the way and then run the risk that you're not going to be able to get another ticket? This is all a balancing act for them, and the consumer's the one that gets screwed. But then again, I get back to this. Even if it was 2 months, 3 months ago, when you bought that ticket on Spirit, it had to feel like it was riskier than buying a ticket on one of the, dare I say, traditional airlines. It just had to be. It feels to me like, I don't know, come Monday, I think Jimmy Buffett said that once. But anyway, come Monday, I don't know if Spirit will be around anymore. Great text here. Hey, Colin, I wonder how much stock Trump has in Spirit Airlines. Maybe that's the reason he wants to bail them out. Just a random thought. Have a great evening. Well, I don't know if that's necessarily applicable here, considering he said he'd bail them out, but only under his own terms, and they don't necessarily want to meet him in the middle right now. So if you listen to what he said, he was kind of like, then I'm out. Forget about it. And I don't know how much stock he has in them. I just don't know how great an investment it is right now because it feels like a terrible business model. And I think that overrides everything. Great text here. I fly every year with Spirit or Breeze to Fort Myers. Never a bad experience. Depends where you fly to. I'd probably agree to that, even though I've never used them. That probably makes a lot of sense. Top of the hour. Scott Mervis, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Sadly, his last day on the job. That stinks. Demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Warmer weather rolls through Pittsburgh, then colder, then warmer. Unstable is the best way to put it, I guess. Storms can hit fast, and you could have a lot of rain. You could have a downpour. You could have lightning. You could have wind. You could have damage to your house. What starts as a small leak can turn into a monsoon in your attic, in your top floor, wherever. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365, to help you out. They'll handle the storm damage right there, right? Water restorations, they get them done. Number's easy to remember, 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Every minute matters. Make the right call to the right people. Demand that yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, the best call to make. 412-RECOVER. News, top of the hour, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Celebrate Cinco de Mayo with Easy Cater, the best way to order great food from favorite restaurants for all your festivities. From April 27th through May 5th, every order placed earns you 1,000 bonus rewards points. From traditional favorites like enchiladas and mole to festive options like a build-your-own taco bar, even breakfast. Chilaquiles, anyone? Easy Cater makes food for Cinco de Mayo a cinch. Order now at easycater.com and get 1,000 bonus points on every order with promo code Cinco de Mayo 26. Restrictions apply. See offer details.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
In the front seat.
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 50 degrees with showers in the vicinity at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. A low-budget airline could cease operations as early as tomorrow.
I'm Heather Bosch. Money trouble could force Spirit Airlines to halt flights Saturday. Aviation consultant Michael Boyd says the airline's been struggling due to
2 words, bad management.
And high fuel prices because of the Iran war aren't helping.
It was something that just added to their problems. They were going out of business anyway. This just sped it up.
A spokesperson for the bankrupt budget airline declined to comment other than to say operations were normal Friday. Heather Bosch, CBS News.
Unionized nurses at UPMC McGee have set a July 4th deadline for the hospital to reach a contract agreement with them. The nurses are calling on a 1-to-1 nurses to patient ratio in the hospital's newborn care unit. UPMC has said that it agrees that patients deserve focused care, but rejects rigid ratios, which it argues could mean not only closed beds, but limited access to care. Pittsburgh's finances are tightening. New numbers show the city spent tens of millions more than it brought in last year. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
City Controller Rachel Heisler said the city is now feeling the loss of federal pandemic aid, finishing 2025 with a nearly $45 million deficit.
Without the American Rescue Plan, we would have had a deficit in 2023 and 2024, and now here we are in 2025. The American Rescue Plan dollars account for almost exactly the net loss in 2025.
Heisler says revenues dropped while expenses climbed, and the city dipped into its rainy day fund. Heisler warns spending hasn't adjusted to the new reality and says moving forward, the city needs stricter budgeting and new long-term revenue sources. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Would you rather drink water from your tap or use bottled water? Pittsburgh Water today has launched a public education campaign called Pittsburgh Drinks Tap that aims to build confidence in the quality and safety of Pittsburgh's drinking water in the wake of a $470 million upgrade. At a news conference this morning, Millville's Compass Point Coffee said it had switched from bottled water to Pittsburgh tap water, not just because it is less expensive, but also based on its quality. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 152 points. The NASDAQ closed up 222, and the S&P 500 closed up 21 points. KDKA Sports, the Pirates hosting the Reds tonight at 6:45. Mitch Cower gets the start for the Bucks. And Penguins forward Evgeny Malkin is set to be an unrestricted free agent this offseason, but he's hoping to play another season in Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK's Jeff Hathorn has more.
Malkin averaged over a point a game as a 39-year-old and wants to play as a 40-year-old in Pittsburgh.
Still want to play hockey, his best game in the world, and just have fun, enjoy the game, with playoffs, and give me so much crazy emotion, and I won't play one more year for sure.
Before he left cleaning out his locker, Malkin had another conversation with Pens GM Kyle Dubas. With the Pens, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time is 4:03. Time to call American Back Centers for your free evaluation. At American Back Centers in Wexford, you have nothing to lose but the pain. It's 50 degrees with showers in the vicinity in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast are next.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
All right, Scott Mervis next. First, traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All right, thanks, Colin. Continuing to see some heavy standstill traffic on 28 inbound because of a disabled vehicle, and that vehicle is an 18-wheeler. So crews have rolled up to that scene, but it is causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic starting from before the Etna bypass towards the Millville exit. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For the rest of the afternoon, we'll have periods of rain, perhaps a rumble of thunder, high 53. Lingering clouds tonight, low 33. Mostly cloudy and chilly tomorrow with a shower, high 50. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Scott Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, this is sad. I just looked at social media, and Scott Mervis from the Post-Gazette had disseminated on social media. He's got 1 hour left of work. After 41 years, music writer, music critic, man about town in the music scene for the Post-Gazette for better than 4 decades. He joins right now. Hi, Scott. How are you?
Good, Colin. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you for joining me. I know that we had bounced messages back and forth earlier today, and you said, I have some things to say. So rather than me ask you a formulated question or something that is formulaic, I should say, what do you have to say?
Well, first of all, Colin, I want to point out that I loved working with you at the Post-Gazette because you were one of the few sports writers that would talk to the rock critic, and I really appreciated that.
Well, that's not a problem at all.
Well, first off, I really feel first of all, I want to say, look, I feel for the younger people at the paper who did not get rehired by the new owners. Like, I've had a long career, like you said, 41 years. I started there in 1985. A lot of these people are just starting out. They're probably going to have to, they're going to have to find maybe another city, another journalism job. And it, as you know, it is not easy whatsoever. So, the Newspaper Guild tweeted out a little bit earlier that they are bringing back about 40% of the staff to this new PG 2.0.
Do you think it was selective in how they did the reductions, i.e., maybe they did a search of who tweeted what side people were on politically, any of that? Take me deeper into that.
Man, I have no idea because we weren't really told why we weren't being hired. The other night I was watching the hockey game, Game 6 with my kids, and on the Slack, people started popping up with, "Hey, I just got an offer." An hour later, another person, "I just got an offer now too." And so this went on for 3 or 4 hours that evening. And, I'm looking at it thinking, like, I'm probably going to get an offer. You know what I mean? Like, I've been around there for a long time. My stuff's pretty popular. I think people read it. And then I went home. I went to bed that night, and I hadn't gotten an offer. Woke up 3 o'clock in the morning, looked at my phone, no email. The whole next day went by. And then finally, late in the afternoon, I got sort of a thanks but no thanks form thing from the new company, which I didn't even bother to read. I knew at that point it wasn't happening. So, I have a picture, Colin. I think I put it on X of the magazine, the weekend staff, the entertainment staff in around 1986. And at the time, this was like the heyday of the Post-Gazette. We had 3 movie critics. We had dedicated critics for theater, books, visual arts. We had 2 rock critics. And as of now, like I'm the last person left from that photo. So I was the very last arts writer left at the paper, and now there will be none.
No.
So they're moving on. They are moving on without.
It's a sad time. They said people would re-interview for their job. What was the interview process like?
I think that it was a performative interview because what happened was, we signed up with these, like on a grid, we just filled in a block there were 5 different rooms in a hotel with 5 different interviewers. We didn't know who we were signing up to be interviewed by. We didn't even know, which members of the new company were going to be there. And we just had like a 15-minute conversation. I met with, I think it was the managing editor of the Baltimore Banner.
Mm-hmm.
And I sensed when I looked at the Baltimore Banner, when I first saw the sale, I noticed that there was not a lot of arts coverage to it, and I noticed that there was like almost no music coverage and 0 music reviews, and I was like, this doesn't look good. And then I kind of heard, from our editors, well, they're going to keep the essence of the Post-Gazette, like they're going to keep what works in Pittsburgh. They're not going to model it after the Baltimore Banner. And so if something's working well in Pittsburgh, we're going to stick with that. So I got a little bit hopeful at that point, but then it looks like that's not the situation for, at least for the arts.
Scott Mervis joining. 41 years, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, covered music, was a music reviewer, and now it's his last hour with the paper. I got this message yesterday from someone, and then various degrees of this message, but let me read this message verbatim. If you think the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette is saved, think again. Venetoulis is a radical left hardline socialist. He's Soros on steroids. This guy will just compound the socialist nightmare that is Pittsburgh. It's better for people to not get a job there if they don't agree with him. What do you make of that?
I don't know. It's so funny how people perceive the media because, like, I'll do a piece on Springsteen, right? Like Springsteen, on his democracy tour, anti-Trump, anti-ICE tour, and people will read my piece about that and they'll say, "Oh, you're just like a left-wing liberal rag. That's why no one reads you." And then other people will read it and get the total opposite reaction. You're supporting Trump, and it's like, wait a minute, it has to be one or the other.
Right. You got an email from Ted Nugent coming in, right?
Yeah. But I really love to keep people confused about, what perspective I'm coming from on these stories, because you get the criticisms from both sides on the same sentence. So it's really funny.
I'm the last guy to see, to be glass half full. A lot of people accuse me of being the last guy to be glass half full. But the past 24, 48 hours or so, have you received an incredible amount of support and realized how many friends and people you've touched along the way, Scott?
Yeah, I was a little surprised. I put a tweet up. I don't know, was it yesterday or the day before? It has 100,000 views now. Now, I did spend some time there battling with the former union president, which was interesting. And I think that actually spiked up the views of that tweet. So, and there's a lot of discussion there. If anyone wants to go look at it, it got a little nasty. And then if you go to my Facebook page, there's about 400 comments there. And a lot of people were trying to get me to keep doing what I do, and I really hope to do that. I don't know if I'm going to launch a Substack. I don't know if I'm going to go to work for another publication. My phone hasn't rung yet, but we'll see what happens in the next week or so. But I plan to be publishing something probably by midweek in my own form, one way or another.
Last thing for you before I let you go: do you feel like the depth of knowledge you have is music-laden, Pittsburgh-laden, or a marriage of both of those two things that is just unique to you?
That's an interesting question, Colin, because you know what? I didn't study journalism. I didn't study music. I don't really know that much about either of them. I managed to do a career for 41 years because I wrote a story about the Iron City House Rockers for the Pitt News. And I loved music. It seemed to be the path for me. I was no expert in anything. Some people would say, Scott, you really write like a fan. And I would be like, yeah, that's what I am. I'm a fan. You know, I saw Kiss when I was 16 or 15, and I was been trying to relive the experience ever since.
Fantastic. It's a dark day. It's a terrible time, but I'm sure you'll rise like Phoenix and all of that kind of stuff. Scott, you're a good man. I appreciate some time with you today, and I'm sure it'll all work out. We'll touch base again soon. Thank you for the time.
You're a good man too, Colin. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. Scott Mervis. I mean, you think of music in this town, and quite honestly, that's who you go to. You want a review? That's it. How was that concert? I missed it. Scott Mervis. A band's coming to town? Oh, when's the date? What are they all about? Scott Mervis. I know it's a sign of the times, but 4 decades, and all of a sudden his byline just not going to be there. It just seems surreal. It does to some degree. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. They're trying to recover the vehicle on 28 inbound that's been there for most of the afternoon, causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic from before the Etna bypass all the way to the Millvale exit where that vehicle is. Looking at the other major roadways, the Parkway West inbound is looking at some slowdowns starting from Carnegie as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The outbound side of that route heading through the Fort Pitt Tunnel also looking congested as well. And looking at a few slowdowns on the Parkway East inbound starting from the Wilkinsburg interchange. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-296-6868. That's 800-296-6868.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, the road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's a mixed picture on Wall Street for stocks as investors continue to eye events in the Middle East and maybe hedge a bit. Also, automakers in focus as investors eye President Trump's announcement he's raising tariffs on cars and trucks from the European Union to 25%. He says the EU failed to fully comply with the trade agreement. The tariff could hit companies like Stellantis especially hard. A little bit more insight into what's happening with Spirit Airlines. President Trump says he delivered a final proposal to rescue Spirit Aviation and would would only proceed if it's a good deal for the U.S. government. Sources tell Bloomberg Spirit's making preps to wind down as its liquidity position worsens. President Trump says any deal would put the U.S. government ahead of other lenders. Sources tell Bloomberg some lenders may have balked at that type of thing. And people want the latest Mac computers, including the cheapest Mac ever, the new $599 Neo, but they can't get their hands on that one easily. Apple says shortages of some items could last for months. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Well, here we go. These are the kind of stories I like. All credit to Andy Lindbergh, our web director, our man that puts it all together, figures out the online product. I don't even know his regular title, his real title. He's just the man that is kind of the hub of the wheel for our whole operation. For some reason, Andy has this strange link to PETA that they always go right to him and bend his ear. Then he disseminates it throughout the office here. Well, PETA's mad. When PETA has a Pittsburgh issue, it seems like they always go to Andy Lindbergh for some reason. PETA, you know, who takes care of the animals, or at least tries to. They're mad that Punxsutawney Phil threw out the first pitch the other night at the Pirates game. Are you ready? They wrote a letter, I think a human did, just a few minutes ago, to Travis Williams, the president of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And they CC'd Andy on all this because he's apparently our PETA correspondent here at KDKA. And he, with no time to waste and briskly, forwarded it to me. Dear Mr. Williams, Travis Williams, the Pirates, I'm writing on behalf of People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. PETA entities have more than 10.4 million members and supporters globally, including over 250,000 in Pennsylvania and certainly many, many more baseball fans. In response to absolutely shocking news that the team invited Punxsutawney Phil to throw out the first pitch at a series finale game against the St. Louis Cardinals. Perhaps the team does not realize somehow that this was a grotesque exploitation of a wild animal who suffers in captivity, is frightened of crowds. There were like 3,000 people there. And loud noises, and did not know what was happening, had to be transported, and much, much more. We implore you to consider the harmful impacts this had on Phil, as well as the terrible message it sent to fans about the abuse of captive wildlife, and to reconsider before participating in Phil's exploitation again. Please think of a way to make amends to dispel the idea that it's acceptable to do this to a captive groundhog. Phil is a member of a prey species, meaning naturally shy, sensitive animals who actively avoid humans if they can. Inviting his handlers to transport him to an unfamiliar location, wave him around in the air in front of screaming crowds, and subject him to a loud announcer, triple, no doubt caused him to distress and fear. Phil feels anxiety and discomfort just as humans do, and he was not a willing participant in this or any other gimmick. Well, he actually looked to have a great time. Anyway, in the old days, before we knew anything about wildlife, we might have thought this was entertaining. Today, we supposedly know better than to bring live animals to ball games and support a group that treats wild animals like props. Punxsutawney Phil has been subjected to enough already. He is held captive in a local library for tourists to stare at and drag from place to place rather than living in nature, which doesn't allow him to do anything natural and important to him, including hibernation, digging, burrowing, foraging, smelling fresh air, choosing his companions, and simply living as a sentient being he is. We hope you will no longer participate in the Punxsutawney Groundhog Club's endless exploitation of live groundhogs and help ensure that Phil doesn't have to endure Groundhog Day-like trauma at any Pirates game in the future. Thank you for your consideration of this matter. We look forward to hearing from you. Well, he had the trauma of having to watch J.J. Weatherholt hit an opening home run off of Paul Skeens, if I'm not mistaken, and the Pirates looked thoroughly awful in a 10-6 loss or whatever it was yesterday. So there's that. Oh, and it signed Ingrid Newkirk, founder, this PETA club or whatever, which I'm not all the way convinced she's a real person. She writes a lot of letters here, mainly to Andy. I think she has a thing for him. And we receive them all in kind. But how about that? So PETA's mad at the Pirates, kind of through the Punxsutawney guys that wear those funny hats. Interesting. Did you see the video of O'Neal Cruz, like, feeding Punxsutawney Phil? Punxsutawney Phil, by the way, has better health care than about 97% of Pennsylvanians. So what are we doing here, lady? Anyhows, wow. They're steamed. They're mad. All of it. Remember they called for animatronic Punxsutawney Phil? That discussion lasted about 35 seconds. And then people were like, okay, lady, whatever. You're wacky. So there we are. Now, add somebody else mad at the Pirates. PETA. Whew. I went somewhere for a meeting the other day. Not for work, for something else. I never feel comfortable in this place, and I always think it's weird. I'll tell you what that is. What a tease, right? By the way, listen for The Drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. Brought to you by ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. Traffic now, Margo. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Sounding like a broken record, but 28 inbound is still looking heavily congested because of a vehicle recovery on that right near the Millville exit on the right-hand lane. So it is causing a lane restriction. Looking at the other major roadways, the Parkway West outbound continues with its rush hour delays through the Bathtub region towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Also seeing some congestion on the Parkway East inbound starting around the Wilkinsburg interchange as you make your way towards the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 49 degrees with rain at Pittsburgh International Airport at 4:30. I'm Pat Septak. Federal agents say the threats were taken seriously and acted on quickly. Investigators say Raymond Chandler is accused of leaving multiple voicemails over nearly 2 weeks, allegedly targeting President Donald Trump and a member of Congress. Well, today, FBI Pittsburgh and the U.S. Secret Service arrested him at a home in Wilkinsburg. Authorities say while the threats were made through voicemails, Chandler has also posted online, including a YouTube video, where he identifies himself as a candidate for U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania. Officials say the case highlights coordination between federal partners, including U.S. Capitol Police and the U.S. Attorney's Office for Western Pennsylvania, adding they will not tolerate threats of violence. The number of homicides handled by the Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office is now 21 cases for the year. 9 of those are from April alone, though one of the April cases, the death of 28-year-old Stephen Peak, happened outside of Allegheny County. Approximately 90% of the former Century 3 Mall site has been demolished. That's according to Allegheny County District Attorney Stephen Zappala Jr. Zappala began pursuing criminal charges against the company that owns the mall in 2024 after West Mifflin officials deemed the structure a nuisance and condemned it. The charges are still pending as of today. President Trump casting doubt on the latest efforts to end the war against Iran. CBS's Linda Kenyon reports from the White House.
Pakistani officials have been acting as mediators between the U.S. and Iran. And while President Trump praises their efforts, he says Iran isn't being very helpful.
They've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there.
The president says it really comes down to this.
Do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal?
Trump also rejected seeking congressional approval under the War Powers Act, now that the war is surpassing the 60-day mark. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula reports on a big error involving the nation's Medicare program.
The Trump administration accidentally published the Social Security numbers of healthcare providers in a new Medicare database portal, according to the Washington Post. It was created by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to help seniors look up which doctors and medical providers accept which insurance plans.
The database was presented as an overdue improvement and part of the Trump administration's initiative to modernize healthcare technology. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 152 points, the Nasdaq closed up 222 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 21. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates hosting the Reds tonight at 6:45. Mitch Cower gets the start for the Bucks. KDKA Radio News time is 4:33. Time to visit RoeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RoeMonuments.com. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured? You're in pain, frustrated, and don't know what to do. We lawyers know what to do. So in your time of need, other law firms want to charge you 40%, almost half your settlement. A good friend or neighbor would never do that to you. That's why our fee is only 25%, because you are the one who's been injured, and it's your money. And there is never a fee unless we win your case. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play.
Who let
Spruce. Pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Margo's got you covered with traffic on this drizzly Friday. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hey, Margo.
All right. Hey, Colin. Taking a look at those major roadways, not getting much better as there's hefty brake lights on them. Looking at a new accident on the Parkway North inbound. That is right at the exit towards East Street. This is causing a lane restriction and some congestion in that area. Also, not looking much better on 28 inbound as crews continue to try to clean up that 18-wheeler that's been disabled for most of the afternoon rush. That's right by the Millville exit, causing bumper-to-bumper traffic start around the Etna bypass. The other major roadways also going to be slowing you down wherever you're going. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Cloudy and cool for the rest of this afternoon with rain at times. There can be small hail and a rumble of thunder as well, high 53. Mostly cloudy and chilly tonight, low 33. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Ka Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. How did the marathon go? We'll tell you. And look ahead, a lot going on this week in the Bird.
How about that PETA thing? I can't get enough of it. I'll grab your calls in just a moment. They're mad that Punxsutawney Phil threw out the first pitch. Huh. Just wait till Donnie Kelly brings Gus, the second most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania, into the game in relief. Then they're really going to be steamed. Don't they have something better to do? Could you imagine a Twilight doubleheader with Phil on the hill for the first one? And then they go to the crafty lefty Gus, sponsored by the Pennsylvania Lottery, in the nightcap. That'd be something. As long as Nick Perry ain't around, I think we're okay. Matt and Collier, he's like the airline expert. Hi, Matt.
Hey, Colin. This whole Spirit Airlines thing, it really gets me fired up because it's something the private sector sorted out 3 years ago when JetBlue, was planning to buy it, and then in typical fashion, the government steps in and screws it all up. And I know you're connected to Chris DeLuzio's office, and I'd love to get his opinion because him and Summer Lee were both very vocal on X, talking about how they, praised the DOJ for stepping in and blocking the merger and all the jobs it was going to save, when anyone with half a brain cell knew this is what was going to happen. The company was in trouble 3 years ago. They were in trouble 18 months ago after the DOJ's final decision. And here they are out of business.
Well, answer me this. You fly all the time. You talk whenever one of these – you have takes on a bunch of topics, but in particular the airline industry, and I know that you chime in on that a lot because you have a pretty deep understanding of it. I was trying to jog my mind, and you would know this off the top of your head. Which one of these low-budget carriers has had a shelf life for more than 5 or 8 years or so?
None of them. I mean, I think Richard Branson said it best. If you want to be a millionaire in the airline business, start with $1 billion. And it's just it's a tough business. It's so many caveats into it, weather, fuel costs, everything else that plays into it, and it's a challenge. And none of them have made it. That's why they're trying to merge. And how you just saw the other day, American and Delta talking about an alliance. So,
well, okay, then would it be – because there are some countries, obviously, particularly like the former Eastern Bloc countries and in and through there, that governmentalize whatever their airlines and make it, if not full, at least in part, a kind of ownership by the government. Would that make any sense ever? Is there just too much private industry to do that?
I mean, I think the private industries would be a challenge, but I think it makes a ton of sense. I mean, it's what most of the Middle Eastern countries have done. It's what a lot of African countries do. It's what China does. They subsidize their airlines. And I think, and even a lot of the organizations in the UK have stepped in to save, was it Thomas Crown and some of the other airlines over in the UK. So, it may be a step, but I think, look, as long as Southwest continues to operate at a decent profit, Delta's doing pretty good, and same thing with United. So as long as those private sectors can continue doing what they're doing, but for these small, low budget ones with gate fees and everything else and such a small percentage of market share, it's a challenge.
Yeah, you're right. And thank you for the call. Have a great weekend. You make a lot of sense. Here's another report that just came down from CBS News, a correspondent in Seattle on all this.
I'm Heather Bosch. Spirit Airlines is a victim of higher fuel prices due to the Iran war, but mostly bad management. That's according to aviation analyst Michael Boyd, who opposes a taxpayer-funded takeover of the airline to keep it afloat.
It's not an airline that can make money. It was a dead airline flying. It's good to let it go. I'm sorry for the employees, but the government to even give it 10 cents would be an outrage.
Nationwide, Spirit has less than 2% of the market, so Boyd doesn't see a big impact from it failing. Heather Bosch, CBS News.
See, there we go. That makes a lot of sense. It just does. When you hear it in those terms, it's mismanagement. It's something that wasn't able to float as it was. Then there you go. That makes a ton of sense. It just does. 866-391-1020 is the number. Oh, I got to share with you this. Before the hour's out, I want to get to this place I had a meeting. And when I go there, ever since it opened, I always feel weird. Am I the only one who feels weird going there? And every time I'm like, I'm never coming here again. But this was a meeting scheduled there. So I kind of had to go. I'll tell you what that place is in just a little bit. So my son today, I don't feel weird around my son. This is a different topic. I was in the living room. I was bebopping around, and I was looking for some breakfast. And I know what I'm going to have, right? So I'm looking around. I'm like, what is this over here? There is on the cutting board, near the cutting board, there is a kind of a bakery container. And I'm like, what's going on over here? I always like to just check out what's going on. And there was a half of a cinnamon roll. Okay? Half of a cinnamon roll in a clear bakery container. It's just a clear container. And there was blue painter's tape. Follow me so far? A piece of blue painter's tape across the top of the clear container. And on that was written, my son's name, Declan. On it was written, Declan only. Meaning, translation was, don't anybody in this house dare eat the other half of my cinnamon roll. It's mine and mine only. And if I catch anybody eating this, well, you're going to have to call, Joshua Perper. Like, this is bad. It's mine. Don't fool with it. And it's going to be a terrible scene. Does anybody else label their food like that? I've seen that in college where maybe you're like, hey, that's my beer. Or that's my stuff. Don't touch it. I've never ate my son's stuff before, I don't think. Maybe he was sending a message to his sister, our daughter. Perhaps that was the case. But he was playing precisely 0 games with the rest of his cinnamon roll. None, nada, zilch. Blue painter's tape across the top of the container with his name on it. I honestly have never seen that in our house before. And then I started thinking, did this come about because he really likes that and really wants it? Or is it more likely it came about because somebody at some point in time ate some of his leftovers. And now I'm jogging my brain like, what did I have, especially as of late? Did I have something that was left over that I thought was a free-for-all that was actually his or somebody else's? I don't know. And I have this sense of guilt a little bit, and I almost want to ask him, but then again, I don't want to incriminate myself either. So it's a really weird thing. But it shook me. I jumped back. I'm like, whoa. I didn't even want to go near it. I didn't even want to be caught near this half a cinnamon roll so as to be pointed at as the person who maybe had taken. So I hope it's still there when he gets home from school, because he definitely doesn't want anybody eating it. It just made me jump back today. All right. The one place I go to that I always feel incredibly weird, I'll tell you where that is in just a little bit. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. It's a very slow rush hour as we are seeing some bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway East inbound, starting from Churchill as you make your way towards that Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also, still looking at crews clean up that disabled vehicle on 28 inbound right around the Millville exit. That's causing bumper-to-bumper traffic from the Etna bypass. The other major roadways, the Parkway West inbound is brake lights starting from Carnegie, and seeing a few brake lights on 79 northbound right before the S-curves. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The best words to hear at the TSA security checkpoint? You're good to go. All it takes is a little preparation. Get to the airport early, bring a carry-on bag that fits in the overhead, and have an acceptable ID. Not all state-issued IDs will cut it. Check out tsa.gov/ID and see which TSA acceptable IDs make the grade, like a real ID or passport.
Before you jet, do a little prep, and you're good to go. Check out tsa.gov/ID or the MyTSA app.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Hi, I'm Peter Sagal. When we were growing up, my two brothers and I just loved our Uncle Ted. He was like a really cool big brother who always brought around the best toys and took us to the best places and with whom we always had the most fun. It was odd, though, when we got older, to realize he wasn't nearly as outgoing and adventurous with other adults. I found out much later that this might have had something to do with the ostomy bag he wore ever since he was diagnosed with Crohn's disease as a teenager and had part of his lower intestine removed. Theodor Skolnick, my Uncle Ted, died last year at the age of 80, never having once mentioned his illness to me or my brothers. He left a large bequest to the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation to help fund better treatments for these diseases and also to help other people, old and young, seek and get help for the situation that he was never able to talk about. Don't feel you need to hide your Crohn's or colitis. Go to spillyourguts.org to learn more about the treatments available and even find a specialist. That's spillyourguts.org.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
In the United States, a vehicle is stolen every 31 seconds, about as long as this message.
Luckily, you can take a few easy steps to protect your car in the same amount of time. Remove your valuables, roll up your windows, don't leave your car running unattended, lock your doors, and take your keys or fob. If you have information about a crime, call the police. If you suspect insurance fraud, contact NICB at reportinsurancefraud.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
All right, Pat wants to talk to you in a little bit. Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. I'll give you an appetizer now, but he gives you a full report at 5. Hi, Pat.
Hey, Colin. This could be the end of the road, or should I say skies, for Spirit Airlines. Details coming up at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020 is that number. So there was a meeting the other day for the board members, and I'm one of them. I don't know why they have me. For the Hampton Wrestling Club. Okay? Like the Booster Club. So we generally meet at the school. But, I don't know, there's stuff going on there, whatever. So you know where we met? Panera. I can never figure out Panera. I don't know if that is... I don't know if I'm the only one. I don't know if that is something that's common or something that's not. It just always strikes me as a kind of a weird... Weird is the right way to put it. I don't know if you're supposed to sit there and hang out a while. I don't know if you're supposed to order lunch, if you're just supposed to get a baked item. The coffee, I don't like the coffee there. It's a weird vortex of people, plunked down there and studying for 10 hours. Other people running in for just a second. Some people that are 135 years old. Some other people who look like vagrants. And then other people who are having a meeting. It's never a real streamlined. You know what I mean? I guess the best way to put it is everybody in there always feels like they're operating on different agendas. And there's so much happening there in terms of all these accesses. Everybody's, operating on a different access, and they're all colliding. And it's the least relaxing place in the world when I think it's meant to be a very relaxing place. But it just misses the mark because some people are flying around. Some people are just trying to sit there. Some dishes are clanging there. Some other people have their earphones on. And you can't, it's just so undefined. It's not a coffee shop. It's not a lunch place. It's not a bakery. It's not a sit-down restaurant. It's not a to-go place. It tries to roll all those places into one, but then it kind of fails to be any of those places successfully. You know who goes to Panera a lot? Jack in Mount Lebanon. Hi, Jack.
Hi, Colin. How's the family?
Fantastic. I'm sure you didn't like my description of Panera.
Oh, I don't mind. No, that's all right.
That's your spot,
right,
isn't it?
You're right. There's so many people, different kinds of people. There's people go there and work all day.
You're right. There's some people that sit there for 7 hours.
Yeah, not me, an hour. That's it.
You're in and out in an hour.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Hey.
good. Yeah.
PETA.
Uh-huh.
The great Fred Hansberger called them PETA, people eating tasty animals.
Oh, that's what he called them, huh?
And they got, did they rip into him?
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Well, that's
He
on
didn't
them.
care.
No, I wouldn't care either. They always send letters here to Andy Lindbergh. They send him emails all the time whenever they find something that they're at odds with.
Well, they're at odds with everything.
Yeah, it seems like they are. Did you see the groundhog throw out the first pitch?
Well, I saw the groundhog at the game, but I don't think he threw the ball.
No, the guy in the funny hat threw the ball.
That groundhog, if it's the same one, is treated like a king.
Certainly is. It's.
Hey, here's something.
Let's hear it.
When years ago in the 70s, there was an airline called People's.
Yeah.
And you had to, if you wanted something to eat, you had to take it with you.
Oh, that might not be. Well, you can take food on the plane now.
But no, they didn't serve food.
Yeah, most places really don't serve a lot of food anymore. A lot of people take it, or it's just a light snack they give you.
I can't remember, but I don't think they gave you anything.
How about way back to this groundhog stuff? Didn't the Penguins have a live penguin and then he died?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
You remember that?
Yeah. That was a while ago, though, but I remember that.
I don't remember it. I just remember reading about it. They had like a live penguin, and then the guy died. Well, not guy, the penguin.
Yeah. Well, the Steelers had Steele and McBean, and he's not around anymore either.
Great observation on your way into the weekend. Top of the hour. Speaking of Steelers, they fit into something in the next conversation. The commissioner said something that makes a lot of sense, but people in Pittsburgh are too hard-headed to let it happen here. I'll explain. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Looking at heavy delays on the major roadways and an accident on the Parkway North inbound right at the exit towards 28 and East Street. This is causing a lane restriction and backing you up pretty far on that route. Looking at the other major roadways, that disabled vehicle on 28 inbound has been cleaned up. Just looking at a few residual delays around the Etna bypass and rush hour delays as you head towards the 40th Street Bridge. The other major roadways, a good rule of thumb is that if you're going somewhere, you're probably going to be hitting the brakes while you get there. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything. I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help. The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 49 degrees with some light rain at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. Well, money trouble could force Spirit Airlines to cease operations as early as tomorrow.
I'm Heather Bosch. Spirit Airlines is a victim of higher fuel prices due to the Iran war, but mostly bad management. That's according to aviation analyst Michael Boyd, who opposes a taxpayer-funded takeover of the airline to keep it afloat.
It's not an airline that can make money. It was a dead airline flying. It's good to let it go. I'm sorry for the employees, but for the government to even give it 10 cents would be an outrage.
Nationwide, Spirit has less than 2% of the market, so Boyd doesn't see a big impact from it failing. Heather Bosch, CBS News.
Bethel Park School District is addressing two separate safety incidents, including the arrest of a school bus driver accused of driving under the influence. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has the story.
District leaders say no students were hurt in either incident, but they're taking action. In one case, a school bus driver was arrested for DUI while transporting student athletes home from a game. Police intervened. The driver was removed from service immediately, and students were safely accounted for. The district says the driver will no longer be allowed to transport students. In a separate incident, an individual not affiliated with the school, suspected of being under the influence, drove recklessly through the Neil Armstrong Middle School campus during student dismissal. Officials say they're now working with law enforcement, reinforcing traffic and access controls and reviewing additional safety measures to prevent future incidents. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Sentencing today in a high-profile murder case in Westmoreland County. News Radio KDK's David Valerado has more.
Judge Michael Seward today sentenced 55-year-old Thomas Danko to life in prison without parole following his conviction on murder and other charges back in February. Stanko was charged 4 years ago in the death of his former girlfriend, Cassandra Gross, though her body was never found after her 2018 disappearance. A judge declared her legally dead in 2019. Not long after she disappeared, Gross's abandoned vehicle was found, burnt out. During his trial, Stanko was also convicted of reckless burning, which led to an additional 42 to 84 months on top of his sentence for murder. David Valerado, News Radio KDKA.
The Allegheny Health Network's Psychiatry and Behavioral Health Institute officially opened its new 10,000-square-foot facility today at the AHN Federal North Building. The facility serves as the primary hub for the institute, aimed at improving access to specialized mental health services. While the ribbon-cutting ceremony was held today, patient care at the new location is scheduled to begin on May 11th. Pennsylvania's unemployment rate in March remained at 4.2%. The number of non-farm jobs created was up 12,500, and the workforce grew by 6,000 people. On Wall Street, the Dow closed down 152 points, the Nasdaq closed up 222 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 21. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. The Pirates hosting the Reds tonight at 6:45. Mitch Cower gets the start for the Bucks. And will the Penguins' Evgeny Malkin's career continue in Pittsburgh? News Radio KDK's Jeff Hathorn reports on that.
The 39-year-old had one of his better seasons in his last 5, 61 points in 56 games, including a pair of playoff goals. Evgeny Malkin talked to Penn's GM Kyle Dubas before he left the Penn's facility following locker cleanup.
It's not easy for Kyle, it's maybe he wants new blood here, I understand it's business, and I understand he wants maybe new team, see new faces here, but I won't play one more year in the NHL.
With the Pens, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time is 5:04. We have some light rain out there and a current temperature of 49 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast are next.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by SCHEV.
All right, PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
Thanks, Colin. Heavy delays are backing you up all throughout the major roadways. Looking at a multi-vehicle accident on the Parkway North inbound, right at exit 2B towards 28 and East Street. Also looking at some heavy brake lights because of a multi-vehicle accident on 65 in that northbound lane. At the exit that you take to hop on the West End Bridge, there's a lane restriction there as well. On the other major roadways, normal rush hour congestion is causing some heavy brake lights. The Parkway East inbound will back you up from Churchill as you head towards the Squirrel Hall Tunnel. Also, 28 inbound is brake lights starting from the Etna Bypass as you make your way towards the city. And continuing to look at bumper-to-bumper traffic on the Parkway East inbound starting around Carnegie. On the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A lingering shower this evening, otherwise cloudy and chilly tonight, low 33. Mostly cloudy and cold tomorrow with a shower in spots, high only near 50. Patchy clouds tomorrow night, low 36. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Carl Erickson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Spring storms can cause havoc. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, last hour of the week. Let's zip through it. Let's get there. Let's make it fast. Before we're out of here tonight, couple things. One, the story of maybe lost treasure. I don't know. And the marathon's going on. And from the looks of it, should be pretty good marathon weather. What is it supposed to be in the 60s and clear, no rain, all that? That's like a runner's dream, right? So that's all happening. I have a marathon story, not from running it, but from covering it a while ago. Although I am June 20th, I'm scheduled to take part in a 37-mile challenge, which I'm now questioning why I signed up for this thing, but we'll see. Hopefully I can complete it. Anyhow, here we go. So the commissioner, and this really isn't a football topic. It's more of a revenue topic in the aftermath of the NFL draft coming to Pittsburgh. So the commissioner was in Cleveland, okay, and talking about their new stadium. He talked to the guys at 92.3 in Cleveland, and they talked about bringing in events that weren't necessarily, well, just the football games that are going to be played at the $2.4 billion stadium. And here's what they said.
Browns President Dave Jenkins, we had him on this morning. He had said that you had mentioned this was a Super Bowl caliber facility that will be built. Mm-hmm. Can we get that Super Bowl here in Cleveland?
The real question on the Super Bowl, this stadium is certainly Super Bowl quality. The question is the community and the facilities around it. I mean, just as an example, hotel rooms, the smallest we have is a community that has 50,000 hotels. I think this community has far less than that. And so that's a huge part, right? It has to work for the fans coming in, because we now have not just the people who are going to the game. We probably have well over 100,000 people that come in for the events during the week.
Well, you go back to COVID, kind of had an abbreviated ceremony with the draft. Is there any possibilities we could get the draft back here after the stadium?
Yeah, I do think so. I think the reality is you guys did a remarkable job under very difficult and challenging circumstances, and I think that is warranted, yes.
Okay, two very high-profile events. But let's talk about the Super Bowl, right? And let's even talk about what Cleveland's planning on doing with their stadium. 67,000 for football. It can stretch up to 75,000 if they want to get the Final Four. If they want to get bigger events, if they want to get winter concerts or concerts that are floating through places and it's not summertime, they've got somewhere to put them, 75,000 people. Okay? Think about this. And you know why that all happened, starting with that Super Bowl? They've got a translucent roof on that place. $2.4 billion. It's going to be done in 2029, and there's a roof on it. That's the first reason why they're in the game for all this stuff. But every single Yinzer I talk to, when I bring this up, you know what they bring up? No, that's not real man football. Oh, no. As they have their Jack Ham jersey on. And they tell me old stories about Andy Russell. I don't care. I don't care that you think it puts hair on your chest to sit out in 17-degree weather and watch the Steelers go 9-8 or whatever. I just don't. It's an entertainment venue. It's not a football venue anymore. And all the time people complain. They're pricing out the little guy. They're pricing out the little guy. You know why? Because corporate people want to go to these things, football games included. And even more so, other events that come into that place. So here's the jumping off point at 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. In our lifetime, and maybe sooner rather than later, something's going to change with that stadium down there. Or a different one's going to be built. Something's going to happen. Why do we have this false bravado about this whole it has to be an outdoor place thing? Why do so many people have that? You know, someone else brought this up to me over the weekend. You could have that same footprint like you did for the NFL draft and bring in a gigantic music fest. Think of what Milwaukee does with Summerfest. No, that's outside. But it also sucks if it pours down rain. They get 600-some thousand over a 9-day period, 3 weekends. You could do even more. But people are going to want the assurance that it's not going to pour down rain on them. This is now the next step. We talked about the NFL draft, and then it ended up losing $2 million. But what's going to happen is, or what we want to happen, is it spur sort of money being spent. It springboards into other people coming into town, other events, other things that can draw people into our wonderful city and things that can make them spend a ton of money. Well, a little concert here, a little concert there, something that's already going to come here, that's really not going to move many needles. It has to be new stuff, or you invent or reinvent things that are already there or things that aren't there. One of those two things. Why are we so resistant to, again, the inevitability that there is going to be a new stadium at some point, and probably soon? Why are we so resistant to putting a roof on it? You know what else I hear during the Steelers stadium? Or during the Steelers season, I should say? that the playing surface sucks. Oh, it's awful. Oh, it's embarrassment. Oh, it's terrible. Okay. Then you control it when you bring it indoors and you make it halfway synthetic. Doesn't that solve the problem? I seem to think so. That would probably work, right? Am I nuts about that? That eliminates a variable that we all look at as a ridiculous variable. Cleveland's having no problem doing this. I loathe to give credit to Cleveland, but they're doing something the right way. They're going to draw gigantic things, including like Final Fours. Big time concerts. Ones that won't come to Pittsburgh because they'll go to that building in Cleveland. And you know what? If there's lightning or thunder, they're under that roof. It's absolutely fine. It's time to get out of the Franco Harris era and time to really look at things and see what we should be doing to propel ourselves into the future. It is time for a new stadium or retrofit the old one, and I don't know how much you can do that. But anything moving forward has to have a roof on it, at the very least, a retractable roof. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Margo has traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Crews are rolling up to an accident on 65. That is in the northbound lane right before the McKees Rocks Bridge. Also on 65, a little bit further down in the northbound lane, crews are cleaning up an accident right before the exit that you would take towards the West End Bridge. So not a good day for 65. Also looking at an accident on the inbound side of the Parkway North. That is right before the exit towards 28 and East Street, causing a lane restriction. The other major roadways heavily congested, very slow rush hour for you. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rental on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Life is a way of throwing out curveballs that can make it feel impossible to get ahead. But at Peoples, we know that sometimes a helping hand can make all the difference. If you're struggling to make ends meet or just need a little support with your natural gas bills, we're here to help. Because let's face it, you have enough on your plate. Learn more about our customer assistance programs at peoples-gas.com/help.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country.
with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Pat has you covered. Goldberg, Persky, and White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening at 5:30. Hi, Pat.
Hey, Colin. The city controller has yet another warning about the city's finances. Details coming up at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Both energy giants Exxon and Chevron reported quarterly profits that topped Wall Street expectations, but the companies were not immune from the impacts of the Iran war, with roughly 15% of Exxon's worldwide output remaining offline. Chevron's international refining division lost $1 billion due to lower margins and higher transportation costs. Exxon shares fell 1% on Friday, while Chevron shares dropped 1.4%. Meta Platforms has closed the acquisition of robotics AI company Assured Robot Intelligence, a startup developing artificial intelligence models for robots as part of a major initiative to build humanoid technology. The social networking giant is looking to provide a foundation for the humanoid robot market. The Assured Robot Intelligence team will join the Meta Superintelligence Labs research division and work closely with Meta Robotics Studio. Markets ending the day mixed, with the Dow falling 0.3%, the Nasdaq gained 0.9%, while the S&P 500 increased by 0.3%. Dan Schwartzman, Bloomberg Radio.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is the saddest coincidence ever. 3 different people on their Instagram today who I know, I saw stories that were like, our hearts are heavy today. 3 different people's dogs died in the past 24 hours. That makes me just terribly sad. It does. All right, I have the story of a treasure may be lost, and also it's marathon weekend. So I have to tell a marathon story before we are out of here in just a little bit. 866-391-1020. That's a number here, 866-391-1020. So this whole situation about indoor stadiums, right? Sorry, I just had applesauce and kind of come back up. This whole story about indoor stadiums, I'm lost on the resistance to them. Are we really wired to feel like we are full of that much bravado and you know what, and vinegar, and we're so tough, and it's such a badge of honor to go into a football game when it's 22 degrees out and the wind is blowing south-southwest at 17 degrees or 17 miles an hour, and it makes it feel like another 10 degrees lower, and these pellets of ice are hitting us in the face. And do we honestly look at each other and go, you know what? This is incredibly enjoyable. Or do you think with logic like I do and go, why wouldn't we want to maximize our entertainment time? Go to a warm, nice place, have a wonderful time, have the ability to take our children, because many small kids or even older people, they can't go and deal with that weather. They just can't. And then what should happen is, bang, there you go. Now, I don't think at all there should be any public subsidization for these stadiums. There have been many studies, especially over the past 10 years or so, that show the return on investment to the public is not there. These are multi-billion-dollar corporations, and they can, well, pay for their own places moving forward. We've already done that 2 times over after voting it down, no. But it's coming in short order. It just is. Harold's in Newcastle. Hi, Harold.
Good evening, young man. I listen to you all the time on the turnpike coming home to Newcastle.
Well, thank you.
Real quick. I'm a Yinzer, born and raised in Pittsburgh, 60 years old now. I've had the pleasure of sitting at all the venues, rain, sleet, snow. And I can just say as an older man, I may not see it in my lifetime, but I wish all of our venues had, the outdoor venues had roofs. Because I can't tell you how many pit games I sat through in the late 70s and 80s and watched my team play.
Well, the people still